Chapter 298. Yang Dingtian loudly said, "Seniors of the Netherworld, see. Yang Dingtian has come to visit." There was only silence. There was no response. "Seniors of the Netherworld, see. Yang Dingtian has come to visit." Yang Dingtian loudly shouted again. Still no response. "Seniors of the Netherworld, see. Yang Dingtian has come to pick up my wife, Yan Yan Shimin. Please show yourself." Yang Dingtian shouted. Still no response. Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned. Yan Yan had knelt on the silver beach for 7 days and 7 nights. When she was about to die, the people of the Netherworld sea appeared and took her and Yang Dingtian in. Now, it was absolutely impossible for Yang Dingtian to kneel for 7 days and 7 nights. Moreover, he didn't have the time. Yang Dingtian said, "Seniors of the Netherworld, see. In order to save me last time, you wasted a Naga's Xian vein crystal, which was 5 inches long. This time, I brought a fresh Naga's purple Xian vein, which was 1 foot long, to repay my debt. One must know that purple was 1 level higher than red. Moreover, one was 5 inches, while the other was 1 foot long. One was a crystal, while the other was a fresh Xian vein. Therefore, Yang Dingtian returned Yang Dingtian to the Netherworld sea, which was more than 10 times what the Netherworld sea gave him before. Of course, the Naga's Xian vein that Tantai gave to Yang Dingtian was 3 feet long. Yang Dingtian used 1 foot to repay the debt. 1 foot was intended to be used on Yan Yan, and the last foot was used on himself. If the holy water still couldn't save Yan Yan's Xian vein, then this foot of Naga's Xian vein should be able to heal Yan Yan's Xian vein. Of course, the 1 foot long Xian vein that Tantai gave was a whole one. There was almost no weapon in the world that could cut off the Naga's Xian vein without destroying its energy. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian possessed the mystic flame and could silently sever the 3 feet mystic vein into 3 sections in an instant. To be honest, if Yang Dingtian were to use all of the purple veins from the Naga clan on himself, he might be able to break through to the revered martial artist level. However, he owed Yan Yan so much. How could he be so selfish and use this treasure on himself? Just now, the Netherworld sea had ignored Yang Dingtian's call from beginning to end. Now that Yang Dingtian had used such a precious treasure to lure them, he did not believe that the people of the Sea of Hades would not show themselves. A foot of Naga's purple profound veins was enough to move anyone in this world, even the Netherworld sea. However, after Yang Dingtian shouted, there was still silence. Yang Dingtian directly took out a jade box from his bosom, raised it high in the air, and said, "Everyone from the Netherworld sea, I am willing to use a foot of purple Naga clan's profound veins in exchange for the freedom of my wife, Shimin Yan Yan. Please show yourself." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The mirror-like Netherworld sea surged. However, there was still no response. Yang Dingtian did not believe that the Netherworld sea would not be moved by him taking out such a precious treasure. However, no one had appeared yet. He was afraid that they had other intentions. The people from the Netherworld sea had never been good people. Otherwise, there would not be a debt to the Netherworld sea that could not be repaid in 10 lifetimes. Next, Yang Dingtian shouted 3 more times, but no one responded. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "If you don't show yourself, then I will enter the Netherworld sea myself." Suddenly, a cold wind blew past, as if it brought along a burst of disdainful ridicule. It was as if it was mocking Yang Dingtian. If there were no people from the Netherworld sea leading the way, no one in this world could enter the Netherworld sea, and no one knew where the Netherworld sea was. Yang Dingtian actually said that he wanted to come in himself. It was ridiculous. Yang Dingtian naturally did not know where the Netherworld sea was. However, ever since he went to the Celestial Red Sea and 5 Elements Hall secret realm, Yang Dingtian had a deeper understanding of the Netherworld sea. "Then I will offend you. I will barge into the Netherworld sea myself," Yang Dingtian said loudly. He pretended to stuff the jade box containing the Naga race's Xian veins into his clothes, but in reality, he stuffed it into his spatial ring. Then, Yang Dingtian unfolded the empty spirit profound wings and flew into the air. He circled above the sea surface, looking for the entrance to the netherworld sea. This jade-like sea surface did not have any abnormalities at all. Looking from the sea surface, it was impossible to tell where the entrance to the netherworld sea was. Yang Dingtian only knew that the netherworld sea was at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, it was a completely different world. There was even a sky and an island there. It was as if it was another small world. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian descended from the sky and dived into the sea. The water here was very calm. There were almost no waves or flow. It was completely clear to the extreme. It really did not seem like the water of the sea. Moreover, there were no living creatures in this sea. No matter if it was fishes or prawns, there was not even any aquatic plants or corals. Yang Dingtian kept diving, and very quickly he reached the bottom of the sea. It was not different from the ordinary bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea here was completely flat and smooth. Moreover, every inch and corner was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. There was not a single place that looked like the entrance to the netherworld sea. Yang Dingtian pulled out his youngling sword and stabbed down at the smooth bottom of the sea. Yang Dingtian's youngling sword could be considered as the world's sharpest and hardest treasure sword. It was almost indestructible. However, this stab with all his strength was unable to pierce through the bottom of the sea. It was not because the bottom of the sea was very hard. Rather, it was because when he stabbed it, it was immediately rebounded. As a result, Yang Dingtian used all the profound qi in his body to hack down. The bottom of the sea was still undamaged. No matter how much power Yang Dingtian hacked down, it was all rebounded back. Yang Dingtian's chest immediately turned over and over. He almost vomited blood. The bottom of the sea was not some kind of hard substance, but some kind of energy substance. No matter how much power was hacked down, it would all be rebounded. Therefore, no matter how sharp the sword was, it was useless. If the sword was useless, then what about the profound flame? After Yang Dingtian slightly hesitated, he closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. Suddenly, a sharp, profound flame blade emerged. Go! Yang Dingtian suddenly used his profound qi. Suddenly, the profound flame turned into a flaming blade and stabbed towards the bottom of the sea. The profound flame was indestructible. It directly used energy to break energy. Boom! When the profound flaming blade was hacked down, Yang Dingtian felt a sudden tremor under his feet. The sea water surged. However, that was all. The bottom of the sea was still undamaged. The energy of Yang Dingtian's flaming blade was completely like mud sinking into the sea. Yang Dingtian no longer acted rashly. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bottom of the sea. He recalled every scene in the netherworld sea that day. He clearly remembered that when he was in the netherworld sea, there was a sky and a sun above his head. It felt exactly the same as on the ground. However, the netherworld sea was indeed at the bottom of the sea, and the bottom of the sea was completely filled with energy substances. That meant that the netherworld sea was under the sea. The sea water was absolutely transparent. Therefore, when he was in the netherworld sea, the sun and sky he saw were separated by a layer of absolutely transparent sea water. Of course, if it was on Earth, light would not be able to pass through such deep-sea water without any damage. However, this seawater was completely different. If the netherworld sea was only separated by a layer of seawater, this layer of the sea floor was only filled with energy substances and did not have a physical body, and the seawater would not flow down. That meant that there was a different gravitational field under the sea, just like the 5 elements Hall secret realm. That meant that Yang Dingtian and the small world of the netherworld sea were only separated by a layer of energy field. However, he was completely unable to pass through this powerful energy field. However, the people of the netherworld sea could enter and leave as they pleased. That meant that there was still an entrance. But other than the people of the Netherworld Sea, no one else could find the entrance to this energy field. The sea surface here was at least a few hundred miles in size. If the entrance to the energy field was completely unfixed, then no matter how high an ordinary person's cultivation was, they would not be able to find the entrance. Of course, Yang Dingtian would not be able to find it either. Then, Yang Dingtian's heart lit up. Perhaps he had a way. Closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian summoned the mystic fire in his sea of qi. Suddenly, the mystic fire in his sea of qi flared up. Then, the mystic fire suddenly split into countless resentful spirits. Yang Dingtian's million spirit demonic fire contained hundreds of millions of resentful spirits. Each resentful spirit had an independent soul. Hundreds of millions of resentful spirits could cover hundreds of miles of the sea floor, and there would be more than enough of them. Go, Yang Dingtian ordered. Instantly, countless resentful spirits separated from the mystic fire and rushed to every inch of the sea floor. An army of hundreds of millions of resentful spirits was enough to fill every inch of the sea floor. Then, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and sensed the countless resentful spirits. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's mind was filled with the fluorescence of resentful spirits. They were densely packed and were even denser than the stars in the sky. The seafloor here was extremely calm. Hence, the resentful spirits behind the wall cloth were also floating there peacefully. However, there would definitely be energy surging at the entrance to the Netherworld Sea. And these resentful spirits were the most sensitive and the slightest energy bodies, just like countless dust particles floating in the air. As long as there was a slight breeze, the dust particles would dance and undulate. Indeed, Yang Dingtian found it. 120 miles away from the northeast corner, the resentful spirits were surging up and down uneasily. That's right, that was the entrance. Hence, the energy field was not calm and caused the resentful spirits to surge. Instantly, Yang Dingtian hurriedly chased after it. Indeed, this energy entrance was constantly moving. Furthermore, it seemed to be moving without any pattern. It was completely random. No wonder other than the people of the Netherworld Sea, no one else could find the entrance. This kind of erratic entrance was less than 2 feet in diameter. In an area of hundreds of miles, even immortals could not find it. If Yang Dingtian did not have hundreds of millions of resentful spirits, even if he became a great grandmaster, he would not be able to find this entrance. Yang Dingtian swam quickly and chased after this entrance. Soon he caught up to the entrance, where the energy was unstable, and rushed in. Whoosh! Instantly, as if he had entered a whirlpool, Yang Dingtian was directly sucked in. After being sucked in, Yang Dingtian passed through a layer of empty energy field and fell down. The scenery below was very familiar. It was a beach, a golden beach. That's right, below was the Netherworld Sea. The Netherworld Sea and the seawater above were separated by a layer of anti-gravity energy field. In this world, no one could find and enter the Netherworld Sea. However, Yang Dingtian did it. At this time, Song Yi was looking at Yang Dingtian, who had barged into the Netherworld Sea with a face full of shock. Chapter 299. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you are the only one who has been able to enter my Sea of Hades in the past few hundred years, Song Yi slowly said. However, do you know the consequences of this? Yang Dingtian, in order to save me, the Sea of Hades had once used up a 5-inch red naga profound vein crystal. Yang Dingtian is extremely grateful. One day, I coincidentally obtained a foot of Naga's purple profound vein crystal, so I came here to repay the debt. Song Yu indifferently said, no need. First of all, we previously owed Shimin Wuya a favor. Secondly, you have already paid the reward for saving you, and that is Shimin Yanyan. Therefore, you don't owe us anything. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's eyes fiercely shrank, then directly said, Then I will use this foot-long purple Naga's profound vein crystal to exchange for Shimin Yanyan's freedom. Is that okay? This transaction should be very profitable for you. Sorry, I can't. Song Yu indifferently said. This matter is very big. Can Brother Song Yu make the decision? Do you need to report to your teacher? Yang Dingtian said. No need. This is my teacher's opinion. Song Yu said. No room for discussion? Yang Dingtian said. No room for discussion, Song Yu said. In fact, in this world, there is no one who can discuss conditions with us. Yang Dingtian. From my point of view, Yan Yan is my wife, so of course she is a priceless treasure. But from your point of view, she is merely an extremely beautiful girl. Therefore, using this Naga's profound vein crystal to exchange for her freedom should be very profitable. This foot-long purple Naga's profound vein crystal can at least save 4 or 5 seriously injured people like me. If it is used to raise the grade of a martial artist's profound vein, I think it should be enough to raise 10 7th grade profound vein martial artists to 8th grade profound vein crystal. I bought an 8th grade profound skill manual at the auction house, and just the gold coins alone cost more than 300 million. However, this foot of purple Naga Xian vein could be exchanged for more than 10 8th rank Xian skill manuals. Therefore, this deal should be very profitable for you. That's your opinion, Song Yu indifferently said. What you want to trade is not only Shimin Yanyan's freedom, but also the rules of the Netherworld Sea, and these rules are priceless. Therefore, there is no room for negotiation. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Then what will it take for you to release my wife, Shimin Yanyan? Song Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, There are 2 situations. The first is that you, Yang Dingtian, become the absolute number 1 under the heavens and can annihilate my Netherworld Sea in one go. At that time, of course, we will take the initiative to release Shimin Yanyan. In the second case, after my martial uncle Wuyen's soul sword has been completely purified and he has cultivated a sword soul, we will return her freedom. Yang Dingtian's complexion immediately turned cold. These 2 conditions were impossible to achieve within 10 years. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said again, Then does your Netherworld Sea have anyone you want to save but can't save? For example, a very, very important person, for some reason, is about to leave this world, but you can't save him. I think I can save this person, and then I will use this important person's life to exchange for Shimin Yanyan's freedom. Song Yu indifferently shook his head and said, I'm very sorry, there is no such person for you to save. Yang Dingtian's heart really surged with a ball of fire. This Netherworld Sea was completely impervious to oil and salt. Then Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said, If I want to take Shimin Yanyan away now, what conditions do you have? Any conditions, no matter how ridiculous. Say it out for me to hear. Song Yu's lips curled into a cold smile and said, I'm sorry, we don't have any conditions. Especially, we won't put any conditions on a person who has almost nothing. Yang Dingtian really didn't understand. When did the Netherworld Sea become so noble, not even wanting a treasure that was delivered to their doorstep? Moreover, it was the purple Naga race's Xian vein, this kind of treasure of heaven and earth. They didn't want it? This was really not in line with the Netherworld Sea style. Suddenly, Song Yu said, Yang Dingtian, are you done talking? Yang Dingtian frowned and said, I'm done for the time being. What? Do you have something to say? Since you're done talking about your matter, then let's talk about our matter now. Song Yu indifferently said, You are the only outsider who has successfully entered the Netherworld Sea in hundreds of years. Of course, this sounded like praise. But if it was put another way, it could also be said that you are the only person who has broken into the Netherworld Sea in hundreds of years. Our Netherworld Sea is not your family's back mountain. Anyone can casually break in. You broke in, very amazing, but the consequences are also very, very serious. Want to hear what the consequences are? Yang Dingtian, I'm all ears. Song Yu said, Since you broke in, then don't think about going out. Directly cripple your martial arts, cut off your tongue, and stay in the netherworld sea as the lowest servant." As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian's eyes shrank and said, "And then? Song Yu, don't make me look down on you. Your netherworld sea may not be invincible, but at least no one in the world dares to provoke you. Don't be secretive. I believe you have no interest in taking me as a servant. What do you want?" Song Yu slightly smiled and said, "Good, I'll be straightforward. You broke into the netherworld sea. The consequences are very serious. Do you want to leave here alive? Or do you want to leave here in one piece?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian. "Good. Then hand over the foot of Purple Naga Xianvein, and we will forgive your sins and let you leave." Song Yu indifferently said, "Of course, you will leave by yourself. This Naga Xianvein is only used to redeem your sins of breaking into the netherworld sea. There is no other use." After hearing Song Yu's words, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh. He only guessed half of the netherworld sea right. Earlier, he was still surprised. When did the sea of the netherworld become so indifferent? Why wasn't it greedy and shameless? The half of Yang Dingtian's guess was right. The netherworld sea was still greedy and shameless. And the half of Yang Dingtian's guess was wrong. He didn't think that the netherworld sea was more greedy and shameless than he thought. They didn't want to release Yan Yan and wanted to swallow Yang Dingtian's Naga race Xianveins. Furthermore, they wanted to establish a memorial arch for Yang Dingtian. They didn't want to snatch it away, but wanted to frame Yang Dingtian with a crime. This shameless charm really reminded him of some countries in the Earth era. After taking away your things, they made you pay a huge price to buy it back. Must it be like this? Yang Dingtian indifferently said. Yes, it must be like this. Song Yu said, Yang Dingtian, if I don't agree to this deal? Song Yu said, then we will use force to punish you. If we fail, we may take your life. Then everything on you will be handed over to the abstinence hall, waiting for the owner to come and claim it. Of course, after a period of time, if no one comes to claim it, we may borrow it. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was even more amazed. To be able to be shameless to your level, I really admire you. No matter if it's Qin Wanchou or Dugu Shao, they're far from being comparable to you. Song Yu shrugged again and said, So, if I were you, I wouldn't recklessly barge in. You know the consequences are very serious. But you still barge in, isn't your brain stupid? But the one trapped here is my wife. I would rather be a fool than a bitch. Yang Dingtian said. Then are you sure you don't want to trade? Song Yu said, You don't want the Naga race's purple mystic veins to redeem your sins. Of course not, Yang Dingtian said. Many thanks, this is also what we want. Song Yu said, then slowly drew out his sharp sword and said, Then don't blame us for being impolite. After all, you are the one who broke the rules of my netherworld sea. Are you going to kill me and snatch my treasures? Yang Dingtian said. No, just a punishment. Song Yu said, Of course, if I fail, then I will be very sorry. What is your approximate cultivation? Is it comparable to Dongfang Bingling? Yang Dingtian asked. Song Yu shook his head and said, Probably not. Is it comparable to Dugu Fengwu? Yang Dingtian asked again. Probably more than her. Song Yu said, Stronger than Dugu Fengwu. That meant he was at least a 6th grade martial revered. Yang Dingtian said, Then there is no need to fight. I am not willing to throw away my life for this matter. All right, then hand over that 1 foot of purple Naga mystic vein. Song Yu said, No, I am not handing it over either. Yang Dingtian said. Song Yu's expression turned cold and said, Are you making fun of me? If you're making fun of me, then I won't kill you by accident. Instead, I'll cripple all of your martial arts, cut off your tongue, and make you the lowliest servant in the netherworld sea. Yang Dingtian said, Furthermore, I am going to use this piece of Naga mystic vein to exchange for Shimin, Yin Yin's freedom. Song Yu's incomparably handsome face was now ice-cold as he said coldly, "I am now certain that you are making fun of me. I am certain that you are courting death. Then go and die." In an instant, Song Yu's sharp sword shook violently. In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy burst out. Yang Dingtian felt as though there was an earthquake beneath his feet as the ground shook violently. This Song Yu was indeed much stronger than Dugofengwu. It wasn't probably, but definitely. Afterward, Song Yu's sword blade suddenly flashed with a blue radiance as he was about to stab at Yang Dingtian ferociously. "Stop!" Yang Dingtian yelled out and said coldly, "Song Yu, you better report this matter to the Netherworld Sea's sect master before making a decision. You aren't able to bear this responsibility. It is easy for you to kill me, but your Netherworld Sea can't afford to offend the person behind me." "Ha!" Song Yu instantly laughed heartily and said, "There's probably no one in this world that my Netherworld Sea can't afford to offend. Who is the person behind you?" "Shimin Wuya Dongfang Mimi. Even if they are alive, my Netherworld Sea isn't afraid, let alone when they are already dead. Don't mention the hidden sect. We all know very clearly that the so-called hidden sect successor, Wu Ming, is a fake." Finishing his statement, Song Yu still felt that it was ridiculous and funny as he held onto his stomach and laughed loudly. He looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes of pity and disdain as though he was looking at a clown. As he laughed, Song Yu's gaze gradually turned cold as his killing intent gradually condensed. When the laughter stopped, it would be the time for Song Yu to make his move to kill. "I will only tell you a name." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "The person who gave me this Naga clan's Xian vein in exchange for Yinyan's freedom is called Tantai. Many people call her Saint, but her true identity is the primal Chaos Continent's border guardian." Yang Dingtian paused for a moment as he observed Song Yu and continued, "Of course, if your level is too low and you don't have the qualifications, perhaps you won't understand the meaning behind my words. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Your master will definitely understand. So, please report to your master that Tantai gave me this Naga clan Xian vein and asked me to come to the Netherworld Sea to ask for her. If I were you, I would definitely report to my master, otherwise it would be a disaster for the Netherworld Sea, and you probably wouldn't be able to bear it." Song Yu's laughter gradually froze, and his eyes gradually revealed shock, confusion, and doubt. Finally, he slowly straightened his body and stared at Yang Dingtian. He slowly sheathed his sword and bowed. "Then please wait for a moment, Sire Yang Dingtian. I will go and report to my master." Finished speaking, Song Yu soared into the sky and landed on the ship. He steered the ship and sailed towards the distant, illusory island. At this moment, Song Yu was modest and polite, as if he was a completely different person from before. And at this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart was also filled with shock. He knew that this trip to the Netherworld Sea to save Yan would be very difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult, and that the Netherworld Sea would be so greedy and shameless. Saint Tantai's name, he had already thought that he would use it to scare people when he was completely at his wits' end. As for whether or not he could scare the Netherworld Sea, he didn't have much confidence. But he didn't expect that Tantai's name would directly cause an earthquake in Song Yu's heart. The shock in his eyes left a deep impression. It seemed that Saint Tantai's name had shocked the Netherworld Sea tens of thousands of miles away. Chapter 300. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the golden beach and waited for Song Yu and his master to arrive. The Netherworld Sea was huge, and one couldn't even see the end of it. It was at least a few hundred miles in size. The buildings of the Netherworld Sea were hidden on the various islands in the sea. In Yang Dingtian's vision, there were over a dozen islands of various sizes. However, every island was hidden behind the fog and looked very mysterious. Yang Dingtian looked up at the sky again and indeed found something unnatural. There were still 2 suns and white clouds. It was just like the real sky, but if one took a closer look, they would notice that the sky would occasionally distort slightly as though it was struck by electric current. The so-called netherworld sea was the sea under the sea, and there was an energy field that couldn't be passed through. Even though it was still mysterious and fantastical, it didn't feel as mysterious and bizarre as hell or paradise. Yang Dingtian didn't have to wait for long before Song Yu returned. He was standing on a small boat, which was rapidly drifting towards Yang Dingtian. He was the only one there. He didn't see the rower, and he didn't see his master either. Soon enough, Song Yu's small boat reached the shore, and he jumped onto the golden beach. Yang Dingtian stood up and asked, "What is your master going to say?" Song Yu replied, "My master will talk to you personally." Yang Dingtian was startled, as there wasn't a third person in the surroundings. How was he going to talk to his master? Was there a phone in this world? Right at this moment, there was a sudden surge of seawater on the surface of the sea, which gradually condensed into a human figure. It was a woman with an incomparably graceful figure wearing a long blue dress. The curves of her body were like the undulating mountains and rivers. That kind of magic-like seduction was beyond Dugu Fengwu and Qinmingli. It was rather similar to Tantai. Of course, this wasn't a real person, but a human figure condensed by the seawater. Her figure was extremely seductive, and her face was extremely gorgeous and enchanting. However, Yang Dingtian still felt that this face was a little strange. It was extremely gorgeous, extremely enchanting, and almost as beautiful as Dongfang Bingling, but it gave people a strange feeling. As for what kind of feeling it was, Yang Dingtian couldn't say for a while. "My name is Wu Yu, the master of the Sea of Hades," the man said. As soon as he spoke, Yang Dingtian finally knew where the strange feeling came from. When he was on Earth, he had seen many transvestites in movies and on the internet. Some transvestites were even more beautiful and enchanting than women, but they always gave off a feeling of being obedient. And when he saw Wu Yu, Yang Dingtian felt the same way. As soon as this person spoke, this feeling became even clearer. In general, this Wu Yu's voice didn't sound like a woman's, and of course, it didn't sound like a man's either. It was very tempting, but it was also very strange, making people want to stay away from it. Yang Dingtian greets Sovereign Wu Jin. Yang Dingtian bowed. Although this person was very frightening, he was still the master of a sect, so Yang Dingtian had to treat him with respect. "You said that this section of the Naga clan's Xian veins was personally given to you by Tantai?" Wu Yu asked. "Yes, Sovereign Wu Jin." Yang Dingtian said, "What proof do you have?" Wu Yu said, "Maybe you went to the Dongli grasslands and happened to hear about Saint Tantai, so you used her name to deceive me?" Yang Dingtian, "Even if I heard of Saint Tantai, what about the border protector? What about this world gate? What about the founder of the world-ending battle?" "Stop!" Wu Yu shouted, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't say any more. If one more person hears these names, one more person will die. Not everyone can be like you. Even your master, Dongfang Minmi, who happened to hear these names and went to explore, but in the end was imprisoned under the 1,000-mile glacier." When these words came out, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Dongfang Minmi was imprisoned under the 1,000-mile glacier. In this world, besides him, almost no one else knew. But this Wu Yu in front of him actually knew. No doubt it knew a great deal about the top secrets of this world. "All right, I believe you." Wu Yu said, "This purple naga, Xian veins, was given to you by Tantai." Yang Dingtian, "Then can I use it to exchange for Yanyan's freedom?" "You're wrong. You can't use it to exchange for Shimin Yanyan's freedom, but to exchange for the rules of the Netherworld Sea." Wu Yu said, "All rules are set up to be broken. But if you want to break these rules, you need a very, very large external force. At least I feel that within the primal chaos continent, there is no such power." Yang Dingtian ignored Wu Yu's vague words and asked directly, "Does Sect Master agree to use the Naga Xian veins to exchange for Shimin Yanyan's freedom?" "I don't agree." Wu Yu said, "The pride of the Netherworld Sea cannot be tarnished." Yang Dingtian, Even if it's in the name of Saint Tantai and the border protector, it's still not okay. I didn't say that. Wu Yu said, I don't agree to the exchange, but I'm willing to release Shimin Yanyan and let her regain her freedom. Yang Dingtian was stunned, and he didn't dare to believe it. The power of the 4-word Saint Tantai was so shocking. Not only did it make it easier for the Netherworld Sea to release Yanyan, but it also made it easier for them to give up the Nagashian veins. Are you sure? Yang Dingtian. I'm sure. Wu Yu said, the Netherworld Sea is willing to unconditionally return Shimin Yanyan's freedom. She can leave at any time. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief, then bowed and said, Many thanks, Sect Master. No need to thank me. Wu Yu said, I haven't finished speaking. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart stopped, and he said, Sect Master, please continue. Shimin Yanyan can leave, but you can't. Wu Yu said, because you trespassed into the Netherworld Sea without permission. This is a great sin. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, I'm willing to accept the punishment. I'm willing to hand over the 1 foot of the Naga Xian veins to redeem my sin. What do you think the Netherworld Sea is? Wu Yu suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's head became dizzy, his chest turned, and he was in extreme pain. His vision turned black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the entire Netherworld Sea shook. The sea in front of him raised huge waves. Wu Yu's figure formed by the sea water instantly grew 100 meters tall, turning into a giant dozens of stories tall. Just the power of his anger was like the mountains and rivers turning upside down, and the rivers flowing in reverse. Yang Dingtian desperately suppressed the pain of the energy rolling and said respectfully, Then, Sect Master Wu Yu, what do I need? How can I redeem my sin of trespassing? Peel off the skin and pull out the tendons, grind the bones and scatter the ashes, and refine the mind and soul into a screaming, vengeful spirit, and become a ghost fire in the hall, illuminating the light of my book. Wu Yu said indifferently. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. If Wu Yu really wanted to do this, then even if Dongfang Minmi came, he wouldn't be able to stop him. However, Wu Yu continued. Toward Saint Tantai, I have always held respect in my heart. If you want to leave, it's very simple. You know where the entrance to the Netherworld Sea is, so you naturally know where the exit is. 3 days later, Song, you will be guarding the Golden Beach. If you can break through him, you can leave. If you can't break through, then destroy your Qi Sea, cut off your tongue, dig out your eyes, and become the most lowly servant in my Netherworld Sea. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. This Song Yu was a 5 or 6 star revered martial artist. Break through his defenses and leave the Netherworld Sea? This was not a difficult task, but rather something that was almost impossible. Moreover, he used Tantai's name to suppress the Netherworld Sea, so Song Yu definitely wouldn't be lenient. Yang Dingtian carried Tantai's name, and Wu Yu chose to compromise and let go of Yanyan. However, he hated Yang Dingtian to the core, so he made the decision to let go of Yanyan and not Yang Dingtian. He wanted Yang Dingtian to face the most tragic end in the Netherworld Sea. Then Wu Yu's eyes shot out an ice-cold light, and he said indifferently, If you dare to say a word of no, I will immediately draw out your soul and turn you into a walking corpse. Yang Dingtian obviously couldn't say no. Otherwise, we would definitely do so. This kind of unfathomable big shot, facing the ant-like weaklings, would never have the patience. If he didn't use Tantai's name, Yang Dingtian wouldn't even have the qualifications to see the master of the Netherworld Sea, Wu Yu, even if it was just an illusion made of seawater. Okay, I agree. Yang Dingtian, you let go of Yanyan. 3 days later, I will break through the Netherworld Sea's entrance, guarded by Song Yu. The winner will escape with his life. The loser will die on the spot. Wu Yu let out a disdainful laugh. Subsequently, the sound of the 100-meter high seawater gradually dissipated as it fell back into the surface of the sea. Its enchanting, gorgeous, strange, and mysterious figure had completely vanished from Yang Dingtian's vision. Song Yu glanced at Yang Dingtian and directly sat cross-legged on the golden beach and said, "From now on, I will guard this beach. If you want to go out, you just have to break through my defense and not be killed by me. That will be enough." Yang Dingtian looked at the beach, which was about 100 square meters. Song Yu, even with his eyes closed, could guard every inch of this place. "Remember, in the next 3 days, once your feet leave this beach and re-enter, I will launch a fatal attack." Song Yu said indifferently, "You should be glad that it is me who is guarding, and not my master's other 3 disciples. Among the 4 of them, I am responsible for chores, so I am the least qualified." Yang Dingtian was shocked again. Song Yu was already a 5- or 6-star revered martial artist. Then what about the other 3 disciples? Then, what was Wu Yu's cultivation level? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had a new understanding of this world. "Then can I go see Yan Yan now?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course." Song Yu said, "She is now completely free and can leave at any time and can do anything with you on the island." Yang Dingtian stepped on the boat and saluted Song Yu, saying, "3 days later, see you. Remember, in 3 days, as long as you enter the Golden Beach, I will kill you." Song Yu said indifferently, and then slowly closed his eyes, holding his sword on his knees, and a powerful energy enveloped the entire Golden Beach. Yang Dingtian drove the boat and rowed towards Wuyan Island where Yan Yan was. Chapter 301. "Granny, I don't want to practice anymore, okay?" Yan Yan said, coquettishly, "No, do you want to be beaten?" Wu Yan, who was so ugly that no one could tell that he was a woman, said coldly, then the whip in his hand lashed down. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, Yan Yan's thigh was suddenly hit, but of course it was only a slight pain. Yan Yan pouted her small mouth, then continued to hold the treasured sword, practicing the slow and seemingly harmless sword technique. This sword technique was really slow. It didn't look like a sword technique at all, but more like Earth's yoga. Yan Yan's delicate body curves were already exquisite to the point of almost exaggeration, and now that she was practicing this extremely high-stretching technique, it made her delicate body appear even more hot and attractive. Wrong again. Wu Yan frowned, and the whip in his hand lashed down again. This time the strength was slightly stronger, to the extent that Yan Yan let out a small cry of pain. "Shimin Yan Yan, what's the matter with you? These few days you practiced wrongly. It's not as good as a few months ago. You won't be able to recover your Xian veins, even if you practice like this for 100 years. Wu Yan coldly said, "My mind is in a mess these few days. I don't want to practice anymore." Yan Yan said, "You dare!" Wu Yan said, "Don't be arrogant. Don't think that I really don't want to hit you. Hit me if you want. In short, I don't want to practice anymore." Yan Yan angrily said, then threw the priceless, profound, ice-cold jade sword on the ground. "I'll beat you to death." Wu Yan angrily said, then he fiercely raised the whip, gritted his teeth, and lashed down. However, the whip didn't hit Yan Yan's body, but the ground beside her. "I already knew that I can't give you a good face. Now it's getting harder and harder to control." Wu Yan angrily said, "In the past, you would obediently listen to every word I say, but now you want to talk back to me for 10 sentences. In the past, you would wake up every morning to cook for me, but now you want me to wake you up every day and cook for you. Are you going to serve me, or am I going to serve you?" At this point, Yan Yan giggled and pulled Elder Wu Yan's arm. "Granny, I'm always like this at home. I treat you much better than Mother." "If I were your mother, I'd be pissed to death," Wu Yan said. "You're right. I quarrel with my mother more than 20 times a month. On average, we quarrel once every 2 days," Yan Yan said. "Why hasn't that idiot Yang Dingtian been angered to death by you?" Wu Yan said, "That stingy guy. It's so boring to argue with him." Yan Yan said, She got angry just because I scolded her a little, and she even pretended to be pregnant. In fact, she remembers everything. This kind of good-for-nothing thing is just nice to kick away. In any case, you two haven't slept together, so you can't be considered a real couple. I'll make the decision to let you remarry to Song Yu. Wu Yan said, whether it's appearance, demeanor, background, or cultivation, Song Yu is 10,000 times better than that idiot Yang Dingtian. Zhong Wuyan, don't say such things to me again, or I'll get angry. Yan Yan said loudly, if you think Song Yu is good, you can marry her. After that, Yan Yan turned around and walked away, entering her room. Elder Wu Yan suddenly trembled with anger and said loudly, Shimin Yan Yan, what did you call me? I'll kill you. Then Elder Wu Yan directly picked up his walking stick and chased after her. Yan Yan slammed the door and locked Elder Wu Yan outside. Open the door for me. Today I must kill you and teach you a lesson. You don't know your place. Elder Wu Yan slammed the door. I told you last time, if you dare to say such things again, we'll break off our friendship for half a month. Next time it'll be a month, Yan Yan said. From now on, for half a month, you don't have to talk to me, and I won't wash your clothes or cook for you. Bullshit, this month you've been like a ghost. When did you wash my clothes or cook for me? I washed your clothes and cooked for you. Elder Wu Yan was so angry that he stomped his feet. Yan Yan really didn't say a word inside. Open the door for me. Today I must teach you a lesson. I can't let you be so lawless. On this Wu Yan Island, I'm the absolute master. Open the door for me. This time, I must beat you half to death. I'll let you know that some rules can't be broken. I, Zhong Wu Yan, also have a bottom line. Elder Wu Yan slammed the door and stomped his feet, but Yan Yan still ignored him. After a quarter of an hour, Girl, open the door for me. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I'm really going to get angry. All right, this time it's my fault. I won't say such things again in the future. I suddenly feel a pain in my chest. I can't breathe. I can't stand anymore. Wu Yan slowly fell to the ground. A few minutes later, there was still no response from inside. Elder Wu Yan suddenly jumped up from the ground and yelled, "You heartless little bitch. You ignored me even when I fell down. You're pissing me off." After that, Wu Yan's mouth became dry from all the shouting outside, but Yan Yan still didn't give any response. Elder Wu Yan simply sat down on the ground, and the two of them began to argue. After a while, the door was opened, and Yan Yan walked out with an expressionless face. Elder Wu Yan immediately became nervous, and he looked up with a fawning smile. Yan Yan walked directly to the courtyard, opened the pot of medicine, and stirred it carefully. Then she poured it out, filtered it, and added some ice-cold crystals. Then she put it in a jade bowl and finally came to the stone table and slammed it hard, making a sound. Then she went back to the house expressionlessly. Elder Wu Yan quickly picked up the medicine and drank it in one gulp, and his face suddenly twisted with pain. "Girl, you should comb your hair too. Look at you. You're still wearing pajamas, and you didn't even comb your hair in the morning. You don't look good." Wu Yan looked at Yan Yan's back with messy hair. Yes, Yan Yan's teeth were as clean as white jade, but she didn't comb her hair and didn't change her clothes. She looked like a lazy girl with her hair disheveled. "Why are you dressed up so beautifully? No one is looking," Yan Yan said coldly. "Song Yu. Oh, I'm wrong. There are so many young male disciples in the Netherworld Sea. Which one of them didn't lose their soul when they saw you, and they would find an opportunity to come to the island to ask me for advice? Before you came, no one came even once in 3 to 5 years. Even if they saw me, they would quickly avoid me from 5 miles away." Wu Yan said, "The young disciples in the Netherworld Sea didn't want to see you. Which one of them didn't lose their soul when they saw you? Then let them die." Yan Yan said, "Be careful, my Lang Jun comes and gouges out their eyes. That trash young Dingtian. Forget about it. Anyone from the Sea of Hades would be able to crush him with just a finger. Girl, I think you're quite smart, But why is your eyesight so bad that you fell for such a trash? He has no looks, no elegance, no grace, petty and useless. Wu Yan said, You're already 20-something years old, but you're still a Xian martial warrior, so embarrassing. What do you know? Yan Yan said, And even if he's not even a novice martial warrior, I still like him, and I'll follow him for the rest of my life. Why? You've lost your mind, Wu Yan said. Because he's petty, shameless, and knows how to say mushy words. He'll touch me, and he'll tell disgusting jokes. Yan Yan said. Wu Yan was speechless. He said, Girl, water must have entered your brain. If Yang Dingtian was here, he would also be speechless. Yang Dingtian can be considered an indomitable man, but in Yan Yan's heart his charm was actually these things. Girl, Yang Dingtian won't come. Wu Yan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said seriously, It's been a long time since he promised to pick you up. He'll come. Yan Yan said firmly, He promised me. He'll definitely come. Maybe. Wu Yan said, But what if he's already dead? Nonsense, he won't die. Yan Yan suddenly cried. Wu Yan said, I'm saying what if? What if he's already dead? I said he'll come. He promised to pick me up, so he'll definitely come. Yan Yan said firmly while crying. Girl, what if he really can't come? Wu Yan asked. I'll keep waiting for him, 10 or 20 years, until he comes to pick me up. Yan Yan said. Can you wait 10 or 20 years? Wu Yan said. How much weight have you lost in the past month? Your chin is sharp. How many meals have you eaten in the past month? I think you'll die in less than half a year. Yan Yan didn't say anything. Girl, people have to live for themselves first. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your mother, and for the people around you who love you. You have to be mentally prepared. There are too many people who want to kill Yang Dingtian, and he's too weak. Wu Yan said, I can make a bet with you. If he can appear in the netherworld, see, if he can appear in front of you, I'll call you Grandma. Before Wu Yan finished speaking, she saw a boat appear on the surface of the sea, and the man on it was the trash Yang Dingtian she spoke of. Suddenly, she opened her mouth in shock, looking at the approaching Yang Dingtian in disbelief. How was this possible? No outsider in this world could enter the netherworld sea. So how could Yang Dingtian come in? Moreover, many people in the netherworld knew of Song Yu's feelings for Yan Yan, so no one would let Yang Dingtian in. Then, how did Yang Dingtian come in? Suddenly, countless rays of light flashed in Wu Yan's eyes, and finally, killing intent surged. Now, if she killed Yang Dingtian as fast as she could, and then pretended that nothing had happened, Yan Yan, this girl, would know. Then, after a while, she would coax and trick her into marrying Song Yu. In Wu Yan's eyes, only a peerlessly handsome and elegant man like Song Yu was worthy of Yan Yan. However, this idea was still rejected by her. It wasn't that she was benevolent, but in fact, she could kill Yang Dingtian like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. She had killed countless people in her life. However, she really couldn't take the risk of being discovered by Yan Yan. Zhong Wu Yan was a loner, and in these decades, she didn't have anyone close to her and had always been alone. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with delicate makeup came. She was delicate, cute, unruly, and unreasonable, but kind and caring. Therefore, Zhong Wu Yan really loved Yan Yan to the bone, like a little ancestor. However, just now, if Yang Dingtian came at this time, she, Zhong Wu Yan, would call Yan Yan little girl grandma. Although she, Zhong Wu Yan, had no bottom line in front of Yan Yan at this time, Yang Dingtian was an outsider after all, and Zhong Wu Yan, a dignified master of a generation, couldn't afford to lose face. Therefore, Zhong Wu Yan took advantage of the fact that Yan Yan hadn't discovered Yang Dingtian's arrival to directly cover her face and hurriedly escape. Yang Dingtian docked the boat and went to Wu Yan Island. The courtyard was silent, but there was a familiar fragrance. Yang Dingtian immediately recognized that it was Yan Yan's body fragrance. Then, when he approached the door, he suddenly heard the sound of breathing inside. Hey, don't pretend to be dead. I won't be fooled again. Yan Yan suddenly said with a slight worry when she didn't hear Wian's voice for a long time. Although Yan Yan's voice had sounded in Yang Dingtian's heart countless times, when he heard Yan Yan's unruly, delicate, and caring voice again, Yang Dingtian felt his whole body go numb, and then a sweet, alcoholic feeling instantly spread all over his body. That kind of sweet and numb feeling. Yan Yan, his lovely little wife, was always spicy and sweet. After more than a year, when he heard this voice again, Yang Dingtian felt that his whole heart was about to melt. Hearing that there was still no response from outside, only the sound of chaotic breathing, Yan Yan suddenly became worried and said, "Hey, say something. You really don't want to play. I'm really going to get angry." Yang Dingtian opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't make any sound. At this time, the door opened, and Yan Yan rushed out, full of worry. Suddenly, Yan Yan's beautiful and delicate face appeared directly in front of Yang Dingtian. She was still so beautiful. No, she was even more beautiful than before. The baby fat on her face seemed to have disappeared, and her small face was sharp, delicate, and beautiful to the point that it made one's heart ache. Because her small face had lost weight, her eyes were bigger, more beautiful, and more moving than before. Her clear, unruly, delicate eyes were filled with sadness. They could break anyone's heart in an instant. The moment she saw Yang Dingtian, Yan Yan was instantly stunned. Her small mouth suddenly opened, and her eyes opened as wide as possible, as if all of this was unreal. Then she fiercely closed her eyes and fiercely opened them again, fearing that it was just a dream. When she opened her eyes again, Yang Dingtian was still in front of her, and it was still the face that haunted her dreams, but it was even more weathered. Tears instantly gushed out from her beautiful big eyes, and then Yan Yan's body suddenly burst forth with the greatest energy, and she suddenly threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms, desperately hugging his waist with both arms. Yang Dingtian's whole body was first paralyzed, and then a surge of crazy energy surged up. He suddenly hugged Yan Yan's delicate body in his arms, found Yan Yan's small mouth, and fiercely kissed it. His two big hands desperately hugged Yan Yan, using a lot of strength, as if he wanted to crush her. The two people in the first second they met, and before they could say a word, it was like a ball of fire, burning fiercely. Chapter 302. Elder Wian tore off the cloth in her ears. Finally, the shameless and heart-scratching sound was gone. She immediately turned around and looked into the courtyard. With one look, her whole body was burning with anger again. Bastard, shameless. The whole courtyard used to be neat and tidy, but now it looked like it had been ravaged by 100 wolves. It was a mess. All the wooden tables had fallen. 3 chairs were broken, and the rope of the swing was broken. The dozens of shelves for drying herbs had all fallen, and precious herbs were scattered all over the ground. The dried clothes were all spread on the ground, and there was a dazzling red color on them. The door was tilted to one side. Bastard, is this a fight between demons? Why are you fighting so hard? Elder Wian roared. At this time, Yan Yan's shy voice suddenly came from the house. Grandma, can you go to my room and bring my clothes and my husband's clothes here? Yan Yan's voice came from the storeroom. No, you're shameless. I don't have a granddaughter like you anymore. Elder Wian said angrily, Grandma, 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 Grandma. Yan Yan twisted her body and said, Okay, stop shouting. If you keep shouting, I'm going to lose a layer of skin. Elder Wian said. A few minutes later, Elder Wian opened the window and threw the clothes in. Why were there Yang Dingtian's clothes? It was made by Yan Yan. She had made dozens of them, 1 set a day, and they wouldn't be able to wear all of them in a month. Elder Wian opened the window and saw that the storeroom was even more messy than the courtyard. Elder Wian jumped up and shouted, What the hell are you doing? Fighting, the two felt very embarrassed at this time and didn't dare to talk back. Yan Yan's face was red. She pursed her lips and smiled. She bathed Yang Dingtian and changed their clothes. Then, Yan Yan walked out of the storeroom with Yang Dingtian's help. She immediately saw Elder Wu Yan's face covered with a layer of frost. Elder Wu Yan was very angry, but he didn't know how serious the consequences would be. This was because he had never seen Yan Yan like this before. She was so happy and beautiful. Zhong Wu Yan could even feel that Yan Yan was like a blooming flower at this moment. She exuded an enchanting fragrance and an intoxicating blush from the inside out. If there was a person who would shine and be so beautiful that it would make people intoxicated, it would be the Yan Yan in front of him. "Grandma, can you give us some time to be alone with each other?" Yan Yan asked. Hearing this, Zhong Wu Yan really wanted to jump up. He said loudly, "You're so young. How can you be so shameless? You just drove me out for half a day. Isn't that enough?" Yan Yan blushed and said in a hoarse voice, just now, we didn't get to talk. Now, let's have a good talk." Elder Wu Yan was completely speechless. After half a day, the two of them still hadn't spoken. Indeed, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan had yet to speak, not even a single word. Bastard, bastard. So, Elder Wu Yan angrily ran back to his room. Yang Dingtian supported Yan Yan and returned to his room. Yang Dingtian sat on Yan Yan's bed, and Yan Yan sat on his lap. Although they said that this time alone was to talk, they didn't say anything. However, the two of them still didn't speak. They just hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's body temperature and breath. Yang Dingtian originally had a lot to say. For example, the encounters on the way, and the matters of Madame Shimin and Brother Shiminlai. But when he hugged Yan Yan, he found that he didn't want to say anything. He only wanted to hug her gently and smell her nice scent. Yan Yan originally wanted to tell Yang Dingtian about her days in the Netherworld Sea. But at this time, she was completely like a cat that had eaten its fill. She didn't want to move at all. In the end, the two of them didn't say a word about what happened in the past year. After hugging each other for 2 hours, Elder Wu Yan coughed 19 times outside. Yan Yan asked, "Brother, did they agree to let me go?" They agreed, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Yan Yan was surprised. Although she had a good time in the Netherworld Sea, and the disciples of the Netherworld Sea came to curry favor with her, and 3 or 4 of them were injured by her sword. But this was just the surface. In fact, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. Yan Yan was a prisoner of the Netherworld Sea. At that time, in order to save Yang Dingtian, Yan Yan paid the price herself. This was something that couldn't be changed. Even Elder Wu Yan couldn't change it. There was a saying that has been passed down for hundreds of years. A debt owed to the Netherworld Sea can't be repaid in 10 lifetimes. The greed of the Netherworld Sea can't be overestimated. Moreover, the Netherworld Sea is definitely not on the side of justice. Why did they agree? Yan Yan asked. Because I borrowed the power of the Netherworld Sea and got a very, very big backer. Yang Dingtian said. Backer? How big is it? Is it the Tiando League? Yan Yan said. The light in her eyes suddenly became complicated. Speaking of the Tiando League, she immediately thought of the Yinyang School and Dongfang Bingling. It's not the Tiando League nor the Yinyang School, Yang Dingtian said. Seeing that Yang Dingtian saw through her thoughts, Yan Yan suddenly blushed and smiled embarrassedly. Furthermore, the Heaven Dao Union's influence might be overwhelming, but they are still unable to control the Sea of Hades. Yang Ding'an said, the backer that I pulled over is called Saint, and his name is Tantai. She's that powerful. Is she more powerful than the Tiando League? Yan Yan asked. They are the most powerful and most mysterious group of people in the world. Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. If we have such powerful people as friends, wouldn't our mission be much easier? They are not friends, but our enemies, and they are our biggest enemies. Yang Dingtian said, It's just that I'm too weak now, and I'm not qualified to be their enemy. My master, Dongfang Minmi, died in their hands. At this time, Yan Yan exclaimed. Dongfang Minmi was known as the #1 in the world, but he actually died in the hands of this group of people. It can be seen how powerful this group of people is. Then Yin Yen said, "No matter what, it's good that we can leave here. Although Granny is very good to me here, it's not my home after all. My home is where you and Mother are. Baby, I'm taking you home this time." Yang Dingtian kissed Yin Yan's little mouth. "Then let's say goodbye to Granny and leave immediately," Yin Yan said. Then her eyes turned and said, "How about we let Granny go with us?" Yang Dingtian kissed Yin Yan's whimsical thoughts again lovingly and said, "The people of the Netherworld Sea agreed to let you go because they are afraid of Saint Tantai. But they are very unhappy. Although they agreed to give you freedom, they want to pursue the crime of trespassing into the Netherworld Sea and want me to stay. I can't." Yin Yen straightened her body and said, "If we leave together. Granny loves me very much. We will go beg her now." "You don't need to beg me. I can't wait to kill this Yang Dingtian. What does his life have to do with me?" Elder Wuyen said coldly outside. Yin Yen wanted to beg, but she saw Yang Dingtian's stubborn eyes and immediately gave up the idea. Then she said, "What conditions do they want to let you go?" "I can break through the exit at any time within 3 days, but Song Yu is guarding the Golden Beach. As soon as I enter, he will immediately attack me without mercy." Yang Dingtian said, "So if I want to leave, I must break through Song Yu's defense." After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Yin Yan's body suddenly trembled. She was well aware of how powerful Song Yu was, and Yang Dingtian was only a 3-star Xian martial warrior a year ago. To put it bluntly, even 1,000 Yang Dingtians wouldn't be able to defeat a single Song Yu. 100 Yang Dingtian added together could only be killed by Song Yu in one move. "Give up, kid," Elder Wuyen sneered and said. 10 of you added together can't even compare to 1 finger of Song Yu. Stay obediently and be a servant. Don't embarrass yourself." Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian and said timidly, "Brother Tian, what is your cultivation level now?" Yang Dingtian said, 6-star martial ancestor. "What?" Yan Yan's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. "Impossible!" Elder Wuyen screamed and rushed in. She pointed at Yang Dingtian and said, "Impossible! It's only been a year and you've broken through from a 3-star Xian martial warrior to a 6-star martial ancestor. Even an immortal can't do that. You're bragging too much." Although Elder Wuyen was a grandmaster, she didn't have the demeanor of a grandmaster. She had always been straightforward. Yang Dingtian just smiled and did not explain. Elder Wuyen did not believe him. She went up and grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and inserted a stream of Xian qi to check. After a few minutes, Elder Wuyen looked at Yang Dingtian in shock. He was really a 6-star martial ancestor and was only half a level away from becoming a 7-star martial ancestor. This is truly unprecedented and will never be replicated in the future. Yang Dingtian, who she called a piece of trash, had completely broken the record of thousands of years. This kind of cultivation progress was completely shocking. "Are you a man or a ghost?" Elder Wuyen stared at Yang Dingtian and murmured. Then she sighed and said, "But you're barely worthy of my little girl. It's not a disgrace to her. Grandma, don't be mistaken. I'm my husband's little girl first, and then I'm your little girl," Yin Yan said. This sentence made Elder Wuyen jump up and down. She said hatefully, "You heartless little girl. I've been so good to you for a year. You have no conscience, no conscience." Yin Yan looked at Elder Wuyen and said in a sweet voice, "Grandma, in my heart you're my grandmother. My father has never told me about his family. You're not really my grandmother, are you? Is my father your illegitimate child?" Hearing Yin Yan's sweet voice and flattering eyes, Elder Wuyen's heart was about to explode. But when he heard her words, he immediately blushed and said, "Nonsense, nonsense. I look down on men the most in my life. None of them are promising. I've kept my chastity my whole life. How could I have an illegitimate child? Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, I don't care. I'll treat you as my grandmother. Yin Yin said, If I'm your granddaughter, then Yang Dingtian is your grandson-in-law. We're family. Why don't you help him? I only have you in my heart, you heartless thing. Yang Dingtian's life or death has nothing to do with me, Elder Wuyan said. After speaking, Elder Wuyan looked at Yang Dingtian and said with a serious face, Boy, I admit that your talent is unparalleled, but you should give up on fighting Song Yu. He's a 6-star revered martial artist. You're a 6-star martial ancestor. If you're a martial artist below the great mystic martial master, it's not strange for you to defeat an opponent that's 1 stage higher with your amazing talent and cultivation. But in a fight between martial artists above the martial mystic martial artist level, it's impossible to defeat an opponent that's 1 stage higher. But my husband's talent is unparalleled. He might be able to do it, Yin Yin said. The current me is definitely unable to do it. Yang Dingtian said, I've fought with Dugu Fengwu before. I don't know why, but her cultivation seemed to have weakened a lot. Therefore, she's not as good as Song Yu. But in front of her, I don't have the slightest ability to fight back. She can kill me at any time. At least you still have some rationality. Elder Wuyan said, So boy, you should stay in my Wuyan Island and don't go out. Live a loving life with Yen Yen, this heartless little thing. I have everything here. In 1 or 2 years, you'll be able to defeat Song Yu. At that time, take Yen Yen and leave this place. You might even have a baby by then. Once these words were said, Yen Yen's beautiful eyes suddenly became misty. She was really looking forward to it. Then Yen Yen said, But Grandma, they only gave my husband 3 days. After 3 days, even if they don't fight with Song Yu, they will destroy my husband's martial arts and make him a servant. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Elder Wuyan said, I don't like to meddle in things, and I'm not willing to provoke people from other islands in the Netherworld Sea. But no one is to provoke me. Yang Dingtian is staying on my island. I'll see who dares to take him away. This old one might not be the strongest in the Netherworld Sea, but I'm still a great Grandmaster. I'm not someone that anyone can provoke. Elder Wuyan's words were filled with dominance, but Yang Dingtian didn't doubt her words. He didn't expect this Elder Wuyan to be half a great Grandmaster. It seemed that the strength of the Netherworld Sea was far beyond his imagination. I'm very grateful for Grandma's kindness, Yang Dingtian said, but I must go out, and I must go out in 3 days, because the day of the martial arts competition for the position of the city Lord of Cloud Sky City is coming. If I miss it, then I won't have the chance to take back Cloud Sky City that belongs to Uncle Shimin. Cloud Sky City will completely fall into the hands of the Northwest Chin City. Humph. Seeing that her kindness was swept away, Elder Wuyan was furious. She snorted and said, If you want to die, then go yourself. Yang Dingtian looked at Elder Wuyan and said, If I can break through to Martial Honorable in 3 days, then I'm confident that I can break through Song Yu's defense and take Yen Yen out of the Netherworld Sea. 3 days? Break through to Martial Honorable? Elder Wuyan looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Yang Dingtian, are you daydreaming? Are you talking in your sleep? Yang Dingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Elder Wuyan continued, You once used extraordinary means to break through many times, but that was in the past. For powerhouses above the martial ancestor realm, every breakthrough was a painstaking accumulation. Every breakthrough was as difficult as nirvana. Breaking through to Martial Honorable in 3 days is not only a dream, but it's also disrespectful to martial arts. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian's face suddenly became hot. Elder Wuyan's words had indeed pierced his heart. Along the way, his cultivation had broken through. He completely relied on his 9 yang profound veins, relied on his heaven-defying pig-slaying swordsmanship, relied on the Yin-Yang festival and the Yin-Yang 5 elements formation, relied on the heaven and earth profound flame, relied on the 5 elements hall's secret realm, cultivation. There were not many people who had truly relied on themselves to cultivate bit by bit. Yang Dingtian, with your talent, I'm almost certain that you can break through to the martial saint realm that no one has been able to reach in the past 400 years. Elder Wien said angrily, but you're doing this. You're so eager to break through. One day, you'll taste the terrible consequences. You'll completely destroy your path to becoming a martial saint. Martial artists, after reaching a certain level, rely on hellish training and purgatory tempering. What do you think you're doing? Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Grandma, I agree with what you said, but I have no choice. The martial competition for the position of the city lord is right there. I can't lose this battle no matter what. If I lose, not only will I lose everything, Yen Yen, Madam Shimin, and Brother Shiminlai will also lose everything. Cloud Sky City's hundreds of years of foundation will be completely destroyed. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Yen Yen and said, In fact, I've already made up my mind. After the martial competition for the position of the city lord is over, I'll be like an ascetic monk. I'll enter the most arduous and difficult cultivation. Day after day, I'll forge my own body, my own will, and my own cultivation. The result of this is that even if I lose to Dongfang Bingling 3 years later, it doesn't matter. Ah, Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian and asked in confusion, Why? Yang Dingtian said, Dongfang Bingling officially stepped into the Grandmaster realm half a year ago. She's only 21 years old. When these words came out, Elder Wien was completely shocked. Yang Dingtian's breakthrough just now had already shocked her, and Dongfang Bingling's news directly petrified her. Of course, I'm not afraid of her because of her powerful cultivation. It's not at all. No matter how powerful she is, I'm not afraid at all. I'll do my best and keep improving until the day of the martial competition comes, and I'll compete with her. Yang Dingtian said, However, I'll use the most normal way of cultivation. I won't look for any shortcuts or seek instant benefits. Like an ascetic monk, I'll put myself in the most terrifying purgatory to temper myself. This way, even if I lose to Dongfang Bingling 3.5 years later, I won't regret it. Because Shiminju, Yang Yan, and the Northwest Qin family are enemies. They're enemies of life and death. No matter what method I use, I'll defeat them, kill them, and take back Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian continued, Dongfang Bingling once trampled on my dignity, but she is not an enemy. She only humiliated me. I'll do my best to defeat her and take back the dignity that belongs to me. However, I won't be unscrupulous because she has an admirable character and will. Finally, Yang Dingtian looked at Elder Wien and said, I'll make up for the mistakes I've made. I'll undergo the most arduous training. However, that's after I become the Lord of Cloud Sky City. Right now I have no choice. I need to break through to the martial honorable realm within 3 days. Elder Wien looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, I understand you, but this is impossible. In this world, no one can do it. Even the Lord of the Sea of Hades, Wu Yu, can't do it. Yang Dingtian said, What if I have 2 feet of purple naga xian veins? Yang Dingtian had 3 feet, but he had to give 1 foot to Yan Yan. What? Purple naga xian veins? Elder Wien said. Then why aren't you willing to exchange it for your freedom? Of course I'm willing, but Sect Master Wu Yu refused. Yang Dingtian said, You've seen Sect Master Wu Yu? Elder Wien asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, I haven't seen Sect Master Wu Yu for several years. Since you've seen her, it means there's no turning back. Elder Wien said, Purple Nagashian veins are a treasure of heaven and earth, but their main function is to improve the grade of Xian veins, not to increase cultivation. Using them to increase cultivation is like chewing on mudan. It's too wasteful. 2 feet of purple Nagashian veins. Isn't it enough for me to break through to the martial honorable realm? Yang Dingtian said, Of course not. Elder Wien said. In fact, it's already amazing if you can break through one level, because the grade of your Xian veins is too high, even higher than the 9th grade. It's completely unfathomable. Therefore, the purple Naga Xian veins have very limited use for you. Ah. Yang Dingtian didn't understand. There's actually such a thing? Isn't the higher the grade of Xian veins better? Why is it that Yang Dingtian's Xian veins being too high grade is a bad thing? Wien said, it's very simple. The main function of Naga Xian veins is to transform the Xian veins. Increasing cultivation is just a side effect. These 2 feet of purple Naga Xian veins have very little effect on you. It's almost useless. So, naturally, it can increase your cultivation. In other words, these Naga Xian veins in your body won't have any effect. How much goes in will come out. Your Xian veins grade is too high. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Originally, he had some confidence in breaking through to the martial honorable realm. He relied on these 2 feet of Naga Xian veins, but now Elder Wien said it was useless and couldn't even break through one level. It was a huge waste to use it on him. Granny, is there no other way? Yen Yen cried. Granny, please help Yen Yen. You are my closest and dearest relative. Elder Wien's eyes flashed with a complicated look. She looked at Yen Yen with eyes full of love, but she still shook her head and said, I'm sorry, girl, I don't have a way. Yang Dingtian could see that Elder Wien had a way. Because she wasn't good at hiding, any expression or eyes would betray her heart. But Elder Wien didn't want to say it. Chapter 303. Both Yang Dingtian and Yen Yen could see the struggle in Elder Wien's heart. She jumped down from Yang Dingtian's lap and hugged Elder Wien's arm. Granny! Granny, I beg you, I beg you! She looked at Elder Wien with tears in her eyes as she begged. Normally, Elder Wien would have surrendered if Yen Yen used half of her strength. Like all elders, the last thing she wanted was to see the disappointment in her children and grandchildren's eyes. Elder Wien looked at Yen Yen's little face with a conflicted expression. After a few minutes, she shook her head. No, I can't do anything. Yen Yen's face turned pale. Granny, are you going to leave me in the lurch? At this time, Yen Yen was no longer pretending. She was really crying. Elder Wien's face was full of guilt. She didn't even dare to look Yen Yen in the eye. I'm sorry, Yen Yen. I really can't do anything. Granny, this is the person I love the most. If he dies, I won't be able to live either. Yen Yen sobbed. Yen Yen. Yang Dingtian walked up and pulled Yen Yen's hand away. Yen Yen doesn't know any better. Don't take it to heart. Elder Wien didn't reply. After Yen Yen let go of her hand, she ran back to her room. She couldn't face Yen Yen's gaze or her cries. She felt like her heart was about to shatter. She was an eccentric and reclusive person. She almost didn't communicate with anyone. However, it wasn't that she didn't have feelings. Her feelings were stronger than most people's. It was just that she didn't release them easily. Once she did, she would give everything she had. Therefore, she was no different from an ordinary grandmother when facing Yen Yen. In fact, she loved her even more. Even so, she still hardened her heart and rejected Yen Yen. Why? Granny clearly has a way. Why did you leave me in the lurch? Yen Yen threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and cried loudly. Yang Dingtian gently patted Yen Yen's back and said, Granny loves you very much and is willing to give you anything. The reason why she didn't mention that method wasn't because she couldn't bear to, but because the consequences would be very serious. If it was some kind of treasure, she would definitely be willing to give it up. Don't doubt her love for you. Really? Yen Yen looked up. Of course, Yen Yen said. Just like you wanting to restore your profound veins, I can do it, but I rejected you. What do you think the reason is? Because it would be very dangerous for me. It would be very harmful to me, Yen Yen said. That's right, that's the reason, Yang Dingtian said. So Granny didn't say it because the consequences would be very serious. She felt that we couldn't bear it, so she didn't say it. Yes, that's definitely the case, Yin Yin said. Granny is the best and kindest person in the world. Yes. Yang Dingtian smiled, but he knew in his heart that Elder Wuyan's kindness was only shown to a few people. In her eyes, everyone else was like an ant. In fact, Yang Dingtian clearly knew from his master Dongfang Minmi how many people Elder Wuyan had killed in the past few decades. Not only the evil ways, but also the Taiando League and even the innocent passers-by. This person was completely temperamental and killed people like flies. I have good news for you, Yang Dingtian said. What good news? Yin Yin said, your Xian veins can be restored. Yang Dingtian then waited for Yin Yin's ecstatic face. Oh, that's great. Yin Yin said. There wasn't any ecstasy on her face, only a forced expression of joy. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly fell. To be able to restore her Xian veins was the most important thing for Yin Yin. Her reaction was too calm. It was as if Yang Dingtian had prepared a 10-carat pink diamond ring. But his fiancée seemed to have received a dogtail flower. What? Why don't you have the slightest expression of surprise? Yang Dingtian said. Yin Yin suddenly raised her small face and opened her small mouth. Yang Dingtian made a surprised expression. Yang Dingtian was speechless. He pinched her small face and said, Can your expression be any more fake? Yin Yin stuck to Yang Dingtian's face and said tenderly, If it was a year and a half ago, I would be ecstatic. But now, I'm really not interested. My husband is already so powerful. What's the point of me learning martial arts? Isn't it good to raise small animals, plant flowers, cook, make clothes, and raise children at home? It's like if we were an ordinary family and you can earn 1,000 gold coins a month. Then even if I can earn 100 gold coins a month, it's already 10 times more than others. There's no meaning to it, right? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yin Yin's fallacious reasoning seemed to be somewhat reasonable. You are my husband. I only care about you. It doesn't matter to me what I have. Yin Yin said, I only care about my beauty and figure so that your soul won't be taken away by some fox. Speak. What happened between you and Dongfang Bingling? There's nothing between us. Yang Dingtian quickly said resolutely, Nothing. Does that mean nothing counts as nothing? Then before today, there was nothing between us husband and wife. Yin Yin said, Nonsense. Yang Dingtian said, There's nothing between me and Dongfang Bingling. She doesn't even think of herself as a woman, so it's hard for me to think of her as a woman. These words are somewhat reasonable. Yin Yin said, However, she was originally your fiancée, so I can't control that much. But I'm warning you, I'm married into the family first. Even if you want to marry her, she has to obediently call me big sister. Yang Dingtian said speechlessly, Don't worry, she will never have the chance to be your sister. This kind of woman can't become any man's wife. Then Yang Dingtian said, Yin Yin, I have 3 feet of purple profound veins. I can definitely heal your profound veins and even make up for the cultivation you lost these years. I don't want to use it. Yin Yin said, It's best to use it on you. You heard it too. It's practically useless on me. Yang Dingtian said. Yin Yin said, Then you should keep it, just in case. Yang Dingtian said, Yin Yin, your strength is also very important to me. I want you to be my biggest helper. Even if we take back Cloud Heaven City, I will still have to go out and train. Then the family will have to rely on you, big brother and mother-in-law. You and Dongfang Bingling are known as the 2 peerless beauties, so the difference can't be too big. You already said that Dongfang Bingling isn't human. I won't compare myself to her. Yin Yin said, But what you said makes sense. If I become stronger, I can help you and protect Mother. This is also very good. That's right, Yang Dingtian said. Go back to your room and rest for 2 hours. I will prepare the materials here. Then I will use the Naga profound veins to heal you. Okay. Although Yin Yin was reluctant, She still obediently went back to her room to rest. After Yan Yan went back to her room, Yang Dingtian made the necessary preparations outside the courtyard. At this moment, Elder Wuyan, who had just hid in the room, ran out and said in a low voice, "No, don't be rash. You will kill Yan Yan." Elder Wuyan's voice was very low, afraid that Yan Yan would hear it. "How can that be?" Yang Dingtian also whispered, "Do you know how strong these purple naga profound veins are?" Elder Wuyan said, "Without the profound fire, there is no way to completely melt these naga profound veins. Moreover, even if there is a profound fire that can melt these naga profound veins, at least 2 master-level experts will be needed to protect Yan Yan. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she will die in an instant." Then, Elder Wuyan continued, "Yan Yan's profound veins are not injured at all, but they have completely sunk. So for her, these purple naga profound veins will not improve the grade of her profound veins, but completely reconstruct them. The risk is extremely high." "Why are her profound veins like this?" Yang Dingtian asked. "They are poisoned," Elder Wuyan said. "Poison? What poison?" Yang Dingtian asked. "In the extreme north of the Dongli grassland, there is a celestial Red Sea. Any expert who goes there will become powerless, and their Xian Qi will completely disappear. Do you know that?" Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked and nodded. "Of course I know. I have been to the celestial Red Sea." This time, it was Elder Wuyan's turn to be shocked. He said in disbelief, You have been to the celestial Red Sea?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, I have been there." "Then, what does the poison in Yan Yan's body have to do with the celestial Red Sea?" "Anyone who goes near the celestial Red Sea will have their profound energy completely disappear, and they will become powerless." Elder Wuyan said, "That is because in the center of the celestial Red Sea, there is a forbidden area of energy. Legend has it that it is a complete void of darkness that can devour the energy of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Energy black hole." Yang Dingtian said, "I don't understand what you mean by an energy black hole, but you described it very vividly." Elder Wuyan said, "Although this so-called energy black hole is a piece of nothingness, it is also a kind of substance. This substance has permeated the water of the celestial Red Sea for thousands of years. Therefore, the water in the center of the celestial Red Sea also carries this substance, although it is very, very small, only a few 100 million or a few trillion. But if this seawater is collected, 10,000 pounds of seawater can be refined into a powder crystal the size of a dust. This crystal is called the dark crystal. It is the most precious poison in the world, completely surpassing the deep-sea Xian poison." Yang Dingtian said in disbelief, "Yan Yan was poisoned by this dark crystal." "That's right," Elder Wuyan said. "Strictly speaking, this is just a substance, not even a poison. But it is more terrible than any poison in the world, because it is completely undefeatable." Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled with anger. "Who is so cruel? Using such a thing on Yan Yan. She is so cute and harmless. Who is willing to harm her like this? Who used the dark crystal? I don't know. This is the most painful secret in her heart. I don't dare to mention it at all. She was poisoned by the dark crystal. I found out after examining her profound veins for a long time," Elder Wuyan said. "She cares about you so much, so you should ask this question." Yang Dingtian nodded. "That's right. This matter happened 6.5 years ago. It was Yan Yan's deepest secret and the deepest wound in her heart." Yang Dingtian once asked Yan Yan, but she didn't answer because Yan Yan didn't love Yang Dingtian enough at the time. Yang Dingtian had always wanted to know the secret. Elder Wuyan continued, "Therefore, if you want to restore Yan Yan's profound veins, you must reconstruct them. Do you still remember the 5-inch red naga profound vein crystal used on your body?" "Of course I remember," Yang Dingtian said. "Originally, the red naga profound vein crystal was going to be used on Yan Yan, But after we examined Yin Yan's profound veins, we found that the 5-inch red Naga profound vein crystal was useless to Yin Yan. It just happened to offset the energy devouring of the dark crystal. It wasn't enough to reconstruct Yin Yan's profound veins, so we used it on you, Elder Wu Yin said. Yang Dingtian, then is the 1 foot of purple profound vein on my body enough? It's enough, Elder Wu Yin said. It's enough to offset the energy devouring of the dark crystal and completely reconstruct Yin Yan's profound veins. Then isn't it just right to use it on Yin Yan? Yang Dingtian said. It won't work. Elder Wu Yin said. Yin Yan's profound veins are too weak right now. If we use such powerful purple Naga profound veins on her body, Yin Yan's profound veins will completely shatter before the reconstruction even begins. Unless she has 2 master-level experts to protect her, she won't be able to endure the pain of reconstructing her profound veins. This pain is 100 times worse than cleansing her marrow and meridians. And even if she succeeds in reconstructing her profound veins, the remaining profound energy will completely destroy her energy sea and profound veins. Then is there no other way? Yang Dingtian asked. There is a way, Elder Wu Yin said. You need to fulfill 3 conditions at the same time. What conditions? Yang Dingtian asked. The first condition, you need 2 master-level experts to protect you. The second condition, you need a peerless universe condensing pill. The third condition, you need a Yang attribute mystic fire above the highest grade, Elder Wu Yin said. We don't have any of these 3 conditions. So you dare to treat Yin Yan's profound veins with just a purple Naga profound veins. You're going to kill her. Hearing these 3 conditions, Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned. 2 Zhongshe realm experts to protect him. Moreover, such personal protectors had to be women. But there was only Elder Wu Yin in front of him. As for the peerless universe condensing pill, it was priceless. The treasures in Shimin Ningning's space ring were priceless. But there was no peerless pill, not even the highest grade. There were only a few 9th grade pills. There are many master-level experts in the Nether Sea, but I'm the only woman, Elder Wu Yin said. The Nether Sea has the peerless universe condensing pill, but it's impossible for them to take it out. Unless Yin Yan is willing to marry Songyu, there's nothing to talk about. As for the Yang attribute mystic fire, there is a Yang attribute mystic fire in her body. But do you think you can ask him to help? Yang Dingtian's brows were tightly knitted. Originally, he thought that the holy water could cure Yin Yan's profound veins. Now it seemed that he was completely naive and impossible. Granny, the 2 master-level experts, after the reconstruction of the profound veins, will the fire attribute mystic chi in the purple Naga profound veins explode Yin Yan's sea of chi? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Elder Wu Yin said. Will the peerless universe condensing pill protect Yin Yan from harm when the profound veins are being rebuilt? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Elder Wu Yin said. And even if all these conditions are met, the probability of Yin Yan surviving and successfully curing her profound veins is only 80%. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Granny, maybe I have a way to cure her profound veins. That's impossible, Elder Wu Yin said. Even a great grandmaster can't do it, let alone you. Yang Dingtian said, Granny, I'll fulfill all the 3 conditions you mentioned. You're boasting too much. Elder Wu Yin said disdainfully. Yang Dingtian said, The first condition is a Yang attribute mystic fire above the highest grade. I have a Yang attribute mystic fire, but I don't know if it's of the highest grade. You have a mystic fire? Elder Wu Yin said in disbelief. Yes, I have a mystic fire, million spirit, demonic fire. Yang Dingtian said. Elder Wu Yin looked at Yang Dingtian with an expression of disbelief. She, Elder Wu Yin, was almost 100 years old and only had 1 foot in the Grandmaster class. Furthermore, It was impossible for her to enter the Grandmaster class because she didn't have the mystic flame. Unexpectedly, this Yang Dingtian actually possessed the mystic flame. He was only 20 years old, and he already possessed the mystic flame. It was truly enviable. But I don't know what grade my mystic fire is. Yang Dingtian said, "What's the mark to distinguish the grade of a mystic fire?" Elder Wien said, "How wide is the area where the mystic fire is condensed? How often does it bloom? Is there an illusory fire?" Yang Dingtian said, "My million-spirit demonic fire is condensed from the fire energy of the Dongli grassland and hundreds of millions of dead wraiths. Not only does it have an illusory fire, but it also has an affiliated million-spirit in fire." Elder Wien was shocked and speechless again. After a long time, Elder Wien said, "It's not a top-grade mystic fire, not even a peerless one. Only God knows what grade it is." Yang Dingtian said, "Is it enough to cure Yanyan's mystic veins?" "Nonsense, what do you think?" Elder Wien said angrily. She was over 100 years old, but she still couldn't suppress the jealousy in her heart. Next, the second condition. Yang Dingtian said, "I don't have a peerless heaven and earth condensing pill, but I have the holy water I got from the secret realm. It can almost bring the dead back to life. Is it enough?" "You've been to the secret realm?" Elder Wien was shocked. Yang Dingtian nodded again. "You can steal the so-called holy water from the secret realm?" Elder Wien was even more shocked. Yang Dingtian nodded again. "I can't wait to kill you with one palm. My heart is about to split open from jealousy," Elder Wien said. "Someone like you, if you don't become a martial saint, the heavens will strike you to death with lightning. With what you said, ordinary people can definitely become a great Grandmaster, even if their mystic veins are not as good as yours. Can this holy water replace a peerless heaven and earth condensing pill?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Nonsense, what do you think?" Elder Wien said. "But if you meet these two conditions, how are you going to meet the third one? You need 2 great Grandmasters to protect Yanyan and protect her Sea of Qi from being destroyed by the powerful fire-type mystic Qi." "I have a way," Yang Dingtian said. "Dream on. You can't do it alone," Elder Wien said. Yang Dingtian, after she reconstructs her mystic veins, when the remaining mystic Qi in the purple Naga mystic veins is about to explode, I can use the yin-yang devouring mystic art to absorb all her mystic Qi in an instant. Then I can use the yin-yang Qi transformation technique to refine the fire-type mystic Qi into pure non-elemental mystic Qi and feed it back into Yanyan's body." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Wien felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to make a sound. After a long time he said, "What is this yin-yang Qi transformation technique you're talking about?" Yang Dingtian, "It can dissolve mystic Qi of any attribute into non-elemental mystic Qi." "Impossible. There is no such heaven-defying technique in the world," Elder Wien said without hesitation. "Give it a try." Yang Dingtian said, "You are of the ice attribute. Try shooting the most ordinary ice arrow." Elder Wien did as he said and pointed his finger. Suddenly, a blue ice arrow shot out and pierced towards Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian turned his palm and caught the ice arrow in his hand. Then he used the ice dissolving technique of the yin-yang Qi transformation technique. In an instant, the ice arrow turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian pushed his palm gently and pushed out the pure mystic Qi that had been dissolved. Elder Wien withdrew his palm and swallowed the pure mystic Qi. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian in complete shock. After a long time he muttered to himself, "Is there really such a mysterious technique in the world? It's completely heaven-defying. You are the flaw of this chaotic world." Yang Dingtian, "Granny, can I heal Yanyan's mystic veins now?" "Yes." Elder Wien nodded and said, "Perhaps you are the only one in the world who can do it." An hour and a half later, Yan Yan sat in a jade bucket after washing her body. Inside, Yang Dingtian poured half a liter of holy water. Yes, half a liter. When Yang Dingtian used it himself, he only used half a liter at most. But when he used it on Yan Yan, he was afraid that 1 cup would not be enough. So he poured another cup and another cup. In the end, he poured more than a dozen cups, more than half a liter. In addition to the holy water, there was a bucket of completely pure, ordinary water. Because Elder Wuyan was next to him, Yang Dingtian took off his clothes in embarrassment and also entered the bucket. He sat behind Yan Yan. In his hand was a foot of the purple mystic veins of the Naga race. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. Although it was a mystic vein, it was hard and transparent in his hand. It was only a foot long and less than a centimeter in diameter. But inside there were countless energy veins and countless light flashing. Looking closely, it was as if there were countless stars in the purple sky. The short foot of the purple mystic vein of the Naga race was like a piece of the sky, a piece of the universe. It was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing such a beautiful and mysterious thing. Huff! Yang Dingtian flicked his finger, and suddenly a gorgeous million-spirit demon flame appeared. He officially began to heal Yan Yan's mystic vein. Note: Brothers, I beg for a few monthly votes. Chapter 304. Darling, do you feel anything after drinking 2 cups of holy water? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, I feel that my body is light and warm. Yan Yan replied. Remodeling the profound veins was extremely painful. Yang Dingtian couldn't bear for Yan Yan to suffer such pain. Therefore, other than pouring more than half a kilogram of holy water into the jade bucket, he also gave her 2 cups of holy water half an hour in advance. Now, the energy of the holy water should have spread throughout her body. By then, the pain should be greatly reduced. Yang Dingtian stared at the profound fire on his finger, from yellow, to red, to purple, to blue, and finally to an almost transparent colorless. At this time, the profound fire had completely condensed to the extreme. Go! Then, with a light flick of his finger, the profound fire immediately came to life and drilled into the purple Naga's profound veins. In an instant, this foot of Naga's profound veins lit up and became even more magnificent, brighter and brighter. When the light reached the extreme, this section of Naga's profound veins instantly turned into ashes, turning into countless purple photons. Originally, it was 1 centimeter in diameter and 1 foot in length. At this time, the exploding photons covered the entire jade bucket, enveloping Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan's entire body. It was like a purple mist, but also like countless photon fairies. The Naga's profound veins had completely melted, turning into countless independent energy bodies. Originally, at this time, it would take at least 2 Grandmaster-level experts to use all of their profound energy to control these purple photons, and then force them into the body of the person who remodeled the profound veins. But for Yang Dingtian, controlling these purple photons was a piece of cake. A ball of flame suddenly emerged from Yang Dingtian's palm, creating a huge attraction to the purple photons scattered by the Naga's profound veins. Suddenly, countless photons condensed on the flame and merged with the profound fire, turning into a purple, profound fire. Yang Dingtian's hands suddenly grasped at the purple, profound fire. Suddenly, the profound fire turned into a burning purple ball of light. It was like a miniature sun. Yang Dingtian pointed out another mystic flame. After being transformed by the yin-yang qi transformation technique, it turned into a ball of mystic flame without any temperature or energy damage. It completely enveloped the purple ball of light. Baby, open your mouth and swallow it, Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan opened her small mouth, and Yang Dingtian gently pushed her with his palm. Immediately, the purple ball of light entered Yang Dingtian's mouth. Then, Yang Dingtian controlled the ball of light from outside her body and made it go downwards. This plan was independently thought up by Yang Dingtian. He and his master, Dongfang Minmi, had discussed it many times. Originally, The treatment of Yin Yan's profound veins was not done like this. Instead, he directly melted the Naga's profound veins and pressed them on the lower abdomen, using profound energy to force them in. In this way, it was equivalent to forcing the powerful energy of the Naga's profound veins into Yin Yan's energy, C, through the profound veins, and then releasing it from the energy C. This method was extremely harmful to the profound veins and was extremely painful. But now, Yin Yan swallowed the purple ball of light with the Naga's profound veins without any pain, because the surface was wrapped by a non-offensive profound fire. Then, under Yang Dingtian's guidance, it entered the lower abdomen in a semi-physical way. When it reached the lower abdomen, Yang Dingtian's finger lightly stroked. Suddenly, the purple ball of light turned into countless long energy rays and quickly entered Yin Yan's energy sea. It was like an ordinary and harmless profound energy that entered Yin Yan's energy sea without any pain. Yang Dingtian calculated that under his control, the purple ball of light turned into an energy ray and entered the energy sea at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. And it took more than half an hour for the entire purple ball of light to enter Yin Yan's energy sea. In other words, the purple ball of light turned into an energy ray that was close to 100,000 kilometers long. A purple ball of light the size of a ping-pong ball actually turned into a light ray that was 100,000 kilometers long. It could be seen that the profound veins of the Naga's profound veins contained an astonishing amount of matter. Of course, even if the energy ray was extremely thin, it still had a strong offensive power. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still wrapped it with the non-offensive profound fire to prevent it from hurting Yin Yan's fragile, profound veins. After the energy ray entered Yin Yan's energy sea, it immediately began to condense into a purple ball of light that was like a small, beautiful sun. Yin Yan felt that her lower abdomen was emitting a purple light. She couldn't help but be surprised and said, "It's so beautiful. Husband, when I'm pregnant, you can also make one in there so that our baby will have a toy in there." Yang Dingtian was speechless. At this serious moment, Yin Yan was actually talking about this. "Girl, this is a dangerous moment. Don't talk," Elder Wuyan shouted. At this moment, she was probably the most nervous person. As half a great grandmaster, she would never sweat. But at this moment, beads of cold sweat were breaking out on her forehead. Her heart was in her mouth. All the profound energy in her body was circulating at all times, for fear of an accident. After the Naga's profound veins mixed with the profound fire entered Yin Yan's energy sea, Yang Dingtian didn't immediately let it reconstruct Yin Yan's profound veins. Instead, he went to find the energy black hole that was hiding in Yin Yan's energy sea. "Baby, let go of all your defenses and let me enter your energy sea," Yang Dingtian said. "Is it coming again? It hurts," Yin Yan said. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. If he could free his hands, he would definitely beat her up. "It's a mental defense. I want to use the profound fire to find the energy black hole in your energy sea," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, yes." Yin Yan slowly closed her beautiful eyes, using the profound fire as a medium. Yang Dingtian's mental energy entered Yin Yan's energy sea very easily. The energy sea was under the lower abdomen, but it wasn't real. It was an energy space. It could be infinitely big or small. It was like another space world in the human body. At this moment, Yin Yan's energy sea was completely lit up by the purple light ball. The light ball became brighter and brighter. The entire energy sea was dazzling. Then, Yang Dingtian used the profound fire as a medium and used his mental energy to search for the energy black hole. He searched inch by inch. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a sudden chill in his brain. His vision turned black, as if he was completely dragged into a place of absolute darkness. An absolutely cold and dark place. That feeling was too frightening, too strange. Yang Dingtian used all his strength to break free. Finally, he felt his entire consciousness light up. He finally struggled to break free. Found it. he found the energy black hole. It was right below Yin-Yan's energy sea. If Yin-Yan's energy sea was 100 cubic meters, then the energy black hole would be about the size of a fingernail. But it was really complete darkness, an incomparably deep darkness. Originally, the energy sea was already an independent virtual space world, and that energy black hole was completely independent of the energy sea's virtual world. It was a virtual space within a virtual space. Without a doubt, this energy black hole was unsolvable. So, Yang Dingtian's naive idea of using the sacred water to heal Yin-Yan's mystic meridians was completely impossible. The only way to destroy this energy black hole was to let it eat until it was full. In the virtual space, it was merely the size of a fingernail. Then, in the real world, it might be even smaller than a speck of dust. But just this speck of dust-sized energy black hole was enough to devour all of Yin-Yan's cultivation and all of her mystic meridians. When Yin-Yan was 15 years old, she was already a martial profound expert. She was 2 stages higher than Qin Shaobai of the same age and was only 5 levels lower than Dongfang Bingling. And this speck of dust-sized energy black hole was enough to completely destroy everything. Now, if he wanted to reconstruct Yin-Yan's mystic meridians, he first had to let this energy black hole eat until it was full and stop it from devouring. Yang Dingtian drove this purple energy ball towards the energy black hole. Just as it got close, the energy black hole suddenly emitted a terrifying black color. Like the mouth of a demon, it crazily devoured the purple energy ball. Immediately, the purple energy ball overflowed with a purple light and flowed towards the energy black hole. Devour, devour, continuously devouring, this energy black hole continuously devoured the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. The entire devouring process lasted for close to an hour. The entire process was intense, and the amount of energy devoured per unit of time was also very large. When the devouring was over, the energy black hole did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a gray energy body. It just quietly floated in the energy sea and no longer had any destructive power. At this moment, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. This energy black hole had already devoured almost all of Yin-Yan's cultivation and her mystic meridian's talent. It could even devour 1/3 of the purple Naga's mystic meridians. This thing was really too terrifying, not to mention Yin-Yan. Even if it entered the body of a martial revered or master-level expert, it would cause fatal consequences. It could be said that this was already the most terrifying thing in the world. It far surpassed the deep-sea Xian poison. Who on earth would use it on Yin-Yan? It didn't make sense at all. But now was not the time to care about these things. In the end, this terrifying energy black hole was still destroyed. But at this moment, Yin-Yan's mystic meridians had completely withered. Originally, they were at the upper 8th grade. Now, they were not even at the 1st or 2nd grade. Next, it was time to reconstruct Yin-Yan's mystic meridians. According to the original plan, the whole process would be extremely dangerous. Even if there were 2 master-level experts protecting her, the possibility of failure was not small. She might even be smashed to pieces. But Yang Dingtian changed the whole process. For Yin-Yan's safety, Yang Dingtian could be said to have racked his brains. In the end, he thought of the nuclear fusion on Earth. The energy of nuclear fusion was astonishing. Moreover, the cost was extremely low. It could completely change the entire world. But the biggest problem was that there was nothing that could encase nuclear fusion. There was no container that could contain nuclear fusion. The only way was to use a rotating energy body to encase the huge energy of nuclear fusion and then gradually release it. By the same logic, the energy of the purple ball of light in Yin-Yan's energy, C, was incomparably huge. If it was released instantly, Yin-Yan's only outcome would be to be smashed to pieces. Even if there were 2 master-level experts protecting her, it would still be impossible to protect every part of her body. There would still be a huge risk. However, Yang Dingtian combined the mystic fire and yin-yang qi transformation technique to completely encase this energy ball with the non-offensive and non-elemental mystic fire. It even enveloped the energy rays that were as long as 100,000 kilometers. In this way, the originally violent and terrifying energy of the Naga's mystic meridians was incomparably peaceful. Next, it was the release process. The energy photons in the purple ball of light had to be completely released to transform Yin-Yan's mystic meridians and energy, see bit by bit. This process was the most crucial and also the most difficult. The normal way was for two master-level experts to encase the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians with their mystic chi and then control it to overflow bit by bit. This method was extremely difficult and extremely dangerous. Yang Dingtian's method was to open countless small holes on the non-elemental mystic fire surface, including the purple ball of light. In this way, the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians inside would overflow directly. However, it would not explode violently because Yang Dingtian had encased every energy ray with the non-offensive mystic fire's energy. The reason why this could be done was because Yang Dingtian's mystic fire was the million-spirit demonic fire. Other than the mystic fire, there were hundreds of millions of wraiths. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's entire plan was undoubtedly a genius plan. Baby, I'm going to reshape your mystic meridians. It might be painful. You have to bear with it, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Yan gritted her teeth and said with a slightly trembling voice. She was still afraid of pain. Moreover, her mother-in-law had already reminded her that this kind of pain was dozens of times more painful than the cleansing of meridians. It was completely unimaginable and extremely painful. If she was alone, she promised to be strong. However, in front of the man she loved the most, she did not mind being weak at all. At this moment, Elder Wu Yan's face was also distorted. She was really afraid that Yan would not be able to bear this extreme pain. This kind of pain could even cause a person to go into shock or even die. I'm going to start. Break, Yang Dingtian said. Then, following his order, tens of thousands of wraiths immediately left the purple ball of light with a small piece of mystic fire. Suddenly, tens of thousands of tiny holes appeared on the surface of the purple ball of light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians that were rotating at high speed inside shot out from these tens of thousands of holes. Suddenly, an extremely beautiful scene appeared. The purple ball of light suddenly bloomed with tens of thousands of rays of purple light. It was incomparably bright and incomparably gorgeous. At this moment, not only Yan's body, but the water in the entire jade bucket also bloomed with purple light. The purple ball of light was really like a small sun at this moment. These countless rays of energy directly hit the surface of Yan's energy sea. Suddenly, countless rays of energy from the Naga's mystic meridians directly merged into the surface of Yan's energy sea. All of a sudden, the surface walls of the Qi Sea, which had been weakened, were activated and strengthened. It was as if countless brand new cells had drilled into the originally withered cells and became stronger in an instant. Just like this, the Naga's mystic meridians turned into countless rays of energy and transformed the cells one by one. It looked as if the energy sea surface was swallowing the rays of light from the purple ball of light and transforming itself. After the transformation of the energy sea surface was completed, the rays of energy released by the purple ball of light directly drilled out of the energy sea and surged into countless mystic meridians all over the body. Cell by cell, millimeter by millimeter, inch by inch was transformed. Note, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 305. When the transformation began, Yan's delicate body slightly trembled, but that was all. Yan was still a little scared, still slightly shrinking her body, clenching her jade teeth, ready to welcome the hellish pain at any time. But a few minutes passed, half an hour passed, an hour passed. That hellish pain still didn't come, Instead, her body itched, as if the itch came from the bone marrow. Of course, this itch wasn't uncomfortable. Instead, it was warm and numb. Finally, 2 hours passed. Yan Yan couldn't help but say, "Husband, haven't you started yet?" "You can start. I can bear it." At this time, Elder Wuyan on the side said, "You can start, Yang Dingtian, since it's already at this point. It's fine if it hurts a little." Yang Dingtian said, "Wait a little longer. It's going to be over soon." When these words came out, the two were immediately surprised. "What does that mean?" "It's already been a long time, and now it's almost over. But I don't feel any pain at all." Yan Yan said doubtfully. Elder Wuyan said in shock, "It's impossible for there to be no pain. You didn't do the transformation at all. I've seen 4 people transform their profound veins. 1 died and 1 failed. Of the 2 who succeeded, the lightest one fainted 3 times from the pain and pulled out all his nails, trying to use the pain to offset the pain. You're transforming Yan Yan's profound veins. How can there be no pain at all?" Yang Dingtian didn't answer, but continued to control the energy of Naga's profound veins, transforming Yan Yan's profound veins inch by inch. At this time, the transformation had already reached the forehead and wrist. The direction of the transformation had already reached the ankle. The transformation process was already 90% complete. The result was better than Yang Dingtian's imagination. Originally, he thought that although it wouldn't be so painful, it would still be very painful. He didn't expect that it would only be a burst of numbness, and then there was no pain. 10 minutes later, Yan Yan's profound veins transformation was completely completed. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. After designing the plan, Yang Dingtian and his master had deduced many times and felt that there shouldn't be any accidents. But after success, Yang Dingtian still let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Yan Yan's profound veins were finally completely recovered, and the transformed profound veins were even more powerful than Yan Yan's original profound veins. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Dingtian really had the urge to cry. Yan Yan's cultivation had been deteriorating for the past few years. Now, Yan Yan's Xian veins had finally recovered their extremely powerful talent. But the whole process wasn't completely. This foot of Naga clan's profound veins were made up of 2 parts. The foot's profound veins, the profound veins, the profound veins, profound veins. Now, this 1 foot of profound vein was completely used to transform the blazing flame, profound vein. So there was only 1/10 of the profound veins, the lights, and was no, and no was no, it was no. Because all that was left was the fire attribute, profound energy that remained in the profound veins. If this energy was placed in Yang Dingtian's body, it wouldn't be considered much. It would be considered relatively weak. However, although the current Yan Yan possessed terrifying profound veins innate talent, she was still a profound veins expert. However, her Xian Qi cultivation was extremely weak. Last year, she was at the level of a 9-star Xian martial warrior. Now, she was probably at the level of a mid-level Xian martial warrior. Therefore, the explosion of the remaining fire Xian Qi energy was fatal to Yan Yan. Because this profound Qi was in the profound veins and not in the Qi Sea, it possessed a fire-type offensive ability. Darling, your profound veins have been completely transformed. The next step is to dissolve the remnant profound energy in the Naga's profound veins. Yang Dingtian. This requires the 2 of us to use the yin-yang devouring profound, great technique to copulate. Then, I will quickly suck out this profound energy from your energy sea. It will not pass through my energy sea, but will directly dissolve into pure profound energy in your profound veins, and then re-enter your energy sea. It's already healed? Yan Yan was pleasantly surprised. It's already healed? That's impossible. Elder Wuyan directly rushed over. Yan Yan then closed her eyes to feel it. Then she exclaimed, "It's really healed. My original profound veins were like a winding and narrow path, and incomparably congested. Now, my profound veins are vast and boundless, and incomparably smooth. It's as if there's wind flowing all the time. I even feel that my whole body is about to float. This feeling is even clearer than 5 years ago. My profound veins have really recovered, completely recovered, and are even stronger than before. After saying that, Yin Yan's tears had already uncontrollably gushed out. Although she kept saying that she didn't care about her cultivation, she still cried tears of joy when her profound veins were completely recovered. It was as if a person in a wheelchair could suddenly stand up and walk and run healthily and agilely. Elder Wu Yan grabbed one of Yin Yan's hands and then injected profound energy. Immediately, she felt that Yin Yan's profound veins were wide and smooth. This feeling even made her a little jealous. It's really healed, it's really healed. Elder Wu Yan muttered to himself, as if he was in a dream. He looked at Yang Dingtian. For Yin Yan's profound veins, I worried so much that I almost thought of every method. I even asked a great grandmaster of the netherworld sea for help, but there was almost nothing I could do. Even if I had Naga's profound vein crystal, I didn't dare to do it because the risk was too great. Now, Yang Dingtian, you actually did it by yourself. You not only have peerless talent, but also peerless wisdom. The method you used to save Yin Yan, not only could we not do it, we couldn't even think about it. You're too shocking, Yang Dingtian. I want to take back what I said. You are completely worthy of Yin Yan. You are more outstanding than all the young people of the netherworld sea, whether it is your love for Yin Yan, your talent, or your wisdom. Elder Wu Yan said, your ideas are completely unconstrained. You healed Yin Yan's profound veins without any risk. Perhaps you are the only one in the world who can do it. Yang Dingtian immediately smiled embarrassedly. Actually, this more than 1/2 kilogram of holy water can be completely unnecessary. It's a complete waste, Elder Wu Yan said. Through your method, there is no risk at all, and Yin Yan won't have any pain. It's better to be safe than sorry, Yang Dingtian said. Elder Wu Yan looked at Yin Yan and said, Girl, your husband was just worried that you would be in too much pain, so he just spent 1,000 miles of territory to relieve your pain. And these painkillers were not used at all. Elder Wu Yan was not exaggerating. This 1/2 kilogram of holy water, if it was taken to the northwest Qin city, perhaps it could be exchanged for 1,000 miles of territory, because this thing could almost bring the dead back to life. 1,000 miles of territory just to relieve my pain? Hearing Elder Wu Yan's words, Yin Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly became intoxicated. She could not bear it anymore, directly turned around, opened her mouth, and fiercely kissed Yang Dingtian. Her whole body seemed to be burning with passion and beauty. Sure enough, if you want to be romantic, waist first. An astronomical amount of waste could really move any woman, and Shimin Yin Yan was no exception. Yin Yan, don't be in a hurry. We still have to go through the last step, Yang Dingtian said. The last step, isn't it the yin yang devour profound art? I'm very familiar with it. It should have been like this more than 1/2 year ago, Yin Yan said with a smile. The two of them couldn't be more familiar with the yin yang devour profound art. They had already silently recited it hundreds of times in their hearts. Of course, in order to increase the success rate, they needed to use energy crystals to set up a formation. But for Yang Dingtian and Yin Yan, there was no need for any formation. For Yang Dingtian, who had the mystic fire and the yin-yang qi transformation technique, it was enough to control everything. Granny, you still don't want to go out? Yin Yan said. After hearing Yin Yan's words, Elder Wu Yan said angrily, You think I like to watch? I'm afraid of nightmares. Remember, you are now dissolving the mystic qi energy of Naga's mystic veins and introducing this mystic qi into Yin Yan's sea of qi. Don't be shameless. I know, Yin Yan said. Her eyes had been completely burned by the flames blurred. Whether she really knew or not, only God knew. However, even if she forgot everything, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to forget. He operated the yin-yang devour profound art according to the plan, sucking out all the powerful fire mystic qi energy from Yin-Yan's sea of qi, but not into his own sea of qi. After circulating in the mystic veins, he used the fire transformation technique to refine it into pure mystic qi, and then reintroduced it into Yin-Yan's sea of qi. This operation was repeated over and over again. Suddenly, Yin-Yan shook violently. Then her beautiful eyes looked at the sky, and all her movements stopped. Her beautiful eyes instantly lost all focus. This was because her sea of qi was completely filled with mystic qi, and then suddenly expanded and exploded. She broke through. The remnant mystic qi of Naga's mystic veins was almost useless to Yang Dingtian, but to Yin-Yan it was incomparably shocking. Of course, the reason why this powerful energy was able to enter Yin-Yan's sea of qi. It was because it was completely compressed by Yang Dingtian's attributeless mystic fire and Naga's mystic veins, and there was an energy black hole in her sea of qi to balance it. Otherwise, this energy, which was countless times more than the capacity of Yin-Yan's sea of qi, would have been completely smashed into pieces after entering Yin-Yan's sea of qi. In this way, Yin-Yan's sea of qi entered the void again and broke through again and again. After a full hour, Yang Dingtian used the yin-yang devour profound art to completely absorb and dissolve the remnant mystic qi energy of Naga's mystic veins, and once again introduced it into Yin-Yan's sea of qi. After going through the void countless times, Yin-Yan did not know how many times she broke through. Then, the two of them continued to be so tired that they were about to collapse. At this time, the entire process of transforming and treating Yin-Yan was finally completely over. It was really funny. Before, Yin-Yan insisted on using the yin-yang devour profound art countless times, but Yang Dingtian did not agree. This time, the young couple finally used this evil method, but it was used on Yin-Yan. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian woke up. Even if he was strong, he could not help but feel a little sore at this time. Yin-Yan was still in a deep sleep, because the black hole crystal in her sea of qi was removed, and she had broken through many levels in succession. She, who was already exhausted, should not wake up without a full 24 hours of sleep. At this time, Elder Wuyan, who had been guarding by the side, opened his eyes, then reached out and put his hand on Yin-Yan's wrist, and transferred a stream of mystic qi. "Grandma, what is the grade of Yin-Yan's mystic veins talent now?" Yang Dingtian asked. She was originally close to the upper 8th grade, infinitely close to the 9th grade. Elder Wuyan said, although it is not as good as Dongfang Bingling, it should be able to enter the top 10 in the world with this talent. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Not only did Yin-Yan's mystic veins completely recover, but after the transformation, their mystic veins talent was even higher than before. It was just that in the end, she did not break through to the 9th grade. It seemed that the 9th grade mystic veins could only be created by heaven and earth, and was not something that could be done by humans. Then what about her cultivation now? Yang Dingtian asked. He only remembered that Yin-Yan had broken through many times, but he didn't know how many times she had broken through. 9-star great mystic martial master. Elder Wuyan said, half a step away from martial mystic. In other words, this foot of Purple Naga's mystic veins residual mystic qi energy allowed her to break through to the 30th grade. It was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. However, perhaps it could not be considered a breakthrough, but a recovery. Moreover, it has not recovered Yin-Yan's cultivation from 6 years ago. 6 years ago, Yin-Yan was a 4-star martial mystic. Although she has not recovered her cultivation from 6 years ago, but with the mystic veins talent and your extremely powerful husband, her breakthrough will be very, very fast. I believe that it will not be long before she can become a good helper for you. Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Now, Yin-Yan's matter was finally over. The rest was up to him. There were only 2.5 days left until the end of the 3 days. After 2.5 days, he will have to fight Song Yu. If he succeeds, he will take Yen Yen and leave the Sea of Hades. If he fails, he will die under Song Yu's sword, or become a complete cripple and become the lowest servant in the Sea of Hades. Granny has been working hard for a day. Go rest. Yang Dingtian then took out a cup of holy water and said, I heard from Yen Yen that Granny was once seriously injured by someone and has not recovered yet. I think this cup of holy water should be useful to you. Please accept it. This is priceless. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Elder Wuyan said. It's not a gift, it's filial piety. Yang Dingtian said, You love Yen Yen so much. I also see you as my own grandmother. Elder Wen sighed, took the holy water, and walked outside, saying, About the method to break through to Marshal revered in 3 days. Come out and I will tell you. But I must warn you in advance, the consequences of doing this are unimaginable. It is completely the consequence of piercing the sky. Note, brothers, please vote, please support. Chapter 306. What consequences? Will it have any effect on Granny? Yang Dingtian asked. As soon as he said this, Elder Wuyan looked at Yang Dingtian with a gentler gaze. He shook his head and said, It has no effect on me, but for you the consequences will be very, very serious. Yang Dingtian said, If there is no other way, then no matter how serious the consequences are, I will accept it. Granny, tell me, what is it? Elder Wuyan nodded and said, Have you heard of Miju Tuchuo? Yang Dingtian was stunned, then nodded. Of course he had heard of Miju Tuchuo. Not only had he heard of him, he had even pretended to be Miju Tuchuo himself. He is an alchemist of the Netherworld Sea, a beast speaker. If you want to break through to Marshal Saint in 2.5 days, maybe he will have a way. Elder Wuyan said, But I can't guarantee it. Maybe he doesn't have a way, or maybe he doesn't want to. No matter what, I should try. Where is Senior Miju now? Yang Dingtian asked. In the undersea dungeon of the Netherworld Sea, Elder Wuyan said, and this matter also needs Yen Yen because for the past 6 months, Yen Yen has been delivering food to him. Dungeon? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Why is he in the dungeon? Because he obtained a treasure, much more precious than your Naga's Xian veins. Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian was surprised. What treasure is more precious than the purple Naga's Xian veins? A complete Naga's demon core and a golden Naga's demon core. Elder Wuyan said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian exclaimed, Legend has it that Miju Tuchuo obtained a golden Naga's Xian vein crystal. Because of this, he disappeared from this world. Yang Dingtian had heard this rumor before, and when he pretended to be Miju Tuchuo in the Dongli grassland, he used this rumor in front of Yin Tianchong. However, he had always thought that this rumor was false. Unexpectedly, Miju did not obtain a golden Naga profound vein crystal, but the even more precious golden Naga demon core. The demon core of the Naga? How could this be? Furthermore, it was a golden Naga demon core. The value of this item was far beyond the purple Naga race's Xian veins. First of all, this demon core contained a terrifying amount of profound energy. Whether it was a Naga or a demon beast, the Qi energy was not stored in the demon core, but in the sea of Qi. However, the demon core also contained a small amount of Xian Qi energy. If it was an ordinary demon core, or even 1,000-year-old demon core, the Xian Qi energy contained in it would not be of much use to Yang Dingtian. However, the profound Qi energy contained within the Naga clan's demon core, even though it was only a small portion of its own profound Qi. But for Yang Dingtian, it was also extremely shocking. It could be said that the residual Xian Qi in the Naga's demon core might be enough for Yang Dingtian to break through to the martial venerable realm. An ordinary Naga was already the top class in this world, and the golden demon core was a color that only members of the Naga royalty would have. So, how shocking was the Xian Qi energy contained in it? Of course, although the Xian Qi contained in it was extremely shocking. It was nothing compared to the other values of this demon core. The most precious thing about this demon core was the soul and memory it contained. Yes, there was a part of the memory in the demon core. That was why Horror Mountain Village's Zhao Wuji used the best demon core to forge the soul sword and produce the violent and cruel sword spirit. Of course, at least 10,000 years had passed since the death of the Naga, so the soul, memory, and Xianqi energy in this demon core had dissipated a lot. However, the little bit of soul and memory that remained was also extremely shocking. If an extremely powerful soul master could extract the memory inside, even if it was just a few words, it would bring an extremely shocking harvest. Of course, it was too difficult to do this. There shouldn't be such a powerful soul master in this world. And the most direct use of the soul in the demon core was to be used to feed the soul sword. In this world, perhaps there was no soul more suitable to feed the sword spirit than the soul of the Naga. The domineering aura of a king that looked down on the world, the arrogance and momentum of standing at the top of the world, could completely make the cultivation of the sword spirit have a qualitative leap. It could be said that if the residual soul of the Naga royalty was used to feed the sword spirit, the time for the sword spirit to be born could be shortened by more than half. Senior Miju's position in the Netherworld Sea is extremely high. Even if he obtained the Naga royalty's demon core, why was he imprisoned? Yang Dingtian asked, "Is it because Sect Master Wu you wanted to snatch the Naga's demon core?" "Of course not," Elder Wien said. "Although the Naga royalty's demon core is extremely precious, Sect Master Wu you would not go to the extent of scheming to snatch it. Moreover, if he wanted it, he could have just asked. The reason why Didamiju was imprisoned was because of some unspeakable reason. He tried to escape from the Netherworld Sea and stole more than a dozen treasures of the Netherworld Sea and killed 17 disciples. Therefore, he was seriously injured by Sect Master Wu Yu and imprisoned in the underwater prison. So the Naga royalty's demon core is still in Senior Miju's hands? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Elder Wien said. So he is the only person who can help you break through to the revered level in 2.5 days, as long as he is willing to give you the Naga royalty's demon core. Although it is a waste to use this demon core to help you break through to the revered level. But for now, it seems that this is the only way. Do you think he will be willing to give me the demon core? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course not, Elder Wien said. So, I'm basically wasting my time talking about this method. No matter who gets the Naga royalty's demon core, they will not hand it over, let alone Miju. This person is famous for his indifference and selfishness. After that, Elder Wien looked at Yang Dingtian. So, you can try, but don't get your hopes up. We will think of another way. Yang Dingtian nodded. He is full of hatred for everyone in the Netherworld Sea. But because Yan Yan accidentally saw him when he was imprisoned, she said a lot to him and then often brought him food. So Yan Yan is the only person he likes. Elder Wien said, In 2 hours, wake up Yan Yan and let her take you to see Didamiju. We don't need 4 hours. We can go now. Suddenly, Yan Yan's voice came from behind. At this time, her voice was completely hoarse, and she looked very cute. Then there was the sound of water splashing, and she stood up from the jade bucket. Moreover, at this time, she looked sleepy and lazy, but her whole body was full of the light of happiness. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Yang Dingtian asked. Your matter is not settled yet. I can't sleep. Yan Yan said, I will take you to see Old Man Miju, but you have to be mentally prepared. He looks very scary. He reached out and picked up Yan Yan's delicate body, and the water flowed down. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes fell on Yan Yan's sea of qi, and he was in a daze. Yan Yan blushed, stared at him, and whispered, Stupid face, haven't you seen enough? Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth and said, You are so beautiful, I can never see enough. But I am looking here. After saying that, Yang Dingtian pointed at Yan Yan's sea of qi. In the center of her snow-white and flawless lower abdomen, there was a faint black and red ball, vaguely in the shape of a flame, and it was moving. In the madness, just now, I almost forgot something important. There is still something in your sea of qi that has not been taken out. Yang Dingtian said. What is it? Yin Yan asked. The dark crystal wrapped in flames, the terrifying thing that created the energy black hole. Yang Dingtian said, just now it swallowed 1/3 of the purple Naga's Xian vein energy, so it is no longer destructive and stopped swallowing. And just now, after we completed the profound devouring great technique, we only cared about sleeping and forgot to take this thing out. How do we take it out? Do we reach in and take it out? Yin Yan said. Although it is now a dormant dark crystal, it is still difficult to force it out with your cultivation. We still need to use the profound devouring great technique to suck it out. Yang Dingtian said. When these words came out, Yin Yan's delicate body trembled, and she said timidly again, I can't take it anymore. Don't worry, I will be very careful this time. My movements will be very fast, and it will be done in a moment. Yang Dingtian said. Then okay. Yin Yan gritted her teeth and said that it was said to be a moment, but in fact it was another half an hour. The dormant dark crystal was now forced to the center of Yang Dingtian's palm. The energy black hole, in Yin Yan's sea of qi, was just a virtual body of energy, but it still had a physical substance. Yang Dingtian needed to force it out of her body inch by inch. Out. Yang Dingtian's profound energy suddenly burst out, and an extremely small ball of darkness suddenly flew out of his palm. Yang Dingtian looked closer and said, This is the world's #1 strange poison, the dark crystal that far surpasses the deep sea profound poison. This was refined from tens of thousands of kilograms of seawater from the center of the celestial Red Sea. Tens of thousands of kilograms of seawater was only able to refine such a small ball. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that it was about the size of a speck of dust. But now, it seemed that it was not even the size of a speck of dust. In the Earth era, almost no one would be able to see this dark crystal with their naked eyes. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that this thing's diameter should be less than 1/100th of a millimeter. And it was this dark crystal that was so small that it could not be seen with the naked eye that completely devoured Yin Yan's profound veins talent, as well as her more than 10 years of cultivation. Yin Yan, who is so cruel to do such a thing to you? Yang Dingtian asked. Yin Yan's expression changed, and her beautiful eyes flashed with incomparable pain. She said, Their target was not me, but father. Brother, I will tell you about this matter when we reach Cloud Heaven City, okay? This matter was the most painful secret in Yin Yan's heart. At this moment, she was not completely prepared to tell him everything. Of course, at this moment, she had already given her heart and soul to Yang Dingtian, so she had already decided to tell him. But perhaps she needed to return to her own home before she would have the courage to tell him the whole secret. Okay, Yang Dingtian said gently. Brother, then what do we do with this evil thing? Yin Yan asked, Can we destroy it? So that it won't harm the human world. I will try to use the mystic flame and see if I can burn it. Yang Dingtian said. Whoosh! A flame suddenly emerged from Yang Dingtian's finger. The color of the flame became redder and thinner. At this moment, the mystic flame that Yang Dingtian summoned had condensed the terrifying energy to the extreme, so it was almost indestructible and could destroy anything in this world. Previously, in order to forge the youngling sword, Yang Dingtian had to find the best earth fire to melt the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. At this moment, the flame in Yang Dingtian's palm could instantly burn a 10,000-year-old bloody black gold into ashes. You might be the darkest thing in this world. Now I will completely destroy you, Yang Dingtian said. Then the terrifying million-spirit demon flame rushed towards the dark crystal to devour it. If the energy black hole was merely an illusory body of energy, Yang Dingtian's mystic flame would be helpless. But at this moment, it obviously had a physical body, so the million-spirit demon fire was absolutely indestructible. The terrifying million-spirit demon fire burned this extremely dark thing in a frenzy. The darkness crystal gradually changed color. From the extreme black color, it became black-red, and finally it became red. It was almost the same color as the mystic flame. When the red color reached the extreme, the darkness crystal would be completely destroyed. At this moment, something extremely shocking happened. Suddenly, the darkness crystal that was burning red became extremely restless. It started to jump crazily, as if it was trying to break free from something. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding world darkened. The house that Yang Dingtian was in shook violently. The moonlight outside also dimmed. Then, not only did the darkness crystal not get destroyed, it suddenly expanded 10 times and became the size of a speck of dust. Then, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan felt their bodies become completely cold and dark. The darkness crystal that was the size of a speck of dust became completely dark again. An energy black hole formed in Yang Dingtian's palm. It was 10 times stronger than the one in Yan Yan's energy sea. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had completely sensed the terrifying devouring power of this energy black hole because he could feel that his chi vessel was extremely restless. All the mystic meridians in his body were getting restless. Even his soul, spirit, and spiritual energy were getting restless. It was as though an opening would open up at any moment and pour out violently before being devoured by this energy black hole. This thing was too shocking. At this time, Yan Yan's expression had changed completely. She was about to faint completely. The light in her eyes was on the verge of collapse and could be extinguished at any time. Yan Yan was in danger. This small energy black hole was actually going to devour everything. What's going on? Elder Wian suddenly rushed in from outside and pulled Yin Yan behind him to protect her. I sucked the darkness crystal out of Yan Yan's body and burned it with a mystic flame. In the end, not only was it not destroyed, it became 10 times stronger, Yang Dingtian said. Heavens! Elder Wuyen's expression changed. What should we do? What should we do? Quickly throw it away and destroy it. Otherwise, your entire cultivation base will be destroyed in an instant. However, there was no doubt that it could not be destroyed. Throw it away? No matter where it was thrown, the people around it would be completely finished. And if it fell into the hands of other people from the Netherworld Sea, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, the burning mystic flame suddenly disappeared and drilled into the darkness crystal. The mystic flame that was burning, it was actually devoured. It could even devour mystic flame? Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Then, in this world, what could stop this darkness crystal? Nothing at all. Just a small speck of dust was so shocking. If it was the size of a basketball, then the life and energy of the entire world would be completely devoured. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He did not know where to put it. Inside the spatial ring, there were many energy treasures inside. Once this thing was placed inside, the treasures inside the spatial ring would be completely destroyed. Now, there was only one way to make it go silent. That was to let it devour enough energy and let it go silent again. But now, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. To make it go silent, at least 10 times the energy of the Purple Naga race's mystic veins was needed. Where was he going to find such energy? But at this time, things changed again. The darkness crystal that had devoured the mystic flame suddenly exploded. Whoosh! Then, a dark flame appeared in the air. That's right, a black flame. Yang Dingtian had never seen a dark flame, including Elder Wuyen, had never seen a dark flame before. The darkness crystal and the mystic flame merged and became a brand new thing, the dark flame. After transforming into the dark flame, the suction force that wanted to devour everything disappeared. Light was restored in the room, and the moonlight outside was also restored. This black flame burned quietly. Suddenly, it tilted its head and gently approached Yang Dingtian. It was like a naughty child that came to smell Yang Dingtian's breath. Then, as if it sensed something, it actually jumped and cheered. "Grandma, what is this thing?" Yang Dingtian said in shock. "Another mystic flame. Yang Dingtian, you just created a brand new mystic flame." Elder Wuyan said, "You used a part of the million spirit demon flame and the darkness crystal to create a brand new mystic flame." Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. It could be done like this? Of course, this is only an infant mystic flame, and it's still very weak, Elder Wuyan said, but when it grows up, it will become the most powerful and most terrifying mystic flame in the world. This mystic flame is comparable to the entire hell. The million spirit demon flame, the king of all mystic flames, was an item of extreme yang. The darkness crystal, the pinnacle of darkness energy in this world, was the overlord of darkness. Now, the two had combined to create a brand new mystic flame, a mystic flame baby that could be named the King of Darkness. Also, this mystic flame has recognized you as its master, Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian said in shock, "Then what should I do now? Absorb it into my sea of qi?" "Of course not," Elder Wuyan said. "If you do that, it will devour everything in your sea of qi. You can't raise it in your sea of qi. You have to put it in another place. But there is no such place in this world. So the only outcome is that this mystic flame baby will dissipate and perish." "It will perish?" Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. "It was formed by the combination of the darkness crystal and the million spirit demon flame. How can it perish?" "If it is the million spirit demon flame, because it has the same fate as you, it will not perish unless you die. If it is the darkness crystal, it will be invincible and will never perish. But after combining to form the mystic flame, it will have life, and it will have no place to live. Its energy will continue to overflow until it completely dissipates and perishes. How could this be? If he let it enter his sea of qi, this mystic flame baby will devour everything. But if it doesn't enter his sea of qi, it will dissipate and perish. It is the king of darkness. Maybe it shouldn't exist in this world. Just let it perish," Yang Dingtian said. "No," Elder Wuyan said. "Do you know about the World Gate? You should know about the border protectors. You should know about the Celestial Red Sea." Yang Dingtian, "Of course I know. In the Celestial Red Sea, anyone who enters will temporarily lose all their mystic qi. So if you want to break this rule, you have to destroy the border protectors in the Celestial Red Sea. You have to pass through the World Gate, and maybe the only way is through this mystic flame of yours. When it is strong enough, it can destroy all the darkness energy in the Celestial Red Sea." Elder Wuyan said, "Its appearance may be preordained by the heavens, the fate of this world. Now, what you need is to give it a place to live. Then you can find food for it in the future to make it stronger. What kind of food do you think it will eat?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Energy, all kinds of energy. The best would be mystic flames, the more the better," Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. In this world, every mystic flame was extremely precious. Anyone who obtained a mystic flame could become a Grandmaster level expert. Even this Elder Wuyan in front of him didn't have a real mystic flame. And this mystic flame in front of him actually wanted to eat mystic flames as food. From the moment it was born, it was destined to be the overlord of energy, even though it was still very weak right now. What he needed now was to find a place for it to live. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of something and said, "Grandma, can it live in a soul ring?" "It is the soul ring of the evil soul art. It is specially used to store puppet battle souls." "You have a soul ring? You learned the evil soul art?" Elder Wuyan asked. "I didn't learn it. It was Duga Xiao who forced the evil soul art into my mind. I have never used it before." Yang Dingtian asked, "Can it live in a soul ring?" Of course, the soul ring is an independent energy space, completely isolated from the outside world. The mystic flame, baby, can live in it. Elder Wuyan said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian took out the soul ring from the space ring, then used his mystic chi to guide the mystic flame into the soul ring. Although the mystic flame baby was unwilling, it wriggled and entered the soul ring. It wanted to live in Yang Dingtian's sea of chi, but it was barely acceptable to enter the soul ring. There are many remaining evil puppet battle souls in the soul ring. It shouldn't be a problem for the mystic flame, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course it's a problem. They will be eaten up. Just nice for the mystic flame to eat. Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian held the soul ring in his hand. And indeed, the moment the mystic flame entered, the terrifying coldness and the miserable howls disappeared instantly. The evil fighting soul that remained inside was completely devoured by the darkness, profound flame. Although the evil puppet battle souls were very scary, compared to the mystic flame, they were like ants facing a king. Grandma, when can I lead it into my sea of chi? Yang Dingtian asked, because the mystic flame could only share the same fate as its master when it was led into the sea of chi, and could be used as it wished. I don't know. Elder Wuyan shook his head and said, but when it can enter your sea of chi, you will know. It is still a newborn baby now. When it grows up and is invincible, you have to be patient. Yang Dingtian nodded. All right, time is of the essence. You and Yan should hurry and find Miju Tuchuo. No matter what method you use, you have to get his golden demon core of Naga royalty and break through to martial honorable in the shortest time possible. Elder Wuyan said, Yes, Grandma, we will go and find Miju Tuchuo now. More than an hour later, Yang Dingtian and Yan put on their clothes again, took the food boxes, got on a small boat, and rowed towards the dungeon at the bottom of the Sea of Hades. Whether they could break through to martial honorable, whether they could break through to Songyu, and whether they could bring Yan out of the Sea of Hades and return to Cloud Sky City would depend on whether they could get the priceless Naga royalty demon core from Miju Tuchuo. The Naga royalty was close to that of a demigod. Note, begging for support, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 307. While Yang Dingtian was rowing the boat, Yan was lying lazily on the other side of the boat. Her beautiful eyes were blurred and happy as she looked at Yang Dingtian's face. Brother, compared to Songyu, you're really not handsome, Yan said. Yang Dingtian said, a handsome man should have an ugly wife, and an ugly man should marry a delicate woman. Why do I need to be handsome? It's enough that you're beautiful. Those handsome men are already so good-looking, so it's better to leave a beauty like Yan to those of us who aren't handsome. But some people say that all women look the same after blowing out the lamp, Yan said. After getting into bed, even if a woman is as beautiful as Dongfang Bingling, men can't see her clearly. Where did you hear this nonsense? Yang Dingtian said. After blowing out the lamp, even if the eyes can't see, the heart can still see. A man will be more energetic when his wife is beautiful. Miju Tuchuo's cell was quite far away. Although time was very tight, Yang Dingtian still rowed slowly. The sea was as calm as a mirror and the sun rose. Such a beautiful and romantic scenery. The two of them were alone on the boat. Yang Dingtian was not willing to miss such a romantic moment. Just as Yang Dingtian was chatting with Yan, a boat came over from not far away at a very fast speed. There were two men and a woman on the boat. The men were handsome and the woman was gorgeous. They should be disciples of the Netherworld Sea. From afar, they could see that the two young men were desperately trying to please the gorgeous woman. The gorgeous woman, on the other hand, looked at the sea indifferently. However, when they saw Yan, the eyes of the two male disciples suddenly lit up. Their gazes moved away from the gorgeous woman and landed on Yan's face. Then, they sped up the boat and rowed towards Yan. Suddenly, the gorgeous woman's face turned cold, and her eyes were full of hostility as she looked at Yan. Miss Yan, are you delivering food to venerable extermination again? You're so pure and kind. As soon as he approached, the man in the blue robe immediately complimented Yan. Yan sat up straight, turned her face away and ignored him. At this time, another young man on the boat said, "Miss Yen Yen, when did you hire a laborer to row the boat? Look at his bronze face. He's really good at rowing. It's stable and comfortable." Yen Yen still ignored her and treated her like a mosquito. "But Miss Yen Yen, even if you're looking for a laborer to row the boat, you shouldn't find someone so unpresentable. You just have to casually call, and any of our brothers from the Sea of Hades will immediately come to your door. I guarantee that they'll row better than this servant." That person continued to smile when he saw that Yen Yen was ignoring him. Hearing this person directly calling Yang Dingtian a servant, Yen Yen stood up and said to the gorgeous woman on the boat, "Sister Yanhua, are you still going to tolerate these two flies? Let's each kill one of them." After saying this, Yen Yen directly picked up her sword and jumped toward the search boat. She pulled out her sword and slashed at the man with the foul mouth. The gorgeous woman was also furious. After a moment of hesitation, she also pulled out her sword and slashed at the other man. Immediately, the two disciples of the Sea of Hades desperately dodged. Unfortunately, the two women were too ruthless. After being slashed several times, they quickly jumped into the sea and fled. "Sister Yanhua, are you happy?" Yen Yen asked. "Happy." The gorgeous woman gasped for breath. The rise and fall of her chest was very spectacular. Looking at Yen Yen's beautiful face, she said with jealousy, "But if you let me slash your face twice, I'll be even happier." This woman really hated Yen Yen. Since Yen Yen came, her position in the hearts of the young disciples of the Sea of Hades dropped sharply. Although Yen Yen's cultivation was so weak that it was almost negligible, her charm directly killed all the female disciples of the Sea of Hades. Yen Yen laughed and held the gorgeous woman's arm, saying, "Good sister, don't worry. I'm leaving soon. You don't have to hate me anymore." "Leaving?" The gorgeous woman said, "How can you leave? You owe the Sea of Hades a debt that can't be repaid in 10 lifetimes. Don't even think about leaving." "My husband is coming to pick me up," Yen Yen said, her expression full of pride. "Is this really your husband?" The gorgeous woman looked at Yang Dingtian up and down and said, "Heavens, he's not worthy of you. He's not worthy of you in any way. Yen Yen, your taste is very ordinary. I don't like this kind of man. The two people you just killed, any one of them is stronger than him." Hearing the two women talk about him without restraint, Yang Dingtian touched his nose in embarrassment. Yen Yen heard the other party belittle her husband and immediately became angry, saying, "TCH, what do you know? Do you know Dongfang Bingling?" "Nonsense, I don't know." "The fairy of the ninth heaven, the world's most beautiful woman, the world's only successor to the martial saint, the future leader of the Tiando League." The gorgeous woman said, her mouth flattened. Her tone was full of hostility and jealousy, as well as unconcealable worship. "Dongfang Bingling is so powerful, but she still fell in love with my husband. Don't you think he's powerful?" Yen Yen said disdainfully. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This girl hated Dongfang Bingling to the core, but in order to give face to her husband, she did not hesitate to use Dongfang Bingling as a stepping stone for Yang Dingtian. "Really?" that gorgeous woman exclaimed. She then looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She took a few more careful glances and said, "You don't say. If you take a closer look, your husband is really filled with a strange charm." "Nonsense. There's one more thing that will scare you to death," Yen Yen said. "My husband is the only person to enter the Netherworld Sea in hundreds of years. Even sect leader Wu, you can't do anything to him." Heavens! This time the gorgeous woman looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes full of little stars. For her, sect leader Wu Yu was a heaven-like figure. Whoever dared to go against sect leader Wu Yu, she would worship them. Yang Dingtian on the side was completely dumbfounded. How could he not see that Yen Yen was such a gossipy little woman before? Next, the two women whispered and talked until they were about to reach the island where Miju Tuchuo was imprisoned. Only then did they reluctantly separate. Sister, this netherworld sea is a big prison. It's so boring. It's fun outside. You can find a way to get out in the future. Yan Yan said, In your dreams. I can't go out even if I want to. The woman was full of envy. Then Yan Yan waved her hand and jumped back to Yang Dingtian's ship. Sister, goodbye. Goodbye. The gorgeous woman threw a coquettish glance at Yang Dingtian and said, Come on, junior brother Yang. Defeat that hypocrite Song Yu. Yang Dingtian smiled at her. After her ship was far away, Yang Dingtian said, The netherworld sea is really different from other forces. Yan Yan said, Yes, the interior of the netherworld sea is very free, but it's also like a prison. It's very undisciplined, very cold, and very dangerous. Soon, the island where Miju Tichuo was imprisoned was in front of them. This island was different from other islands. Along the way, Yang Dingtian passed by the ugliest island was Wuyan Island. The other islands were lush and full of flowers, but the island in front of them was uglier and more ferocious than Wuyan Island. The whole island was black and red. The black stones were full of deep cracks, and blood-red magma flowed through the cracks. Yan Yan and Yang Dingtian jumped onto the island. There was no guard on the island. Yan Yan took Yang Dingtian to the center of the island, where there was an entrance. The two of them went down the steps of the entrance. They went down, down, and down, until they reached the dungeon of the netherworld sea after a few hundred meters. There were many cells in this dungeon, and each cell had a thick door. Yan Yan came to a door and pushed it lightly. The thick stone door immediately opened. Instantly, a boiling hot aura hit them in the face. Instantly, the boiling hot aura made breathing painful. The cell inside was about 200 to 300 square meters, but most of it was surging magma. A ferocious boulder was exposed from the magma, and the prisoner was chained on this boulder. This prisoner should be the world's #1 alchemist, Miju Tichuo. At this time, he was really neither human nor ghost. According to Elder Wuyan, he had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. At this time, his hair was almost all gone, and what was left was gray and dry. His body was completely withered, and there was only a layer of skin on his skeleton. The original color of his clothes could no longer be seen. At this time, he was lying on the ground, and he looked smaller than a dog. He was as light as a withered leaf. However, after Yan Yan went in, he suddenly sat up. He abruptly sat up and said in ecstasy, "Girl, you're here? Are you here? What delicious food did you bring for me?" At this time, Yang Dingtian finally saw his face. It was really a face like Gui Gui's. There was almost no flesh on his face, and his eye sockets were deep, making his eyes even bigger. His nose and mouth were protruding, and it was comparable to Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. In fact, it was even more terrifying because his nose was too long and sharp. Then he saw Yang Dingtian. His eyes revealed a hint of a beast-like glint, and he said sternly, "Little girl, who is he? Who is he?" "He's my husband," Yan Yan said. Miju Tichuo suddenly jumped up and said, "How can you have a husband? How can you? You're so beautiful and pure. You shouldn't be able to marry in your lifetime. How can you have a husband? Let him go, let him go. I'll sleep and forget about this. The next time you come, I'll be a perfect and pure little girl again." Yang Dingtian was really speechless. After more than 10 years of imprisonment, this Miju Tichuo had become a little perverted. Of course, he didn't have any ulterior motives towards Yan Yan. But in these 10 years, Yan Yan was the only beautiful thing he had come into contact with. Mentally, he wanted to monopolize this beauty and not let anyone else taint it. Because in these 10 years, Yan Yan was the only one who came to see him. She was also the only one who came to bring him food and chat with him. For more than a year, Yan Yan was free in the sea of spirits. Except for a few places, she could go anywhere. It was purely a coincidence that she came to this island and saw Miju Tichuo in the dungeon. Because of her kind heart, she pitied Miju Tichuo. Therefore, she would deliver food to Miju Tichuo every 2 or 3 days and chat with him, although Miju Tuchuo would never starve to death as long as he took pills. "Old man, I'm leaving soon. This might be the last time I bring you food," Yin Yin said. "No," Miju Tuchuo suddenly screamed. "You can't leave, you can't leave. You can't do this. My only wish to live every day is to wait for you to bring me food and talk to me. You can't leave, you can't leave. My husband is coming to pick me up. I'm leaving the sea of spirits with him," Yin Yin said. "No, no," Miju Tuchuo screamed and rushed over, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He roared, "If he wants to take you away, I'll kill him. Kill him! I'll tear him into pieces!" After saying that, he rushed toward Yang Dingtian with all his might. His face was ferocious, and he bared his sharp teeth. Although only half of his teeth were left, he looked even more ferocious and terrifying. However, it was obvious that he couldn't rush over, because something terrifying was inserted into his lower abdomen, where his sea of qi was. It seemed to be a rope, but it also seemed to be some kind of terrible tentacle. The other end of the tentacle went all the way into the magma. The tentacle inserted into Miju Tuchuo's sea of qi not only made it impossible for him to leave, but also made it impossible for him to use any of his qi. Miju Tuchuo, who was imprisoned, was really living a life worse than death. "Grandpa, can you help me with something?" Yin Yin said. Miju Tuchuo nodded desperately and said, Okay, as long as you don't leave, I'm willing to help you with anything. Can you give that golden Naga royalty demon core to my husband?" Yin Yin said. "No, that's impossible." Miju Tuchuo's crazy face suddenly became calm, and then he looked at Yin Yin gloomily and said, "Little girl, did you come to bring me food and chat with me just for this Naga demon core? Is that right?" As he spoke, Miju Tuchuo's eyes became crazier and more dangerous. Yin Yin did not act coquettishly, but looked at Miju Tuchuo seriously and said, "In order to save me, my husband went to the Netherworld Sea and offended Lord Wu Jin. They want to destroy my husband's kung fu and keep him as the lowest slave in the Netherworld Sea. If he wants to leave, he has to defeat Song Yu. If he wants to defeat Song Yu, he has to break through to Marshal Venerable. We can't do anything. The Naga royalty demon core in your hand is his only hope of breaking through to Marshal Venerable." Although Yin Yin did not explain, Miju Tuchuo's expression relaxed. He believed that Yin Yin did not bring him food for his treasure, which was very important to him. Miju Tuchuo fell into deep thought and muttered to himself, "This golden demon core of Naga royalty is all I have. It is because of it that I am imprisoned here. Now, you want me to give it to your husband?" "Yes, Grandpa," Yin Yin said. "My husband will give you something in exchange." "Exchange?" Miju Tuchuo laughed and said, "What exchange? The demon core of Naga royalty is very precious. What can he give you in exchange?" "Ridiculous." Then Miju Tuchuo's eyes turned to Yang Dingtian and said, "Boy, you want to exchange it for the Naga royalty demon core in my hand?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, Senior." "What are you going to give me in exchange?" Miju Tuchuo asked. 2 feet of Naga purple Xian veins. It should be able to heal your damaged Xian veins and Qi Si. Also, I have holy water that can bring the dead back to life. Yang Dingtian said, "You have Naga Xian veins?" Miju Tuchuo exclaimed, "And that so-called holy water, where did you get it?" Yang Dingtian said, "The Naga Xian veins were given to me by the border guardian Tantai. I got the holy water from an ancient secret realm." "The border guardian? You have seen the border guardian?" Miju Tuchuo trembled. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "You have seen the border guardian and you are still alive? You have even been to an ancient secret realm? Who are you?" Miju Tuchuo asked. "I am Yin Yin's husband, Dongfang Minmi's last disciple," Yang Dingtian said. "Dongfang Minmi?" Miju Tuchuo pursed his lips and said, "He is just an overconfident person. There is nothing special about him." Then Miju Tuchuo stared at Yang Dingtian with burning eyes and sneered. Do you really want to exchange it for the Naga royalty demon core in my hand? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. All right. Miju Tuchuo said, but I don't want the purple Nagashan veins or that so-called holy water. I only want one thing. As long as you give me that thing, I will give you the Naga royalty demon core. What thing? Yang Dingtian asked. Chapter 308. Duda Miju didn't answer. What is it? Yang Dingtian asked again. Senior, what do you want me to give you in exchange for the Naga royalty? Duda Miju pointed to Yan Yan next to Yang Dingtian and said, She will stay with me. Yang Dingtian's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, Senior, I don't even want to answer your question. Besides, I don't want to hear it from your mouth a second time. I don't want much. Duda Miju said, I just want her to chat with me every day and bring me food. Until the day I die, she can leave and go out to be with you. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, Senior, I sympathize with your experience. However, I came here for Yan Yan's freedom. Do you think I will sacrifice her freedom in exchange for something? Duda Miju looked at Yan Yan and said, Girl, do you want to help your husband? Do you want him to become stronger? As long as you stay with your grandfather, I will give him the Naga royalty's demon core. After saying that, Duda Miju looked at Yan Yan with shining eyes. Yang Dingtian also looked at Yan Yan. Yan Yan shook her head and said, That's impossible, grandfather. I have been separated from my husband for more than a year. I don't want to be separated from him again. I want to be with him. I am my husband's woman. Everything I have is his. If he said no, then it was no. It doesn't matter if you don't want to exchange the Naga royalty's demon core. Duda Miju said in a sharp voice, Are you going to watch your husband die in Song Yu's hands? So what? I will die with him anyway. Yan Yan smiled and said, Dying together is not bad. Duda Miju's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, In that case you can go. Then he slowly closed his eyes, not prepared to say another word. Farewell, Senior. Yang Dingtian then held Yan Yan's hand and turned to leave. When he reached the stone door, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered something and turned back. All of you scram. Seeing Yang Dingtian turn around, Miju Tuchuo said coldly, Either you exchange Yan Yan for the Naga Demon nucleus or you scram. There is no third option. Yang Dingtian walked in front of Duda Miju and said, Senior, Yan Yan can't come to see you anymore. That's why I'm giving you a gift to help you pass this lonely time. Hee, what kind of trick are you trying to pull? You want to move me by retreating in order to advance. You want me to give you the Naga royalty demon core? Dream on. Extermination, Duda sneered disdainfully. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He directly pulled out his sword and cut off a layer of the stone slab in front of Duda Miju, making a smooth and flat square. Then he used his sword to draw a grid and made a go board. Then he used his sword to dig out a stone and grinded it into chess pieces. Of course, the stones here were all black, and 181 black chess pieces were ground out. As for the white chess pieces, the ground chess pieces would turn white after being burned with the mystic flame. After making the Go board, Yang Dingtian explained the rules of Go to Miju Tuchuo clearly. That's all. Next, my left and right hands will play chess. Please take a look, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian played chess with himself. His left hand controlled the white chess pieces, and his right hand controlled the black chess pieces. Step by step, he played chess. In less than half of the game, Miju Tuchuo, who was full of disdain and cursing, fell silent. He was completely immersed in the game. Then he grabbed the white chess pieces and played with Yang Dingtian. In the first game, Miju Tuchuo lost terribly. In the second game, he lost terribly as well. In the third game, Miju Tuchuo's Go skills improved greatly. In the fourth game, in the fifth game, after a full 10 hours, Yang Dingtian threw down the chess pieces in his hand and said to Miju Tuchuo, Senior, it's going to be dark soon. Yen Yen, and I will go back. As you can see, you won't get tired of playing Go, and there's no end to it. You can play with yourself and pass the infinite time. Miju Tuchuo's eyes reluctantly left the Go board. Then he smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Your Go is very interesting. Who invented it?" "In this world, I'm the first to make Go," Yang Dingtian said. "You." Miju Tuchuo said, "You don't look like someone who is as wise as the sea." Yang Dingtian smiled and didn't refute. "Goodbye, senior." Then, Yang Dingtian took Yen Yen's hand and left. After taking a dozen steps, Miju Tuchuo suddenly said, "Hold on." Instantly, Yen Yen's face lit up with joy. Miju Tuchuo said, "Boy, the Go you gave me is very, very interesting. To others, it may be just a toy, but to me, it can save my life." "You're welcome," Yang Dingtian said. But Miju Tuchuo said, "I still won't give you the demon core of the Naga royalty. You can give up, haha." Yang Dingtian didn't show much disappointment on his face. Instead, he nodded and said, "I understand, but I also want to tell you that the Go I gave you is just a gift to you." After that, Yang Dingtian didn't say another word. He took Yen Yen's hand and left quickly, leaving Miju Tuchuo's cell. The moment he closed the stone door, Yang Dingtian threw a pill at Miju Tuchuo. It was a pill that contained holy water. "This pill can't heal you, but it can reduce your pain." After that, Yang Dingtian closed the stone door, took Yen Yen's hand, and walked up. Miju Tuchuo caught the pill with a look of surprise in his eyes. After leaving the dungeon and returning to the island, Yen Yen leaned her head on Yang Dingtian's shoulder and said softly, "Brother, what should we do?" "I'll use the next 2 days to cultivate. I'll use up the 2 feet of Naga royalties, Xian veins. Even if I can break through half a level, it'll be fine. Then, I'll use my current cultivation to fight Songyu." Yang Dingtian said, "But we'll lose." Yen Yen said, "Give it your all." Yang Dingtian said. Then he pulled Yen Yen to the shore. He wanted to take a boat back to Wuyan Island to discuss with Elder Wuyan. Yang Dingtian had expected this result, because Elder Wuyan had said very clearly that Miju Tuchuo would never give away the Naga royalties demon core. For this thing, he had almost sacrificed his life. How could he give it away so easily? As for using Yen Yen in exchange for this condition, rather than calling it a condition, it was more like a test to drive a wedge between them. This old man was unhappy that Yen Yen was married to Yang Dingtian, so he wanted to destroy the relationship between the two. If Yang Dingtian agreed to the exchange, it would only make Yen Yen very sad and disappointed. This old man would never hand over the Naga royalties demon core. Yang Dingtian and Yen Yen kept walking out. Finally, the two found something wrong, because after walking for more than 10 minutes, they still hadn't reached the beach. This island was very small. 10 minutes' walk was enough to cover the entire island. Now, after more than 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian still hadn't walked out. This was obviously not right. The sea was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't reach it. It was as if the two had entered a ghost wall. "Brother, what's going on?" Yen Yen asked. "Someone used a spiritual spell on us." Yang Dingtian said, "Everything in front of us has become an illusion. We seem to be walking out, but in fact we've been walking in circles." "Who did this?" Yen Yen asked. "Miju Tuchuo." Yang Dingtian said, "He's the chief alchemist of the Sea of Nether, the first beast speaker, and has unparalleled spiritual power." "Ha!" Suddenly, the two heard Miju Tuchuo's laughter. "Kid, you're not stupid. Thank you for giving me this pill. It allowed me to recover some of my energy and let me use my spiritual spell. Although I was in so much pain when I used my spiritual spell, I could only endure the pain in order to make you stay with me. Now, don't even think about leaving. Stay here with me forever." "Miju Tuchuo, how can you do this?" Yen Yen was furious. "I don't care." Miju Tuchuo said, "I'm not as unlucky as everyone else." "Ha! You can stay here with me forever. Haha! Yin Yin trembled with anger and was about to curse. Yang Dingtian held her little hand and said, "It's okay, Yin Yin." "No, we have to get out immediately," Yin Yin said. "We have to break out. I don't believe that we can't break out of this small island." Then Yin Yin pulled Yang Dingtian and was about to break out. Yang Dingtian pulled Yin Yin and said, "It's useless. If we want to break out, we have to break his spiritual spell." "Yes, unless you can break my spiritual spell." Miju Tuchuo laughed and said, "But it's impossible to break my spiritual spell. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the holy water pill. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to use my spiritual spell to imprison you. You're shameless. You repay kindness with ingratitude," Yin Yin said angrily. "Yes, I, Miju Tuchuo, have always been shameless. I repay kindness with ingratitude." Miju Tuchuo sneered and then burst into laughter. Yang Dingtian said, "Senior, I won't condemn you from a moral point of view, but since we're in this situation, how about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Miju Tuchuo asked. 1 hour. If I can break your spiritual spell, you'll give me the golden demon core of the Naga royalty. If I can't break it, we'll stay in the dungeon for the rest of our lives. How about that?" Yang Dingtian said. "Ha!" Miju Tuchuo laughed and said, "Are you dreaming? Kid, you want to break my spiritual spell? Are you dreaming? Do you know that my spiritual spell is almost invincible? Do you know that my spiritual power is 1,000 times or even 10,000 times stronger than yours? Even if I only leave 10% of my spiritual power, it's still hundreds of times stronger than yours." "I know," Yang Dingtian said, "your spiritual power is hundreds of times stronger than the two of us combined. My spiritual power is like an ant in front of you. That's why we're imprisoned in this ghost hits wall and can't leave. If that's the case, you still want to make a bet with me?" Miju Tuchuo sneered and said, "Are you stupid?" Yang Dingtian said, "If that's the case, why don't you dare to make a bet?" "A bet that I'll definitely win is very boring," Miju Tuchuo said. "But I think I'll win." Yang Dingtian said, "I've never lost a bet with anyone. I've made many bets. Even if I lose once, I'll die without a burial place, but I'm still alive and well. I've always bet with my life, but I've never lost. Even if the odds are 1 in 10,000, I'll still win. Now, you just need to answer me. Do you want to bet or not?" "Okay, I'll bet," Miju Tuchuo said with a smile. "If you can break my spiritual spell in an hour, I'll give you the demon core of the Naga royalty. If you can't, the two of you will stay in the dungeon with me forever." "It's a deal," Yang Dingtian said. "It's a deal," Miju Tuchuo said. "Are you ready?" Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's whole body suddenly became cold, and everything around him became completely dark. Countless dark energy, crazily shrouded. It completely blocked Yang Dingtian's vision and all his senses. Yang Dingtian couldn't use even a little bit of his spiritual power. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't even think. He couldn't even communicate with Dongfang Minmi. And this was only less than 10% of Miju Tuchuo's spiritual power, but it was like a mountain pressing down on him. Yang Dingtian couldn't resist at all. Yin Yin looked at Yang Dingtian worriedly. Although she was full of hope for Yang Dingtian and believed that he could create miracles, this situation was very difficult. However, the current situation was too difficult. Miju Tuchuo's mental power was too strong. This battle was countless times more difficult than Song Yu's battle. It was even like Yang Dingtian, who was at the Xian martial warrior level, directly challenging Dongfang Bingling. It was a battle that he would definitely lose. Yang Dingtian's expression was calm. He said, "Senior, it seems that you're ready. I'm going to start breaking your spiritual spell." Miju Tuchuo sneered. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian took out his soul ring. He channeled some mystical chi to summon the darkness, mystic fire. The darkness, mystic fire didn't come out. Of course, it wasn't that Yang Dingtian couldn't summon it. It was that the darkness, mystic fire seemed to be angry and unwilling to come out. It didn't want to go in at first. It wanted to live in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, but it was trapped in the pitch-black soul ring. Yang Dingtian summoned it again. Instantly, the darkness, mystic fire came out unwillingly. A black flame ignited above Yang Dingtian's palm. The darkness, mystic fire was formed by the fusion of the energy black hole and the million-spirit demonic fire. It was an overlord's energy. Its instinct was to devour energy. All kinds of energy, including spiritual power, of course. After it came out, it immediately sensed the powerful spiritual power around it. Instantly, it jumped a few inches higher excitedly and started devouring crazily. Instantly, a huge crack appeared in Miju Tuchuo's spiritual prison. Miju Tuchuo was shocked. He tried his best to repair it and channeled his spiritual power to repair the spiritual prison. However, it was all in vain. The darkness, profound flame devoured and tore crazily. In an instant, it tore the mental prison into pieces. Boom! Yang Dingtian's spiritual power broke free. Instantly, Miju Tuchuo's spiritual prison shattered. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan felt their bodies lighten, and their vision became clear. Then they realized that they were still in the middle of the island, and there were footprints everywhere. As expected, they had been walking in circles and couldn't get out of here for the rest of their lives. Yang Dingtian kept the darkness, mystic fire in his soul ring and smiled faintly. Senior Miju, you've lost. The golden demon core of the Naga royalty belongs to me. Miju Tuchuo was completely stunned and didn't react for a long time. After a few minutes, Miju Tuchuo said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Your spiritual power is only 1% of mine. How can you break my spiritual prison? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Miju Tuchuo wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yan Yan also looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. That was because everything was dark just now. The darkness, mystic fire was also dark. Therefore, it looked like Yang Dingtian didn't do anything, and Miju Tuchuo's spiritual prison was broken just like that. "Senior Miju, you've lost," Yang Dingtian said faintly. "I've lost the bet, so the demon core of the Naga royalty belongs to me. Of course, I'll still give you the holy water and the Naga mystic vein." After that, Yang Dingtian walked back to Miju Tuchuo's dungeon to get the demon core of the Naga royalty. Chapter 309. Yang Dingtian brought Yan Yan back to the dungeon. Miju Duda was still looking at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, "How did you do it? How did you do it?" Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and said, "Senior, you have to accept your loss. Hand over the Naga royalties, demon core." Miju Duda took a deep breath and said, "Yang Dingtian, before you ask for the golden demon core, I have to tell you a few things." "Please speak," Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. She was afraid that Miju Duda would act shamelessly. "Do you know why I am imprisoned here?" Miju Duda asked. "Because you tried to leave the Sea of Hades and killed more than 10 disciples of the Sea of Hades and stole more than 10 treasures," Yang Dingtian said. "Then do you know why I want to leave the Sea of Hades?" Miju Duda asked. "Because you want to find more treasures," Yang Dingtian said. "No, I originally planned to escape to the Dongli grassland and spend the rest of my life there. Because that is Saint Tantai's territory. The people of the Sea of Hades can't chase me there," Miju Duda said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He pretended to be Miju Duda and told Yin Tianchong that he wanted to escape and spend the rest of his life there. Miju Duda said, "Because if I don't escape from the Sea of Hades, I will suffer a fate worse than death. Do you know that this Naga royalty's golden demon core is a treasure of heaven and earth? Sect Master Wu Jiong can easily take it from me. Why is this thing still with me?" Yang Dingtian said, because he wants more things. Yes, he wants more things. Miju Dida said, he wants to know where I got this Naga royalties demon core, because that place is very likely the Naga's former gathering place. You should know what the Naga's gathering place means, right? Of course, it means countless treasures. There are countless top-notch secret manuals, medicinal pills, and so on. It means that the Naga's treasures are very likely to be there. The value of these treasures far exceeds the Naga royalty and could even change the world. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. Whoever gets the Naga's treasure will be able to rule the world. Miju Tuchuo said. Sect Master Wu, you wants the treasures of the entire Naga race, so the Naga royalty's demon core is still in my hands. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, but senior, I've seen Sect Master Wu Jin. His cultivation is completely bottomless. Among all the people I have seen, only Saint Tantai can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although your spirit technique is almost invincible, I think that in front of Sect Master Wu, your spirit technique shouldn't have any effect. His spirit technique should be stronger than yours. So, even if you don't say it, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get this secret. Of course. Miju Tuchuo said, Sect Master Wu Yu's Yang attribute, Yin attribute, and spirit technique are the best I have ever seen in the world. I'm far from being able to catch up to him. Yang Dingtian suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This Sect Master Wu Yu was actually so powerful. Yang Dingtian and Dongfeng Bingling's talents were unparalleled in the world, but one was Yang attribute and the other was Yang attribute. Shimin Ningning's spirit technique was unparalleled in the world, but in other aspects she was quite average. But this Sect Master Wu Yu's Yang attribute, Yin attribute, and spirit technique were the best in the world. This was really amazing. Where did you get the Naga royalty's demon core? This information should be in your mind, so it shouldn't be difficult for Sect Master Wu Yu to get this information with his spirit technique. Why hasn't he gotten it yet? Yang Dingtian asked. Because I've completely destroyed this information in my mind. Now, even I don't know where this Naga royalty's demon core came from. Even if Sect Master Wu Yu's spirit technique is heaven-defying, how could he get this information? Miju Tuchuo said lightly. Yang Dingtian was surprised and full of admiration. This Miju Tuchuo had actually destroyed his own memory. If it weren't for this, I would have died long ago. Once Sect Master Wu Yu got this secret, do you think I would still be alive? Miju Tuchuo said, although he already knows that I've destroyed this memory in my mind, he still has a sliver of hope. He let me live, but imprisoned me here, making me beg for death. Yang Dingtian nodded. This was indeed the case. Miju Tuchuo said, now I've completely destroyed the secret of the Naga royalty settlement in my mind. Even all the memories before and after that have been destroyed. Therefore, this Naga royalty's demon core has become the most precious thing. It might contain the Naga's soul and memory fragments. If I hand it over to you, what do you think the consequences will be? Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, the consequences of poking a hole in the sky. That's right, the consequences of poking a hole in the sky. Elder Wu Yu had repeatedly emphasized this point. Therefore, she was unwilling to say this method before. Perhaps she would immediately regret it after saying it. Can you be more specific? Miju Tuchuo asked. More specific. You'll be torn into pieces. Even if I successfully bring Yen Yen out of the Sea of Hades, I'll be killed by Sect Master Wu Yu. Yen Yen will also be killed. Cloud Sky City will be directly destroyed, Yang Dingtian said. That's right, that's it. Miju Tuchuo said, although this Naga royalty's demon core is still in my hands, it doesn't actually belong to me anymore. It belongs to the Sea of Hades and Sect Master Wu Yu. If you take this demon core from me, it's equivalent to taking away Wu Yu's most precious treasure. As soon as he said this, Yen Yen's expression changed completely. Previously, she wanted to scold Miju Tuchuo for being shameless. Now, she didn't even say a word. In her heart, she didn't even want Yang Dingtian to take this demon core. Moreover, even if you get this Naga royalties demon core, you won't be able to open it. Miju Tuchuo said, no matter what weapon you use, even mystic fire, you won't be able to open this demon core. You won't be able to absorb the powerful mystic chi energy from it. So, Yang Dingtian said, I advise you to think of another way. Miju Tuchuo said, or I'll directly give this demon core to Sect Master Wu first and ask him to let you go. Do you think that's possible? Yang Dingtian said. Miju Tuchuo also shook his head. He had made it very clear before. In fact, this Naga royalties demon core was only with Miju Tuchuo. Its real owner was Sect Master Wu. Wanting to use this demon core to exchange for the freedom of Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan was completely a fool's dream. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Senior, about how often does Sect Master Wu come to see you? Half a year. Miju Tuchuo said, then how long will it be before he comes to see you again? Yang Dingtian asked. About 3 or 4 days, Miju Tuchuo said. Then it's like this. Yang Dingtian said, give this Naga royalties demon core to me. It's only been with me for a day. At this time tomorrow I'll return it to you. Within this day, whether or not I can successfully absorb the mystic chi energy inside, I'll return this demon core on time, and I won't damage it in any way. That's impossible, Miju Tuchuo said. Even if it's in your hands, it's useless. Then don't worry about it. Even if I take it away and play with it for a day, it's my business. In short, at this time tomorrow, I'll return this demon core to you intact. Yang Dingtian said, can I do that? You don't have to worry about me breaking the contract at all. As long as I don't return it on time, you just have to inform you. And I guarantee that I'll die without a burial place. Miju Tuchuo thought for a moment, then nodded and said, that's fine, but there's still one problem. This demon core has been marked with a special energy mark by Wu Yu. If you bring it back to Wuyan Island, you'll be discovered as soon as you reach the sea. At that time, you'll also die without a burial place. You don't have to worry about that, I have a way, Yang Dingtian said. I can completely hide the energy mark on this demon core. That's impossible. Miju Tuchuo said, no one can erase the mark left by Sect Master Wu Yu. Even I can't do it, let alone you. Of course I can do it. Otherwise, if you give it a special energy mark now, you won't be able to sense it immediately after you hand it over to me, Yang Dingtian said. After saying that, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Miju Tuchuo fiercely shook his teeth, then took out a golden demon core from his bosom. Suddenly, the dungeon brightened up. This demon core was like the sun, blooming with golden light. It was dazzling, noble, and domineering. Just the light that was blooming was enough to make people have the urge to worship it. Inside the demon core, countless rays of light were circulating. It was mysterious and deep, as if there was a completely independent world inside. This was the Naga demon core, the most mysterious and most noble thing in the world. Compared to Yang Dingtian's purple Nagashan veins, it was more than 10 times more precious. After Yang Dingtian took the demon core, he did not look at it carefully and directly put it into his bosom. Of course, it looked like he put it into his bosom, but in fact, he put it into his space ring. Senior, can you still sense the energy mark on the demon core now? Yang Dingtian asked. Miju Tuchuo widened his eyes in shock. The energy mark he left behind had really disappeared without a trace. How did this young man do it? It was too shocking. This young man was obviously only a martial arts grandmaster, but not only did he break his mental prison, but he also completely erased the energy mark he left behind. How did he do it? Your ability is really unpredictable, Miju Tuchuo said in a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, then we'll take our leave first. At this time tomorrow, I'll come back on time to return the demon core. Miju Tuchuo sighed and said, "Okay, I'll give you 1 day. I really hope you can successfully devour the energy inside. Goodbye, Senior. Take care." Yang Dingtian left the dungeon with Yan Yan, left the island, and got on the boat to row toward Wuyan Island. After more than an hour, Wuyan Island was in sight. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 310. On the island, Elder Wuyan was waiting anxiously, her expression full of worry and uneasiness. After Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan arrived on Wuyan Island, Elder Wuyan immediately asked in a low voice, "Did you get it?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Suddenly, Elder Wuyan was stunned. To be honest, she really didn't expect that Yang Dingtian could really get the golden demon core of the Naga royalty. Next, Yang Dingtian only had 1 day to absorb the powerful Xianqi energy in the Naga royalty demon core. After returning to Wuyan Island, Yang Dingtian directly went into the room. Yan Yan also wanted to go in, but was stopped by Elder Wuyan. "Yan Yan, you wait in the room outside. I'll keep watch in the yard. Don't disturb him." So, only Yang Dingtian was in the room. At this time, the water in the jade bucket was still there. There was more than a pound of holy water in it. It was originally for Yan Yan, but she didn't use it. Now it was time for Yang Dingtian to use. Because this time, the Xianqi energy in the golden demon core was extremely shocking. It was completely unknown what kind of damage it would bring to Yang Dingtian, but in short, it would be very terrible. Yang Dingtian, naked, sat cross-legged in the diluted holy water. First, he took a deep breath, and then slowly closed his eyes. Wait, it might be really painful. He closed his eyes for a few minutes to calm his mind and go through the whole plan in his mind. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and took out the golden demon core of the Naga royalty from the space ring. Suddenly, the water in the entire jade barrel turned golden. It was the same color as gold. Even Yang Dingtian's body turned into a beautiful golden color. This golden demon core was completely solid to the extreme. Originally, the Naga demon core was already stronger than the purple Naga Xian veins, let alone the golden demon core of the Naga royalty. Therefore, the sturdiness of the purple Naga's profound veins was on a completely different level. Therefore, although the netherworld coveted the energy and soul inside this demon core, it was unable to open it and obtain the profound energy and soul memories inside. If Yang Dingtian relied on the million spirit demonic flame, he wouldn't be able to open the demonic core. Even if he condensed the mystic flame to the maximum, he still wouldn't be able to break open the demonic core. This was because the Naga was the highest being in this world and had the status of a demigod. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian not only wanted to devour the energy inside, but he also wanted the entire demon core intact. This was simply too difficult. It was completely impossible. However, the reason why Yang Dingtian dared to agree to Miju did his request was because he had the darkness profound flame, a darkness profound flame that could devour all kinds of energy. An ordinary mystic flame might not be comparable to the Naga royalty, but the energy black hole should be. Perhaps the energy black hole was already the top energy substance in this world. Yang Dingtian only needed to summon the darkness profound flame, and it would immediately devour the energy inside the demon core crazily. It would directly create an invisible hole in the demon core. At that time, the profound energy would continuously gush out from this hole and seep into the sacred water. Yang Dingtian circulated the qi refinement formula to refine and devour the profound energy inside into his own sea of vital energy. Huff! Yang Dingtian summoned the darkness profound flame from the soul ring. At this moment, the darkness profound flame was still very weak. It couldn't be left outside for too long or its energy would dissipate. You are the king of darkness, the overlord of the mystic flame. Don't disappoint me, Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Then he raised the golden demon core in his hand and approached the darkness profound flame. Hiss! The darkness profound flame sensed an extremely pure and powerful energy. It suddenly jumped up as though it was extremely excited. Without waiting for Yang Dingtian's control, the darkness profound flame suddenly condensed and became as sharp as a needle. It aimed at the golden demon core and pierced into it. As long as it pierced into the golden demon core, there would be a hole. At that time, the profound energy would continuously gush out. Although this darkness profound flame was still very young, when it was condensed to the extreme, this black thorn that was almost invisible to the naked eye completely gave off a feeling of destroying and piercing through everything. Even if it was the supreme being of the world, the golden demon core of the Naga royal tribe, seeing the darkness profound flame piercing into the golden demon core, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He held his breath and waited for the profound energy to surge out. But the result disappointed Yang Dingtian. After the darkness profound flame pierced into the golden demon core, it didn't pierce into it directly. Instead, it was reflected back. The extremely powerful darkness profound flame that could devour everything was actually helpless against the demon core of the Naga royalty. The dark energy that pierced into the demon core was actually reflected back. Yang Dingtian didn't believe in heresy. He controlled the darkness profound flame personally and carefully mixed the million-spirit demon fire and the darkness profound flame together. Then he pierced it into the golden demon core. Phew! There was still no effect. It was reflected back by the golden outer shell of the demon core. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. The outer shell of the demon core was too powerful. Even the darkness profound flame was helpless against it. In this world, was there anything that could open it? Moreover, Yang Dingtian's trump card was the darkness profound flame. But now that the trump card had lost its effect, Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. It seemed that he really couldn't take a shortcut this time. He really had to use a 6-star martial grandmaster to fight with Song Yu. No wonder Extermination Dida said that even if he took the golden demon core, it was useless. Moreover, if it could be opened, Extermination Dida would have opened it himself. Yang Dingtian summoned the darkness profound flame back into the soul ring. After staying outside for a while, the darkness profound flame was already a little weak. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh. Then he laid in the jade bucket, held the golden demon core in his hand, and stared at it helplessly. Perhaps this treasure of heaven and earth could only be held in his hand and admired for a day? At this moment, Yan Yan, who was outside, was really anxious. Hearing that there was no movement in the room, she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, can I come in?" "Come in," Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan walked in and looked at Yang Dingtian. She smiled sweetly and said, "Brother, this thing is too beautiful. You've been playing with it. Have you not started to devour its energy?" Yang Dingtian said, "I've already tried twice. I can't pierce through its outer shell and can't devour its energy." Yan Yan said, "Don't be anxious. There must be other ways. Your profound flame is so powerful." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I've tried combining the million-spirit demon fire and the darkness profound flame, but it still didn't work." Yan Yan's beautiful eyes reddened. She smiled sweetly and said, "Then let's think of another way. Let's go find Granny to think of a way. If there's really no other way, we husband and wife will fight it out with that gigolo Song Yu." Yang Dingtian smiled gently at Yan Yan and opened his arms. Yan Yan pounced over like a little bird and bent down to hug Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt the golden demon core in his hand jump and heat up. Yang Dingtian was also shocked. He couldn't help but look at the golden demon core in his hand. There was no reaction. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Yang Dingtian stared at the golden demon core and finally realized that it was indeed moving. The countless meridians and starlight inside seemed to be gently flashing, gradually brightening, and then gradually dimming. The amplitude was so weak that it was almost negligible. What was going on? This demon core didn't change at all. Why was it moving now? What was happening now? Yan Yan pounced over to hug Yang Dingtian. Could it be that this demon core's change was related to Yan Yan? Yang Dingtian said to Yan Yan, "Darling, take a few steps back and try." Yan Yan didn't understand, but she followed Yang Dingtian's instructions and took a few steps back. Sure enough, the demon core's movement became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. "Darling, come over here again," Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan walked over. Sure enough, the demon core moved again, although it was still very weak. Was this demon core's movement really related to Yan Yan? This was too strange, and Yang Dingtian couldn't figure it out. No matter what, Yan Yan had nothing to do with the Naga clan. After all, she was not Ningning. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of something. Yan Yan had nothing to do with the Naga clan before, but now it was because Yan Yan's Xian veins had been transformed by the Naga Xian veins. At this time, her Xian veins were brand new and full of Naga clan genes. Perhaps this was the reason. With this thought, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly lit up. Perhaps he had a way. He had a way to open the demon core's shell defense. In the face of such a powerful and supreme Naga clan, he couldn't force it. He could only comply. "Darling, I suddenly thought of a way," Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Then I'll wait for you outside." Yang Dingtian nodded. Yan Yan backed out of the room and then helped Yang Dingtian close the door. Yang Dingtian took out a foot of purple Naga Xian veins from his spatial ring. Huff! Then he summoned the million-spirit demon fire. Condense, condense, condense! The million-spirit demon fire was condensed to the extreme and fiercely burrowed into the foot of purple Naga Xian veins. Suddenly, the Xian veins lit up and emitted a dazzling purple light, which contrasted with the golden demon core's light. It was dazzling and enchanting, brighter and brighter, brighter and brighter. The Naga Xian veins that were being burned by the Xian fire were shining to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, the Xian veins turned into countless purple photons that filled the entire jade barrel and enveloped Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian's Xian fire condensed countless Naga Xian veins photons into the flame, and the red Xian fire immediately turned into a gorgeous purple. Yang Dingtian's palm wrapped around the golden demon core, and the Xian fire that was filled with Naga Xian veins photons suddenly wrapped tightly around the golden demon core. Then, countless Naga Xian veins photons started to spin rapidly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! Then, countless photons burrowed into the golden demon core with all their might. The golden demon core's shell, which was originally extremely sturdy and could not be penetrated by the darkness profound fire, was now completely open, allowing countless Naga Xian veins photons to enter. In a short few seconds, all the purple photons of Naga Xian veins mixed with Yang Dingtian's Xian fire and completely disappeared into the golden Naga royalty demon core. That's right, it was incomparably sturdy, and even the darkness, profound fire could not penetrate it. However, it was willing to absorb and release its own kind. Although the purple Naga clan's Xian veins were of a lower grade, they were still of the same kind. Therefore, the golden Naga demon core and the purple Xian veins were completely released. After these purple Xian veins photons had all surged into the golden demon core, it was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly, a ray of golden light shot out. Then, countless rays of golden light shot out from the demon core. It was like a real sun, blooming with dazzling light. Most of this golden light directly pierced into Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt an extremely domineering, extremely pure, and extremely powerful Xianqi energy. It almost made Yang Dingtian unable to breathe in an instant. PFFF. Caught off guard, Yang Dingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. All the Xian veins in his body were shattered. The energy in this golden demon core was simply too overbearing. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that it contained the energy of the purple Naga Xian veins. However, after entering the demon core, the purple Xian veins photons were completely swallowed and fused with the golden energy. Then they burst out and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian endured the incomparable pain and hurriedly put this golden demon core that was blooming with light into the holy water. Then he closed his eyes and released all the Xian veins in his body, desperately swallowing this incomparably powerful Xian Qi energy. He succeeded. Countless domineering Xian Qi, through the holy water, endlessly poured into Yang Dingtian's body. He succeeded. Chapter 311. If there was no holy water, Yang Dingtian would definitely not be able to withstand the profound energy surging out from the golden demon core. This profound energy was simply too powerful and overbearing. However, it was completely different when the demon core was placed in the holy water. This incomparably powerful, profound energy directly seeped into the holy water and then into Yang Dingtian's profound veins. The impact was immediately reduced by a lot. However, it was still very painful because the profound energy that poured in was simply too powerful, too much. It felt as if Yang Dingtian's profound veins were about to explode. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and circulated the Qi refinement art, frantically devouring this incomparably powerful, profound energy. What surprised Yang Dingtian was that this profound energy was not completely pure. However, it did not seem to have any attributes, whether it was yin or yang. Of course, it was not fire or ice, etc. This profound energy carried a very, very peculiar aura. At least, this profound energy was golden in color. Whether Yang Dingtian used the profound fire to refine it, or the yin-yang qi transformation art, he was unable to make this profound energy become completely pure. However, this profound energy could completely enter the qi sea and be used to raise his cultivation. Merely an hour later, a golden light flashed in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Then, all of his consciousness and everything turned into nothingness. He was very familiar with this feeling because he was about to break through and level up. But this time, it was different from before, when there was nothing but emptiness. When he was in the void, it was as if something different, and mysterious was crazily pouring into Yang Dingtian's mind. Yang Dingtian wanted to search, wanted to capture an image, but it disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, when he entered the void, Yang Dingtian could not control his thoughts at all, as if this brain did not belong to him. After a short period of nothingness, this mysterious image that poured into Yang Dingtian's mind immediately stopped, and Yang Dingtian's qi si was currently empty. However, the slightly strange thing was that Yang Dingtian felt that the inner wall of his qi si was actually golden. That's right, it was actually golden. It was really too strange. The profound qi that was pouring in was golden, and the inner wall of the qi si was actually golden as well. However, from this, Yang Dingtian finally confirmed that although the sea of qi was in the lower abdomen, it was a virtual space. Furthermore, the qi sea was completely formed from refined, profound energy. It was no wonder that ordinary battle Xian qi could be filled to the brim within 4 to 6 hours after entering the sea of qi. As for the refined Xian qi, it would be compressed by 100 times after entering the sea of qi. When the cultivation Xian qi filled the entire qi sea, it immediately exploded. At this time, the cultivation Xian qi inside did not disappear. Instead, it directly merged with the qi sea and became a part of the expanded qi sea. Moreover, both combat and cultivation Xian qi were in the sea of qi. However, the two spaces were completely independent and did not interfere with each other. Even if the battle profound energy filled the energy sea, it would not prevent the cultivation profound energy from entering, and vice versa. After breaking through and leveling up, Yang Dingtian was already a 7-star martial ancestor. After that, the golden profound energy continued to crazily surge into Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians before gathering and entering the sea of qi. After all the profound energy entered the sea of qi, it was directly compressed by a few hundred times and gradually filled the sea of qi. Yang Dingtian also realized that as his cultivation level increased, the degree of compression of the profound energy that entered the sea of qi increased. At the beginning, the cultivation profound energy that entered the sea of qi was only compressed by a few dozen times. Later on, it was compressed by a few hundred times. In other words, as one's cultivation level increased, the amount of profound energy required to break through the sea of qi would increase exponentially. The firmness of the sea of qi would also increase greatly. Of course, the cultivation time required to break through one level was even longer. Previously, it was said that even a martial artist with 8th grade Shen meridians would need about 2 years to break through from a 6-star martial ancestor to a 7-star martial ancestor. However, Yang Dingtian had the 9 yang meridians, the yin-yang qi transformation technique, and the million spirit demon fire. He only needed 2 to 3 months, and his cultivation speed was more than 10 times that of others. On the other hand, absorbing the profound energy from the Naga royalty demon core only took about an hour. Of course, this was because Yang Dingtian was already a mid-grade 6-star martial ancestor. In this hour, it was equivalent to breaking through half a level. The process of breaking through from a 7-star martial ancestor to an 8-star martial ancestor had undoubtedly slowed down. The energy from the Naga royalty demon core was still incomparably powerful, but the amount of profound energy required to break through from a 7-star martial ancestor to an 8-star martial ancestor was simply too much. Compared to breaking through from a 6-star martial ancestor to a 7-star martial ancestor, it was a completely multiplied increase. Furthermore, as Yang Dingtian refined the profound energy into a sea of qi, he also felt his own body and was surprised to find that, when countless profound energy entered the sea of qi through the Xian meridians, there were many golden purple photons that remained at the Xian meridians and then seeped into the Xian meridians. These golden Xian meridians were mixed with the purple Naga royalty and were actually transforming his Xian meridians. However, he had the 9 yang meridians and there was almost no room for transformation. Just like this, countless profound energy entered his Xian meridians and after being compressed by a few hundred times, flowed into his sea of qi. His empty sea of qi rose little by little. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 4 hours later, finally, the golden yellow profound energy once again filled Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Yang Dingtian's sea of qi began to expand and expand. Previously, because the sea of qi was colorless, Yang Dingtian could only feel expanding, but he couldn't see it expanding. This time he could see it clearly. The golden yellow sea of qi began to tremble, as if it was a bomb that was about to explode. Boom! With a flash of golden light, everything entered nothingness. Yang Dingtian's body, his mind, and his spirit had completely entered nothingness. He broke through again and became an 8-star martial ancestor. Similarly, at this time, countless information, mysterious and clear, crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's mind. However, Yang Dingtian was still completely unable to capture a single image. He could only helplessly watch as the information crazily poured into his mind. The breakthrough was over. Everything around him gradually returned to normal, and Yang Dingtian gradually regained consciousness. The color of the sea of qi had obviously become more golden yellow, and it was empty again. Then, countless golden yellow profound energy poured into the profound veins again. After being compressed by hundreds of times, it flowed into the sea of qi again. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. 8 hours later, the golden yellow profound energy once again filled Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Yang Dingtian's sea of qi expanded again. Expanded, it expanded to the extreme. Boom! With a flash of golden light, everything entered nothingness again. Yang Dingtian successfully broke through again and became a 9-star martial ancestor. In the short period of nothingness, countless information still crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's mind. Perhaps this was the sole memory of the Naga royalty. Who knew? At this time, Yang Dingtian was already a 9-star martial ancestor. 16 hours had passed since he started cultivating, which was 16 hours in total. He had promised Miju Tuchuo that he would only borrow it for 1 day. There were only 8 hours left. Just now, Yang Dingtian had spent 8 hours to break through to the 9-star level. The time needed to break through to the martial venerable level from the 9-star martial ancestor level was probably double. Yang Dingtian only had 8 hours left. It was obviously impossible for him to break through to the martial venerable level. Of course, Yang Dingtian could break the contract and return the golden demon core to Miju Tuchuo after he had completely devoured the profound energy in it. However, a man could not live without integrity. Moreover, Miju Tuchuo had lent him the demon core, which was already a great kindness. How could he break the contract again? In the face of an untrustworthy person, it was pedantic and stupid to pay attention to credibility. However, in the face of a person who was indebted to him, it was shameless to go against credibility. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to change his method. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through to the martial, venerable level within 8 hours. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. There was only one way, which was to shorten the time for profound energy to enter the sea of qi and reduce the loss of profound energy in the process of passing through the profound veins. The method was to swallow the entire Naga royalty's demon core into his stomach and use profound energy to force it into his lower abdomen, where it was closest to the sea of qi. That way, shortening the distance was nothing. The most important thing was to reduce the loss of profound energy in the circulation of profound veins throughout the body. However, this was extremely dangerous. Such powerful profound energy would first flow through the entire body's profound veins and then enter the sea of qi. There would be a huge buffer. Now, Yang Dingtian wanted to swallow it directly into his stomach and release profound energy from the side of the sea of qi. He wanted to swallow it directly into the sea of qi. This was too terrifying. This was using less than 10% of the profound veins to swallow the same amount of profound energy as before. There was no need to talk about the extreme pain. It was very likely that part of the profound veins would explode, and even Yang Dingtian's sea of qi would shatter. However, there were 2 reasons why Yang Dingtian dared to take such a risk. One of the reasons was that he was in the holy water. Secondly, all the profound veins in his body had been transformed by the Naga royalty's purple, profound veins. Even if it couldn't upgrade the grade of his profound veins, it could at least make them tougher. Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian immediately made a decision. Fight it out. Yang Dingtian took out a cup of holy water from his spatial ring and placed the demon core in it. Then he swallowed the demon core with the holy water. Then he used profound energy to quickly force the demon core to the vicinity of his lower abdomen. The moment the demon core entered his stomach, Yang Dingtian almost cried out in pain. It was really painful to the extreme. It was completely indescribable. It was as if a bomb had directly exploded in his stomach. After the extreme pain, Yang Dingtian felt that his stomach was completely numb, as if the entire stomach didn't belong to him at all. That kind of pain directly made Yang Dingtian faint. Uffed. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Then the meridians in Yang Dingtian's entire body shattered inch by inch at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Countless amounts of blood surged out from the countless cracks. That small portion of his profound veins still couldn't withstand such powerful energy and directly shattered inch by inch. At this time, Yang Dingtian had become incomparably shocking. Countless cracks appeared all over his body, making him look like a ghost. Even though he knew that the consequences would be severe, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Yang Dingtian didn't care. He frantically operated the qi refining art, guiding the incomparably powerful, profound energy into his qi sea. At this time, even under extreme pain, Yang Dingtian still had to maintain his rationality and use the shortest time to guide the profound energy into his qi si. Otherwise, the consequences would definitely be Yang Dingtian's body and bone shattering. Finally, after the profound energy entered his qi si, only then did the powerful energy of the demon core stop rampaging through Yang Dingtian's body. Even though it was still painful, as if countless red-hot knives were stirring in his stomach, it was much better than before. The pain just now directly made Yang Dingtian's eye sockets crack. Next, under the effect of the holy water, Yang Dingtian's cracked body finally gradually healed and recovered. Then, everything returned to normal. In the process that was like a knife twisting, countless powerful, golden profound energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's qi si. 2 hours. For hours. 3.5 hours. Yang Dingtian's qi si was once again filled with golden profound energy. The qi si began to expand. Boom! A golden light burst out. Everything entered nothingness. Countless mysterious information once again crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's mind. And the strange thing was that the time of nothingness this time was exceptionally long. In the past, the time of nothingness after breaking through was at most 4 or 5 seconds. This time, it was a full few minutes. It was as if endless information crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's mind. Causing that moment, Yang Dingtian's spirit and mind seemed to be about to turn into ashes. A few minutes later, the nothingness stopped. Everything around him began to gradually recover, and Yang Dingtian had officially broken through to martial venerable. In the almost hellish pain, Yang Dingtian finally succeeded in breaking through to martial venerable within the allotted time. Chapter 312. He had finally broken through to revered martial artist. He had finally broken through to revered martial artist. The blood in Yang Dingtian's body was trembling, and his heart was filled with excitement. It had been almost 3 years since he came to this world. It had been 1.5 years since he started practicing martial arts. He had broken through to revered martial artist. After breaking through to revered martial artist, he had officially become an absolute expert in this world. He had become the peak of this world's youth experts. Dugu Fengwu, revered martial artist. Qin Huaiyu, revered martial artist. Joyless Palaces, young Lord Gudawu Huan. Inyang School's Lung Ao Han. Black Sky Sect's Zhu Hongxue and the mysterious Yen Biaqin. Cloud Sky City's Shimin Ju and Shimin Lai were all revered martial artists. Netherworld Sea Songyu and many other unknown Netherworld Sea disciples were all revered martial artists. All the young experts in this world were at revered martial artists, except for the heaven-defying Dongfang Bingling, who had stepped into the Grandmaster realm at the age of 21 and became the true peak expert in this world. Only by breaking through to revered martial artist would he have a chance in the city Lord's martial contest. Only by breaking through to revered martial artist would he be able to break through Song Yu's defense and bring Yen Yen out of Netherworld Sea. However, after breaking through to revered martial artist, Yang Dingtian was not only excited, he also felt guilty. That's right, it was guilt. He had broken through to revered martial artist, mostly because of luck. He had taken countless shortcuts. Although he had narrowly escaped death every time, he could tell himself that even the shortcuts were not easy to come by. However, it was hard to lie to himself. After breaking through to revered martial artist, there was still an hour before he had to return the demon core. Now, Yang Dingtian had a choice, which was to continue devouring the energy in the demon core until the mystic qi energy was completely devoured. The second choice was to stop immediately and return the golden demon core now. The timing was just right. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian spat out the golden demon core. The demon core was still emitting a golden light, and mystic qi energy was shooting out. Come out. Yang Dingtian opened his palm. Suddenly, a purple flame rushed out from the demon core. This was the combination of the profound flame and the purple Naga's profound veins, a ball of purple light. Yang Dingtian clenched his hand, and the purple mist suddenly condensed into the size of a small pearl. There was less than 1/10 of its original size left. The rest had entered Yang Dingtian's body. At this point, even if Yang Dingtian continued to devour, he would probably only be able to break through a quarter of his level. This was because once the Naga's Xian meridians were exhausted, the demon nucleus would stop releasing Xian qi. There was still some time left. Yang Dingtian fiercely sucked this ball of light mixed with the purple Naga's Xian veins into his Xian veins. Immediately, this energy flowed along Yang Dingtian's profound veins, transforming and strengthening every inch of Yang Dingtian's profound veins. This process was also somewhat painful, but it was nothing compared to the previous one. After a few minutes, the Naga's Xian meridians had completely merged into Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians. Of course, this was not enough. In the future, Yang Dingtian still needed to strengthen his Xian meridians. This was because Yang Dingtian had chosen to devour Xian qi near his sea of qi to raise his sea of qi. This way, countless Xian qi would not be able to pass through his Xian meridians, causing his sea of qi to rise while his Xian meridians did not. This way, his Xian meridians and sea of qi would not be at the same level. This result was very, very fatal. The direct result was that when he wanted to release an attack in the future, the Xian meridians would be torn apart when the battle Xian qi was released from his sea of qi into his Xian meridians. At this point, there was no need to talk about fighting. It was a kind of suicide. Of course, because Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians were special and had been transformed by the purple Naga's Xian meridians, it would not be so serious. However, the mismatch between the sea of qi and Xian meridians was ultimately fatal. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi was at the martial ancestor level. However, his Xian meridians were only at the mid-level of a 9-star martial ancestor. This mid-level was because he had used the purple Naga's Xian meridians to transform his Xian meridians. As for the Naga royalty's demon core in his hand, after Naga's Xian meridians separated, it stopped releasing Xian qi and became the same golden demon core as before. It became quiet and mysterious. It was no longer as bright as the sun. How much Xian qi was left in it? Yang Dingtian did not know and did not want to know. Taking a deep breath, he put the golden demon core into his spatial ring. Then, Yang Dingtian got up from the bathtub, wiped his body, put on his clothes, and pushed the door open. "Brother, did you succeed?" Yan Yan exclaimed. Yang Dingtian nodded. "You really succeeded?" Yan Yan said in disbelief. Then, she pounced over and hugged Yang Dingtian tightly. At this moment, her beautiful big eyes were bloodshot. "Silly girl, you haven't slept all this time?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Who can sleep?" Yan Yan said. Speaking of which, Yan Yan had not slept for more than 30 hours. However, she still did not feel sleepy. Her face was still full of excitement. Elder Wien did not sleep either. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's wrist and inserted Xian qi to test Yang Dingtian's cultivation. Suddenly, a shocked expression appeared on her face. "You really broke through to martial honor? You really broke through to martial honor? This is unbelievable." Then, Elder Wuyen's expression changed. "What's going on? Most of your Xian meridians are not at martial honor level, but your sea of energy has broken through to martial honor level. Do you know how serious the consequences are?" Elder Wuyen was indeed powerful. He even found out about this. "Grandma, because I had to return this demon core on time, I had no choice but to do this," Yang Dingtian said. "But don't worry, after returning the demon core, I will immediately come back and cut off a section of Naga's purple Xian meridians to improve the grade of my Xian meridians." Yan Yan didn't quite understand, but Elder Wuyen completely understood. He knew that Yang Dingtian had directly swallowed the Naga King's demon core into his stomach, which was the most direct way to devour energy. She knew how painful it would be, How dangerous it would be. You are really crazy. Do you know how terrible the consequences are? Elder Wu Yan whispered. She was afraid that Yan Yan would be worried, so she did not say it clearly. I'm sorry, Grandma. I will be careful in the future. Yang Dingtian said. Then he said to Yan Yan, let's go. We will return this demon core to the dungeon. Okay. Yan Yan held Yang Dingtian's hand, walked to the edge of Wuyan Island, and jumped into the boat. Last time, in order to enjoy the romantic time with Yan Yan on the sea, Yang Dingtian slowly rowed the boat to the island. It took him half an hour. This time, Yang Dingtian used all his strength to row the boat quickly. In order to save time, when the boat was a few thousand meters away from the island, Yang Dingtian directly carried Yan Yan and flew directly to the island with the ethereal wings. Husband, these wings are so beautiful, Yan Yan exclaimed. I will definitely find you one in the future, Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan pouted and kissed Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian directly landed at the entrance of the dungeon and quickly pulled Yan Yan to the cell a few hundred meters underground. Pushing open the thick stone door, they saw Miju Tuchuo playing chess alone. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Miju Tuchuo was slightly surprised and said, there is still a quarter of an hour before the appointed time. You actually came early. You really couldn't pierce the shell of the golden demon core and swallow the energy inside. You really failed. In Miju Tuchuo's opinion, Yang Dingtian would only return the demon core on time if he failed. Yang Dingtian took out the golden demon core from the space ring and offered it with both hands. Senior, thank you for lending me the golden Naga demon core. Yang Dingtian officially returns it to its rightful owner. Miju Tuchuo took the demon core and said, it's normal that you failed. Even I couldn't open it and obtain the energy and soul memories inside, let alone you. Come, play a few games with me. When the time comes, I will plead with Sect Master Wu Jin for you. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, Senior, but I have succeeded. Succeeded? Miju Tuchuo said in a sharp voice, you successfully opened the shell of the demon core and swallowed the energy inside. Yang Dingtian nodded. Impossible, Miju Tuchuo said in a sharp voice. Then he took out the golden Naga royalty demon core. He found that it was still intact, beautiful, and mysterious. There were no traces of tampering at all. Impossible, you can't do it, Miju Tuchuo said in a trembling voice. You've already broken through to Martial Venerable. Yang Dingtian nodded. I don't believe it. Prove it to me, Miju Tuchuo said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and a burst of Xian Qi suddenly gushed out. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 transparent wings stretched out from his back. This was not the void spirit wings, nor was it a flying Xian skill. It was a pair of wings condensed from Xian Qi. Only martial honorables were able to form wings. Heavens, you're not human. Miju Tuchuo muttered to himself. Even I can't do it. How did you do it? Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and was about to tell him the method. However, before he could say it, Miju Tuchuo stopped him. All right, you don't have to tell me. Don't tell me anything. Otherwise, it will only benefit that demon from the netherworld sea. You've succeeded. That's your good fortune. Miju Tuchuo sighed and put the golden demon core back into his pocket. Then he closed his eyes and said, wait for me for a moment. I have to completely destroy this memory of borrowing your demon core. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Sect Master Wu, you will always come to search for the memory in my mind. I'll keep the memory from yesterday when you failed to borrow the demon core and left with your tails between your legs. Then Miju Tuchuo's right hand hovered above his head. A red light soared condensed at the tip of his finger. It condensed, and finally condensed into an extremely thin light needle. Hiss! Afterwards, the red needle of light fiercely pierced his brain. Miju Tuchuo's body trembled violently. His entire face twisted in pain. Then he suddenly fell to the ground. His entire body was trembling in extreme pain. Yan Yan's tears immediately gushed out. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Yang Dingtian, thank you for your kindness, Senior. One day, if I'm strong enough, I'll definitely restore your freedom." Yang Dingtian made a promise in his heart, even though Miju Tuchuo couldn't hear it. Previously, he heard that Miju Tuchuo had erased part of his brain's memory. He originally thought it was just a kind of spiritual technique, like deleting information from a computer's hard drive. He didn't expect that he would directly use an energy needle to destroy that part of his brain, directly destroying his body in the most direct way. It was like directly destroying some sectors of a hard drive. Only in this way could the data be prevented from being recovered by experts. No wonder Sect Master Wu, you couldn't find out those important information despite being so powerful. It was because they had been destroyed in the most direct way. Moreover, the process of destruction was so painful, and this kind of destruction would cause fatal damage to the brain. Yang Dingtian really owed him a huge favor. A few minutes later, Miju Tuchuo woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan. At first, he was confused. Then he sneered and said, "Why haven't you left? Why are you here again? Didn't I drive you away? You came yesterday and you came today. It's useless even if you come every day." Then Miju Tuchuo's eyes fell on Yan Yan's face and said, "It's still the same condition. If you want the golden demon core of the Naga royalty, you can exchange it with your wife." As expected, this part of his memory had been destroyed by him. Therefore, Miju Tuchuo still thought that he hadn't lent his demon core. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to take Yan Yan out tomorrow to have a fight with Songyu. Therefore, I'm not here to ask for the demon core today. I'm here to play a game of chess with you. You want to move me? You want to play tricks? Dream on." Miju Tuchuo sneered and said, "Not to mention one game of chess. Even 10 or 100 games won't work." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he directly placed the chess pieces. Then, the two of them began to play chess. Soon Miju Tuchuo was immersed in the game and no longer sarcastic. Half an hour later, suddenly, the surrounding space suddenly darkened. An incomparably powerful energy came crashing down like Mount Tai. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, Miju Tuchuo, and Yan Yan were all unable to move or even breathe. They were truly unable to move. They couldn't even move a finger. Then the magma below suddenly surged up and condensed into a human figure, a figure that was more than 10 meters tall. The master of the Netherworld Sea, Sect Master Wu Yu. This was the most powerful person Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Seeing Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan here, Sect Master Wu Yu glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. Then he looked at Miju Tuchuo and said, "Miju, what are these two doing here?" Wu Yu's voice was still strange. It was completely different from a man's and a woman's. Miju Tuchuo regained his ability to move and hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Reporting to Sect Master, Yang Dingtian is here to curry favor with the Naga royalty's golden demon core." "Did you give it to him?" Wu Yu asked. "No, this belongs to the master. I'm just keeping it for him. How could I dare to give it to someone else?" After saying that, Miju Tuchuo took out the demon core and raised it high. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was extremely glad. Fortunately, he kept his promise and returned the demon core on time. Otherwise, the only consequence would be the death of Miju Tuchuo, himself, Yan Yan, and even Elder Wu Yan. A mass of magma floated over and wrapped around the golden demon core as if to examine the demon core. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that he couldn't breathe at all. His heart was about to burst out. If the demon core was discovered to be strange, then everyone present would be dead. Soon, the mass of magma left the demon core. Take a good look at this demon core and think about it. See if you can remember anything. Wu Yu said lightly, "Yes, master." Miju Tuchuo put the demon core into his arms and knelt on the ground. Wu Yu responded. Then the magma gradually fell back into the magma river below. Wu Yu's figure completely disappeared from sight. After Wu Yu left, Miju Tuchuo collapsed on the ground. He tried to get up, but couldn't. It was obvious that he was completely terrified of Sect Master Wu Yu. Yang Dingtian wanted to help Miju Tuchuo up, but was pushed away. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Get out! Get out! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Miju Tuchuo screamed crazily. His whole body was trembling as if he was terrified to the extreme. Yang Dingtian took a few steps back and bowed deeply. Senior, take care. We're leaving. Then Yang Dingtian pulled the sad Yan and left the dungeon. Back on Wuyan Island, Yang Dingtian used profound fire to cut off 3 inches from the last foot of Naga's purple profound vein. Then he used profound fire to melt the 3 inches of profound vein, turning it into countless photons. Devouring and refining these photons would strengthen and upgrade his own profound vein. Sure enough, this 3 inches of Naga's purple profound vein allowed Yang Dingtian's profound vein to break through half a level, just enough to reach revered martial artist level. Of course, this 1 inch of Naga's purple profound vein didn't raise the grade of Yang Dingtian's profound vein at all. It only had a strengthening effect. However, Yang Dingtian was already completely satisfied. The next day, the 3 days were definitely up. The time to fight Song Yu had arrived. Chapter 313. Yang Dingtian, no matter if you win or lose, I will do everything in my power to protect your life and martial arts. Elder Wuyan said to Yang Dingtian, so no matter what the result of this battle is, don't risk your life. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, Grandma. Yan desperately wanted to go with you, but in order not to affect your performance in the battle, I didn't let her go. I let her wait for you here. Anyway, if you lose, she will definitely not leave alone. She will stay with you in the Sea of Hades, Elder Wuyan said. In my eyes, you have already won by breaking through to the martial, venerable level. You are already better than Song Yu. You don't need to prove anything in this battle. Elder Wuyan had always been very cool. She had always been indifferent to Yang Dingtian. Perhaps it was because she loved him, or perhaps she had already accepted Yang Dingtian in her heart. At this time, she was very concerned about Yang Dingtian, although it was not as good as her feelings for Yan. I understand, Grandma. Yang Dingtian looked at Yan. At this time, her beautiful eyes were full of worry and fear, but she still forced a smile at Yang Dingtian. In fact, she really wanted to go with Yang Dingtian, but Grandma said that it might affect Yang Dingtian's performance in the battle. So, even if she wanted to go with him, she did not dare to say it. Grandma, let Yan go with me. Anyway, even if I lose face, it will not affect my image in her heart. She will not fall in love with someone else. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. He knew very well how torturous this kind of waiting was for Yan. No, even if you turn around and run away, or even kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, you will still be the most handsome. I will still love you, Yan blurted out. Then, she rushed towards Yang Dingtian, hugged Yang Dingtian's neck, and kissed him hard on the lips. Wushan Granny shook her head helplessly and waved her hand. Go, go! Yang Dingtian and Yan rode to the Golden Beach. Baby, I asked you to spread the news of my battle with Song Yu these few days. Did you spread it out? Yang Dingtian asked. The news has spread. All the beautiful female disciples in the Sea of Hades know about it. They will probably come to watch the battle. Yan said, did you make it clear to them that only beautiful female disciples are allowed to watch the battle? Not a single male disciple is allowed to come. Yang Dingtian asked, don't worry, I've already said it clearly. Don't let any stinky men come over. Yan said, husband, what do you mean by this? Do you want all the beautiful women in the Sea of Hades to see your heroic appearance, so that they will fall in love with you at first sight? Are you so sure about this battle? Are you not afraid of losing face in front of so many beautiful women after losing? Of course not. Yang Dingtian said, I let so many beautiful women watch to put pressure on Songyu, lest he kill me after I lose. Ah! Yan Yan opened her small mouth in disbelief. Was this still her honorable husband? Husband, don't tell me you have no confidence in this battle. Yan Yan said, and let so many beautiful women watch. How can you make Songyu show mercy? Of course I don't have the confidence to win. Songyu is too powerful. Your husband can't beat him, Yang Dingtian said. As for the reason why I let so many beautiful women watch, let me ask you, is Songyu a sanctimonious hypocrite? Yes, Yan Yan said. There is no man who can pretend better than him. Then does he care about his image very much? Yang Dingtian said, especially in front of so many beautiful women. Yes, this person would rather have poise than his life, Yan Yan said, so every day he has to comb his hair meticulously and take care of his clothes meticulously. He is more vain than us women. Yes, there's so many beautiful women watching. Not only does he have to beat me, but he also has to fight beautifully. He must use flashy moves and desperately act handsome. This way, his combat strength will be weaker. Yang Dingtian said, moreover, he has been infatuated with you, right? He thinks that I am not worthy of you at all, so he desperately pursues you. But he also puts on airs and doesn't want to lose face, right? Yes, Yan Yan said. Then, as his rival in love, in order to maintain his poise, even if he beats me, he can't kill me. Instead, he has to be merciful. Otherwise, his image in the eyes of others will be completely ruined. Others will say that this Songyu is so shameless. In order to snatch Yan Yan Shimin, he actually killed Yan Yan's husband. Yang Dingtian said, so for his own reputation, not only can he not kill me, but he can't let me lose in a very embarrassing way. In order to win brilliantly, he has to be very elegant. In terms of temperament, he has to directly kill me. Of course, in order to prevent him from killing me directly, I can only let you mobilize so many beautiful women in the netherworld see to watch. After Yang Dingtian finished his explanation, Yan Yan was directly stunned. After a long time, she looked at Yang Dingtian. Heavens, my beloved man is so shameless. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. But I like it, Yan Yan said. This way it's not pedantic. Yang Dingtian hugged Yan Yan in his arms. That's right, the reason he fought with Songyu this time was just to leave this place. It wasn't to prove that he was stronger than Songyu, and it wasn't to laughably fight over Yan Yan, so there was no need to create a life and death situation. In this battle, he would obviously use all his strength, but he definitely didn't want to lose his life, even if it was half. His only goal was to win and then take Yan Yan out. This wasn't a battle of self-esteem with Dongfang Bingling, and this wasn't a battle of the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. It was just to leave the Netherworld Sea. Big brother, I find that every day I spend with you, I love you a little more. Yan Yan gently twisted in Yang Dingtian's arms and embarrassedly said in a low voice, I know that this isn't the right time, but I'm still very emotional. Also, I have a very perverted thought. What thought? Yang Dingtian asked. I want you to take advantage of me in front of Songyu and desperately take advantage of me. He always thinks that he's high above you, that you're not worthy of me, and that only he is worthy of me. Then I won't even glance at him, but I'll let you take advantage of me as you please, and I'll even look like I'm enjoying it. I guarantee that he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood. Yan Yan's voice became even lower, and her beautiful eyes were almost flowing with tears. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He was once again amazed by the thoughts of a beautiful girl like Yan Yan. However, it had to be said that Yan Yan's words seemed to ignite a ball of fire in his heart. He fiercely said, If it wasn't for the fact that the time wasn't right, I'd do you right now. When Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan arrived at the Golden Beach, Songyu was still sitting cross-legged on the beach. His hair was meticulous, and his snow-white robe was meticulous. Everything was exactly the same as when Yang Dingtian left 3 days ago. Moreover, he was clearly sitting on the beach, but there wasn't even a speck of sand on his body. Song Yu was really a rare, handsome man in the world. At this time, dozens of small boats were moored around the beach. There were all kinds of beauties, dressed in palace attire, standing on them. Under Yan Yan's gossipy invitation, almost all the beautiful young disciples of the netherworld sea were invited. Therefore, at first glance, it really looked like a beauty contest. Those female disciples who didn't receive Yan Yan's invitation must be very disappointed, because this meant that they were expelled from the ranks of the young beauties of the netherworld sea by Yan Yan. These dozens of beauties of the netherworld sea were fat and thin. Some were gentle, some were fierce, some were graceful, and some were plump. There were all kinds of beauties. Being surrounded by so many beauties, the pressure should be great. But Song Yu was very cold. He didn't even open his eyes. Even a strand of his hair was not messed up. Moreover, he turned a blind eye to the dozens of intoxicated and admiring gazes of the beauties, worthy of being an expert. He knew that his state of mind must not be messed up before the battle, so he always had the appearance of an ancient well without ripples. When Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan rowed the boat over, all the beauties' gazes looked at Yang Dingtian. They wanted to know which man had subdued a proud, peerless beauty like Yan Yan. One must know that for more than a year, Yan Yan was completely indifferent to Song Yu's pursuit. How handsome, how charming, how outstanding Song Yu was, they were very clear. Therefore, they had always been very curious about Yan Yan's legendary husband. However, when they saw him, they could only sigh. It was really better to meet him than to hear about him. Although this Yang Dingtian didn't look ugly, he was quite handsome. But it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to a passerby, of course, it was a handsome man. But compared to Song Yu, he was just a passerby. Purely looking at appearance and demeanor, this Yang Dingtian was completely unworthy of Shimin Yan Yan. With Yang Dingtian's appearance and demeanor, probably some 4th or 5th class castle flower or villa flower was just right for him. Seeing Yang Dingtian's arrival, Song Yu slightly opened his eyes. Seeing Yan Yan with a happy face beside Yang Dingtian, Song Yu's heart suddenly stabbed. His tranquil state of mind suddenly shook, but he quickly calmed down, and there was no expression on his face. This person was very proud. Even if he was passionately in love with Yan Yan, his pursuit was very cool, and he was very particular about demeanor. "Husband, I'm here to look at you," Yan Yan said. Then her small hand stroked Yang Dingtian's face and gently kissed him on the cheek. Finally, the already calm Song Yu's facial muscles twitched. In his heart, Yan Yan was only forced to marry Yang Dingtian by her father's order. In his heart, he had no feelings for Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian's intimate action was undoubtedly a fierce stab in his heart. "Well, then, I'm going," Yang Dingtian said. "Well, no matter if I win or lose, when we go back, I'll wash myself clean and serve you well," Yan Yan said tenderly. Then her small hand swept Yang Dingtian's chest in a very secretive manner. After Song Yu saw it, it was as if a bomb directly exploded in his brain and heart. This was the goddess he was bitterly pursuing? She wasn't willing to say a word to him. She wasn't willing to let him touch half a finger. She wasn't even willing to let him see her neck. Now, she actually did such a shameless action in front of Yang Dingtian. This Yang Dingtian, no matter if it was his background, appearance, cultivation, or demeanor, compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. But Yan Yan, this peerless beauty, didn't even look at him, but secretly acted so shamelessly towards Yang Dingtian in front of everyone. So enviable. Before, when Yan Yan treated him coldly, Song Yu thought it was because she was reserved. But now, this peerless beauty didn't have the slightest bit of reservation. She was even more wanton than a fox spirit. And this Yan Yan's image in Song Yu's heart didn't decrease at all. Instead, it became even more attractive, even more moving. This was clearly the combination of pure as ice and pure as jade and a fox spirit. In everyone's heart, There was a fox spirit plot, hoping that his wife was unparalleled beauty in front of other men. She was completely a pure saintess. If someone looked at her, she would pull out her sword and fight. But in front of her man, she was like a prostitute, doing all kinds of shameless things. This kind of woman was completely a man's dream. Now this woman was in front of him, Song Yu. It was just that her man was not him. Her fox spirit side only bloomed in front of other people. Song Yu clearly knew that he shouldn't. At this time, he was really jealous until he wanted to vomit blood. At this time, Yang Dingtian's heart was touched and speechless. Although Yan Yan was very mischievous, such a bold action was definitely not done in public. But in order to provoke Song Yu, in order to make his state of mind uneasy, she actually did such a bold action, dropping all her moral integrity cleanly. But it was also precisely because of this that Yan Yan became even more like a treasure in Yang Dingtian's heart at this time. Sucking in a deep breath, Yang Dingtian suddenly leaped up and flew towards the golden beach. Song Yu, Yang Dingtian specially came to challenge. Note: brothers begging for a few monthly votes, thanks. Chapter 3:14. Song Yu tried his best to suppress the crazy jealousy in his heart and gradually closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again. His eyes were once again haughty as he looked at Yang Dingtian, who had landed in front of him. Yang Dingtian, originally, you didn't have the qualifications to fight with me. But Master wanted to punish your arrogance, and I'm the most useless disciple of Master. So I'll punish you. Song Yu said indifferently, but fighting with you really made me lose face. Even if I win, I'm afraid I'll become the laughingstock of the senior brothers. So, Song Yu slowly pulled out his sword. His sword was like autumn water, crystal clear, and it was something Yang Dingtian had never seen before. Yang Dingtian recognized at a glance that this was a soul sword forged with profound ice-cold jade. And the most important thing was that this was no longer a fledgling sword, but a real soul sword. That's right, it was a real soul sword forged with profound fire, profound ice-cold jade, and a fledgling sword. The difference between a soul sword and a fledgling sword was like heaven and earth. A mere fledgling sword was already so powerful, let alone a soul sword. One had to know that even Dongfang Bingling was only a fledgling sword and had not been forged into a soul sword. And Song Yu actually had a soul sword. It seemed that having the Netherworld Sea as his backer was indeed amazing. Of course, having a soul sword did not mean that one could refine a sword soul. In fact, it was already considered amazing to have 1 out of 10 soul swords refined into a sword soul. And it was unknown whether the soul sword in Song Yu's hand had profound vein essence and sea spirit crystal. However, even if there was no profound vein essence and sea spirit crystal, a soul sword was still a soul sword. A fledgling sword could not be compared to it. Yang Dingtian could almost conclude that excluding the other young disciples of the Netherworld Sea, among the many young experts in the world, Song Yu should be the first to have a soul sword. Having a soul sword also meant that Song Yu had a profound fire. Yang Dingtian sighed again. Having a good backer was really good. Dongfang Bingling was a descendant of the Yinyang school, yet she had risked her life for a mystic flame. Song Yu, on the other hand, had silently obtained a mystic flame. An otherworldly force like the Netherworld Sea was indeed powerful to the point of making people fearful. Song Yu drew a circle with the soul sword on the beach, a circle with a diameter of about 2 meters. This circle was formed by the blue light, and Song Yu was standing in the middle of this circle. If I fight with you, even if I win, I will be laughed at by others. So no matter what method you use, as long as you can force me out of this circle, it will be your win. You can take Shimin Yan Yan and leave. Song Yu indifferently said. It seemed that he was really angry. Yan Yan's intimate actions hurt him deeply. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to ruthlessly trample on Yang Dingtian. If you can't even do this, then don't talk big. Don't play to the gallery. Obediently stay in my Netherworld Sea and be the lowest servant. Song Yu coldly shouted. Immediately, The blue circle began to burn fiercely. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold, and also slowly drew out his youngling sword. At this moment, Ah Cho did not make any concealment. It was completely black, like an iron rod. Immediately, the beauties of the netherworld sea, who were watching the battle, could not help but laugh. Yang Dingtian's treasure sword, compared to Song Yu's, was like heaven and earth. Without any nonsense, Yang Dingtian wielded Ah Chao's youngling sword, and like a gust of wind, he charged in. He directly charged into the circle drawn by Song Yu. Kill! A ferocious sword directly slashed toward Song Yu. Without any fanciful moves, it was a solid slash. Song Yu was startled, and then revealed a disdainful sneer. To actually go against his soul sword, he was simply courting death. The only result was that ugly iron rod would be directly cut in half. Seeing Yang Dingtian's ugly sword slashing towards him, Song Yu's right hand lightly swung his sword and directly met with Yang Dingtian. Bang! A loud sound echoed. A blue ray of light and a red ray of light fiercely burst out, like two lightning bolts fiercely streaking across the sky. Yang Dingtian previously, repeatedly, said that he wanted Yan Yan to find many beauties to watch. Yan Yan also intimately teased Yang Dingtian to provoke Song Yu, as if Yang Dingtian wanted to take advantage of this battle to play tricks. But in reality, when the battle really started, Yang Dingtian chose the collision of iron and blood. The most direct, most rigid, most dangerous, and most disadvantageous collision. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian was also proud. When the battle really started, even if Song Yu was a 6th grade revered martial artist, he was fearless and directly used the collision of iron and blood. PFFF! Yang Dingtian's body fiercely retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He only stopped after retreating a few dozen meters. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, but she clenched her jade teeth and did not make any sound. In the initial battle, it was obvious that Yang Dingtian was at a disadvantage. However, the one who was shocked was Song Yu herself. Although Song Yu looked disdainful towards Yang Dingtian on the surface, in her heart, she valued him very much. After all, more than a year ago, Yang Dingtian was only a Xian martial artist. A year later, although she was not clear about Yang Dingtian's cultivation, but in her heart, she knew that Yang Dingtian's breakthrough was extremely shocking. Facing such a talented opponent, if she really looked down on him, then she would be completely stupid. But even so, this Yang Dingtian was at most a martial ancestor realm. Facing her move just now, the only result was that his Xian meridians were destroyed, and he would completely lose the ability to fight again. But the current Yang Dingtian had only retreated a few dozen meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. What made Song Yu even more shocked was that the weapon in her hand was a soul sword, and the opponent was holding an ugly iron rod. Of course, she knew that this iron rod was definitely not an ordinary iron rod, and was also a very powerful weapon. But facing her own soul sword, the only outcome was that it would definitely be cut in half and completely destroyed. However, in reality, the iron rod in Yang Dingtian's hand did not have any trace of damage. Of course, the soul sword in Song Yu's hand was also intact. Song Yu let out a light breath and spoke unhurriedly. Yang Dingtian, your strength is truly far beyond my imagination. Yang Dingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and did not reply. But, so what? Even if you surprise me, you still don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. You still can't make me leave this circle, not even half a step. Song Yu sneered. Yang Dingtian still did not reply. After slightly adjusting his breathing, the youngling sword in his hand madly waved, and like lightning, once again rushed into Song Yu's circle. Swish, 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 swish. Yang Dingtian's sword was like lightning, incomparably fast and mystical. Pig slaying sword art. That's right, it was the #1 sword art in the world, the pig slaying sword art. Previously, when he fought with Dugu Fingwu, he also used the pig slaying sword art, and it was still the most mystical sword art. But his speed was not as fast as Dugufengwu, and his mystic chi was not as strong as the demon woman. Therefore, he was completely in the state of being slaughtered and unable to retaliate. If it wasn't for Dugufengwu suddenly losing all her mystic chi, Yang Dingtian would have been chopped into pieces. Logically speaking, this should be a nightmare-like memory, and it should make Yang Dingtian not dare to engage in close combat and use the pig-slaying sword art, especially when Song Yu was much stronger than Dugufengwu. However, Yang Dingtian had to wake up from where he had a nightmare. He still chose to use the most dangerous combat method because he wanted to prove that the pig-slaying sword art was still formidable. As long as his cultivation was strong enough, the pig-slaying sword art was still terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian brandished a few thousand swords. Song Yu was completely enveloped in the mystical sword net. The more he fought, the more appalled Song Yu got. Yang Dingtian's sword art was unprecedentedly formidable and mystical, especially in this world that didn't pay attention to moves. Yang Dingtian's sword art was simply breathtaking. Of course, he could still deal with it. Even though Yang Dingtian's sword art was incisive and mystical, Song Yu's speed was fast enough, and his mystic chi was strong enough. Yang Dingtian's mystical sword art was completely unable to injure Song Yu. But as long as Yang Dingtian was only 2 or 3 levels weaker than Song Yu, when Yang Dingtian used this set of sword art to engage in close combat, it was unknown who would be the victor. At this moment, there was something that Song Yu couldn't understand. What was the meaning of Yang Dingtian's fighting style? This fighting style was the most disadvantageous and dangerous for Yang Dingtian, because in every clash of swords, Yang Dingtian would suffer tremendous damage. In fact, after every 10 moves, Yang Dingtian would vomit blood. Why would Yang Dingtian choose such a foolish fighting style? That's right, Yang Dingtian chose the most foolish fighting style. He seemed to have forgotten that he possessed the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art and the Mystic Flame. He didn't use any of these trump cards, and he didn't even use the Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique. He was just forcefully enduring Song Yu's attacks. He only had one goal, and that was to test himself. In the most difficult actual combat, he wanted to test how much damage he could endure. Also, in the previous battle with Dugufengwu, he was beaten to a sorry state. He wanted to regain the confidence he had when he was at a disadvantage in this even more difficult battle. He wanted to test how tough his 9 Yang Mystic Meridians, the modified Mystic Meridians from Naga's Purple Mystic Meridians, and the Golden Mystic Chi from the Naga Royalty's Golden Mystic Chi were after he broke through to the martial revered realm. He wanted to test how tough his Sea of Chi was. If he could withstand Song Yu's attacks in the most disadvantageous situation, then he would have a greater chance of defeating Shiminju in the martial contest for the city lord's position. Therefore, this battle was also a rehearsal for the martial contest for the city lord's position. Yang Dingtian treated Song Yu as his most dangerous whetstone. Shiminju was very dangerous and sinister, but in terms of cultivation, he should be inferior to Song Yu. If he could withstand Song Yu, then he would have a chance of winning against Shiminju, even if his cultivation was a few levels lower than Shiminju. In the end, Yang Dingtian wasn't disappointed. The modified Mystic Meridians and the transformed Sea of Qi from the Golden Mystic Qi were much stronger and tougher than Yang Dingtian imagined. Swish, 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 swish! Yang Dingtian's sword was like a shooting star, completely combining the first, second, and third stages of the pig-slaying sword art. It became the most mysterious, most bizarre, and most terrifying sword art. Immediately, the surrounding female disciples of the netherworld were mesmerized. Their gazes gradually shifted from Song Yu to Yang Dingtian. Although Yang Dingtian was still in a disadvantageous position at this moment. But the one who took the initiative to attack was Yang Dingtian from beginning to end. Even if he kept on vomiting blood, he kept on attacking with all his might. Moreover, his offensive moves were so powerful and dazzling. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly bounced back over 100 meters, and then fiercely landed on the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood and then wiped it off. Just now, he used the first, second, and third stages of the pig-slaying sword art to the extreme, but he still couldn't injure Song Yu, so there was no need to test it again. Yang Dingtian, your sword art is unfathomable, and it's the best I've ever seen. Song Yu said indifferently, however, there's still no way to injure me at all. I admit that you've made me look at you in a new light, but you've already exhausted your abilities. You have no hope in this battle. Yang Dingtian immediately shook his head and said, No, Song Yu, you're wrong. Just now, I haven't really started yet. I only used you as an opponent to hone myself and see how powerful I am. What's the result? Song Yu asked with a smile. The result is very good. Yang Dingtian said, It made me full of confidence to break through you and for the future Cloud Sky City Lord's Martial Arts Contest. Song Yu, now I'm going to start for real. I'll use my trump card to break through your defense and take Yen Yen out of this prison of the Netherworld Sea. Haha. Song Yu sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, I've already begun to look at you seriously, but you just made me look down on you. You want to surpass me? Dream on. With a fierce roar, a blue flame suddenly soared into the sky. The blazing blue mystic fire completely enveloped Song Yu from top to bottom. Is that so? Then let's try. Yang Dingtian opened his palm. A beautiful red flame suddenly rose into the sky. This was the million spirit demonic fire. Next was the real fatal battle, the battle of the mystic fire. Chapter 315. Wow, mystic fire! Seeing the flame emerging from Yang Dingtian's palm, Song Yu's face trembled. The female disciples of the Nether Sea who were watching the battle exclaimed one after another. One must know that even in the Nether Sea, mystic fire was undoubtedly a luxury item. Even Elder Wuyen did not have a real mystic fire. It was just a mixed mystic fire. Therefore, her soul sword still had some impurities in it even now. Similarly, Extermination Duda, as the chief alchemist of the Nether Sea, could not have a real mystic fire. However, this Yang Dingtian actually had a mystic fire. Therefore, all the female disciples of the Nether Sea had their eyes lit up. They looked at Yen Yen with jealousy. A young man who had a mystic fire in this world was no less dazzling than a handsome man who had a jet plane and a yacht worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It was normal for Song Yu to have a mystic fire. He was the beloved disciple of the sect master. However, Yang Dingtian actually had a mystic fire too. You really got a mystic fire. Song Yu said, however, I want to see if your mixed fire can compare to mine. Boom! Immediately, a beautiful blue flame soared into the sky from Song Yu's hand. The absolute blue flame was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. This flame of mine was condensed from thousands of miles of glaciers for 100 years. It is known as the icy heart, heavenly fire. Song Yu said slowly, mystic fire is also divided into many levels. Since you want to compete, then watch your mixed fire be ruthlessly stepped on by me. After saying that, the blue flame rose a few meters in an instant, as if igniting Song Yu's whole body. Of course, this was just a performance. Mystic fire would never hurt its master because it had the same fate as its master. Even if it burned on its master's body, it would not cause any harm. Even if Yang Dingtian had a mystic fire, Song Yu also called it a mixed fire. Mixed fire should actually be called a subfire. It was also a mystic fire. However, it was not pure enough. However, for most people in this world, even a subfire was also a dream. Many Grandmaster-level powerhouses pursued a subfire their whole life, but could not get it. Therefore, in the eyes of practically everyone, there was simply no distinction between inferior flames and mystic flames. They were all called mystic flames. Only Song Yu, this kind of proud son of heaven, would keep on saying that he despised subfires as miscellaneous fires. The reason why he thought that Yang Dingtian had obtained a mixed flame was because he felt that Yang Dingtian did not have the ability to obtain a true mystic flame. This was because the real mystic flame bloomed in an extremely harsh environment. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, it was impossible for him to collect it. In fact, this icy heart, heavenly flame was collected mostly because of sect leader Wu Qiong. Otherwise, Song Yu alone would not be able to obtain it. Of course, some people might ask, the mystic flame was extremely precious to anyone. Why did he not want this icy heart, heavenly fire Wu Yu, and instead give it to his disciple? The reason was that Wu Yu had already collected the icy heart, heavenly flame 100 years ago. He already possessed this profound flame, so there was no need for him to possess a second one that was exactly the same. Yang Dingtian, even if it's a mixed flame, it's not easy for you to obtain it. If you really want to fight with me, if it hurts your flame, then you won't even be able to find a place to cry. Song Yu said coldly. Mystic flames were all alive. A naked flame fight would undoubtedly hurt the foundation of the mystic flame, and the consequences would indeed be extremely serious. You don't have to worry about it, Yang Dingtian said. Huff. Then, the ugly sword in his hand suddenly slashed. Boom! Suddenly, everywhere the ugly sword passed, everything was ignited by the mystic flame. The bright red flame hovered in the sky, burning. Then, it suddenly turned into a ferocious giant dragon. Go! Yang Dingtian's sword suddenly slashed. Suddenly, this mystic flame giant dragon turned into a monstrous raging flame and rushed toward Song Yu. Come! Song Yu sneered. The soul sword in his hand suddenly slashed. A blue mystic flame giant dragon suddenly emerged from his sharp sword, instantly burning the entire sky, turning into 100 meters, and rushed toward Yang Dingtian's red mystic flame giant dragon. Boom! It was like Mars colliding with Earth. Two mystic flame giant dragons, one blue and one red, fiercely collided with each other. With a loud bang, a dazzling light burst out. The surrounding seawater suddenly surged with monstrous waves, directly overturning the small boats of the Netherworld Sea's female disciples. Suddenly, dozens of Netherworld Sea's female disciples floated in the sky together, watching this amazing mystic flame battle as if intoxicated. This kind of mystic flame battle was extremely rare. Master-level battles were not rare, and even great Grandmaster-level battles could be seen. But a real mystic flame battle was very, very rare. Very, very few people would directly start a mystic flame battle. One could use the mystic flame to attack the enemy quickly, but releasing the mystic flame to fight alone, the risk was too great. One had to know that the mystic flame also had life. Once it was completely released, a great battle between the mystic flame would occur. That was like a master letting out fighting dogs to bite each other. The master could not control the consequences at all. So in an instant, only two mystic flame giant dragons could be seen growing bigger and bigger. They danced wildly in the air, biting and intertwining crazily. At this moment, the only thing the master could do was to continuously transfer mystic chi. As for how the two mystic flames were fighting, the master could not control it anymore. After a short, fierce battle, Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demonic flame was already ferocious. It crazily ignited every inch of the surrounding air, making itself stronger. It was crazily biting and tearing apart Song Yu's icy heart, heavenly flame giant dragon, and it did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Even if Yang Dingtian's cultivation was much lower than Song Yu's, the million-spirit demonic flame's fire dragon was much smaller, not even half the size of the other party. That's right, the mystic flame's energy was completely supplied by the master's mystic chi. The stronger the master's mystic chi, the bigger the mystic flame, and the stronger the mystic flame. As for the spirituality and ferocity of the battle, it depended on the grade of the mystic flame itself. At this moment, the fierce battle between the two mystic flames was already hundreds of meters high in the sky. Waves of terrifying roars were heard, as if to deafen one's ears. A casual gust of wind was enough to break a person's bones. It looked like two giant dragons were really fighting. The entire sea was already roaring and rolling, turning the sky and the earth upside down. Everyone could see it. Song Yu's mystic flame, giant dragon, was even bigger. It was at least 200 to 300 meters long, and its strength was also greater. However, Yang Dingtian's red, mystic flame, giant dragon was only 100 meters long. It was incomparably ferocious and domineering. Although its strength was much smaller than the other party, its ferocity and ruthlessness made Song Yu's icy heart, heavenly flame, a little fearful. What did this mean? It meant that Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was of a higher grade, and its battle talent was higher, and it was more ferocious. At this moment, Song Yu was completely shocked to the point of trembling. He originally thought that Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was at most a miscellaneous flame. Compared to his extreme grade icy heart, heavenly flame, it was far inferior. Therefore, Yang Dingtian actually wanted to compete with his mystic flame. He found it laughable from the bottom of his heart. He felt that Yang Dingtian was very vulgar. He could not wait to show off a miscellaneous flame as if it was a treasure. Who knew that when the battle really started, he would be the one who was shocked. Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was so terrifying and sharp, because Yang Dingtian's mystic qi cultivation was too much lower than his. The mystic flame giant dragon was only 1/3 of his size, but it was not at a disadvantage in the battle. Even his icy heart, heavenly flame, giant dragon, was a little frightened. Instantly, Song Yu's gaze towards Yang Dingtian was filled with killing intent. His gaze towards the mystic flame, giant dragon, was also filled with jealousy and killing intent. Originally, he had only planned to defeat Yang Dingtian casually and let Ximen Yanyan see clearly that there was a world of difference between him and Yang Dingtian. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. But now, not only did Yang Dingtian completely capture Ximen Yanyan's heart, but he also obtained such a powerful and terrifying mystic flame. Song Yu did not know how powerful this mystic flame was, but without a doubt, it was more than a grade higher than his mystic flame. Originally, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not his opponent at all. Now, because his mystic flame was of a higher grade than his, they were actually evenly matched. Those who did not know would think that Yang Dingtian's cultivation was really on par with his. This Yang Dingtian could not be left alive. He could not be allowed to become stronger, especially this mystic flame of his. He had to take advantage of its owner's weakness to completely destroy it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Yu immediately made up his mind. No matter how much he had to pay, he had to completely destroy Yang Dingtian's mystic flame. As long as the mystic flame was destroyed, Yang Dingtian would not have any hope. Yang Dingtian, you're the one who's seeking death. Don't blame me, Song Yu said coldly. Mystic demon devouring ghost formula. Song Yu's face abruptly changed. His originally rosy, handsome face instantly became incomparably pale and shocking. The originally mesmerizing eyes instantly became incomparably demonic and cold. The originally rosy lips instantly became a dazzling black color. Song Yu, a peerless, handsome man, instantly became bewitching and gorgeous. Then, a black mark suddenly appeared around his body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The surrounding air, sea, and beach's mystic qi energy frantically poured into his body. Suddenly, Song Yu's mystic qi cultivation fiercely skyrocketed. 6-star revered martial artist. 7-star revered martial artist. 8-star revered martial artist. 9-star revered martial artist. At the same time, the icy heart heavenly fire dragon's body suddenly increased by 3 times, and its power increased by several times. The originally stunning blue color was instantly enveloped by a layer of terrifying black. The originally frightened icy heart heavenly fire blue dragon seemed to have been demonized. It became incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Even the female disciples of the Netherworld Sea, who were present, felt a burst of fear. The 1,000-meter-long dragon shrouded the sky, causing the entire sky to become dark. It was as if a demon had descended, and Yang Dingtian's ferocious, red, million-spirit demon fire dragon was still only 100 meters long. It was only 1/10 of the opponent's size. The originally huge dragon became incomparably small in comparison. "Song Yu, you're shameless and deceitful," Yan Yan angrily shouted. Song Yu's eyes revealed a murderous aura. He looked at Yang Dingtian and laughed coldly. "Yang Dingtian, bid farewell to your mystic flame. It's going to be completely destroyed." At the same time, Song Yu's 1,000-meter-long, demonized, blue mystic flame dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed Yang Dingtian's red mystic flame dragon.